Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Met a New High-Class Devil. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The rays of the bright morning sun snuck through my blinds and shone on my face. I began to open my eyes and wake myself up from the nightly slumber. I brought up my left hand and rubbed my eyes. Yawning, I tried to raise my upper body and sit up in bed, but to no avail. I titled my head and saw the blonde, black, and pink hair of my three lovely, infatuated servants. "Come on girls, not again," I said with a chuckle as the girls began to wake themselves up. They must have snuck into my room last night again. Gosh, why did I think having a bunch of teenage girls as servants would be a good idea? But Varian, the blonde one, sang as she crawled onto my chest and looked into my sky blue eyes. "I want to stay in bed and cuddle with you all day long," she finished and threw her arms around my neck and nuzzled up against me. "Oh Ashlyn, you're too cute sometimes," I tell her as I wrap my arms around her. "Varian, how come Ashlyn gets all the attention every morning?" the black-haired one asked while she grabbed my arm and pressed herself against me. "Oh come on Violet, you know I love you too," I told her with a smile, and she immediately blushed as she snuggled up closer to me. "Varian, stop giving these stupid bimbos so much love. We all know you love your cute little princess the most," the tiny pink-haired girl called out and began to jump up and down on my queen-sized bed. She tripped and the blue blanket went flying off the bed as she fell on my face. She sat there and looked around, confused. "Where did my master go?" she asked in her adorable and childish voice. I reached up and poked her thigh, which caused her to jump up. She looked down and saw that she was sitting on my face, and she immediately blushed and jumped off the bed. "I'm so sorry Master Varian, please don't punish me too hard," she called out as she kneeled in front of the bed. I stood up and walked in front of her. "You're so silly Amy," I said as I smiled and patted her soft pink head. She looked up and smiled before latching onto my leg and making it so that I could no longer walk. I started laughing. "Come on Amy, get off. How about you three go wake the others and I'll get breakfast started?" I asked them and they all cheered in response. Each one gave me a kiss on the cheek before they left my room and descended down the spiral staircase to the main floor. I laid back on my bed and smiled at my fortune. It's so good to be me sometimes. Now you're probably wondering why a teen who looks like he's only 15 has three lovely, flirty girls in his bed this early in the morning. Well, for starters, I'm a high-class devil and all those girls are my servants. I've been traveling to different high schools all over the world and recruiting other teens to become my servants and complete my set of evil pieces. Oh right, I should probably better explain that too. Well, when a high-class devil finds someone who they think will be a valuable slave, we have to perform a chant and give them a designated role in the household. These roles are given the names of different chess pieces. I had almost completed my set and I was just hanging out in the underworld. I just didn't feel like enrolling in another school and going through all that trouble again. Well, at least it's how it felt until my old master showed up. I walked down the spiral staircase a bit later. I had put on my lounging sweatpants and black t-shirt and I was currently running my hands through my shaggy black and red streaked hair. From what my master told me, my hair used to be all black, but when he reincarnated me it changed to black and red. Right, I forgot to mention that I wasn't always a devil. I was born a human and my master had to reincarnate me as well. But, unlike most slaves, I was given the special honor to become a high-class devil after I did a certain deed. But I shouldn't go into that right now. It's such a long and boring story. Anyway, I got to the bottom of the stairs and looked out over the mansion's main floor. It was a long hallway with a wooden floor and bright white walls. There were desks beside every door and they all had candles on them. At the end of the hallway there was another spiral staircase that led up to the other side of my grand bedroom. Honestly, I almost never used that staircase, not really sure why. But that's beside the point. The hallway was divided at the middle by a large entranceway that led to the main room. The entranceway had two stairs going down to the main floor of the mansion. To the left of the main floor was a massive entrainment room, complete with every game system and TV a teenager could possibly want. To the left was a grand kitchen with tons of refrigerators, pantries, and stoves. And across from the two stairs was the grand oak door. "Sometimes I feel really, really rich," I said out loud and chuckled. "I'm not that rich at all, especially by high-class devil standards. Everything I have is a donation from my old master. He's the only high-class devil that ever paid me any respect. All the others treat me like a loser and an outcast. That's probably why I'm so close with my servants. I love each one of them to death and I'd do anything for them to be happy. Probably helps that they're all girls too." I go through the big entryway and look over the main floor of the mansion and smile at all my servants who are assembled, waiting for me. "How is everyone this morning?" I ask and wave at them all. "We are amazing Master Varian. It's a pleasure to see you this morning." They respond in unison. Sometimes their affection makes me feel bad. It's almost like they only love me because I'm their master. I feel like I didn't really earn it. I walked down the stairs and followed the girls into the dining room. They were all there: Amy, Violet, Ashlyn, Jasmine, Aria, Ella, Sarah, Tara, Seraphine, and Brittany. They were my almost complete set of evil pieces. My knights, Violet and Seraphine; my rooks, Ashlyn and Aria; my bishops, Amy and Jasmine; my queen, Brittany; and my pawns, Ella, Sarah, and Tara. Sometimes I think it's funny that all the pawns' names rhyme. They all take their seats at the dining room table and I journey into the kitchen to begin making breakfast. I get halfway through the bacon and eggs before we hear a loud banging on the door. "We'll get it," my 3 adorable pawns called out, and I smiled and nodded back at them. They ran over to the grand oak door and swung it open. Inside the now open doorway stood a man that I didn't expect to see for a very long time. "Varian, someone special is here to see you," they all called as they lead a tall, red-haired man into the dining room. "Master Sirzechs, it's wonderful to see you again, sir. What can I do for you?" I ask, a bit flustered. This man is the most powerful devil and my old master, pretty scary dude if you ask me. "Hello Varian, it's a pleasure to see you again as well. I'm happy to see how well your peerage is coming along. These are some lovely girls," he said in his calm, kind voice. "Thank you very much, sir. Would you like to join us for breakfast?" I asked him and showed him a plate full of my special recipe bacon. "I'm sorry, but I can't stay too long. I've come on more official business," he responded, and my face fell. "Oh no, official business. What is it, sir? Do you need something from me?" I asked, half out of fear and half out of curiosity. "Well, I've come to ask a favor," he told me as he took a seat at the head of the table. Amy and Violet brought him a cup of coffee and he accepted it with a smile. I walked over and sat on the counter across from him. I honestly felt really stupid. He was in his Lord of the Underworld robes and there I was in sweatpants and a stupid t-shirt with a cat on it. "A favor? What would you ever need me to do, sir?" I asked, now completely intrigued. "Since you're one of my most trusted and oldest friends, I've decided that you're the perfect man for the job. You're also young enough to accomplish it with no problem." He began and I was completely puzzled. "What is it exactly?" I asked. "You remember my little sister Rias, right?" he asked, and my face fell even more. "Not her." "Yes, sir. How could I forget that sweet, beautiful girl?" I said, and I felt like I was lying. Honestly, I wanted to forget her so bad. She was always a jerk to me when I was Sirzechs' servant and she never gave me any respect. "Well, I would like for you to enroll in her school and keep an eye on her for me," he asked me, and actually looked like this was something he cared about. So, there was no way I was letting my master down. "I wouldn't mind watching her for you at all, sir. You can count on me," I told him with a confident smile. He smiled back and stood up to leave. "Thank you so much, Varian. I knew I could count on you. I'll go home and get you enrolled right away." He nodded and began to walk with me towards the door. "Oh, and there is one more thing," he said as he began to step out of the doorway. "Yes, sir?" I asked and watched him reach for the door handle. "I want to set up an engagement between you and my sister. That's all, bye-bye." He slammed the door like lightning and teleported straight off my porch. "Marry Rias? No way." I started to shiver at the thought of it, and eventually, the thought just got funny to me and I started laughing. I walked back into the dining room and finished making breakfast. "So what is the plan, master?" Tara and Sarah asked as they walked up behind me. "It looks like we're all going to Kuoh Academy. You'll pack your bags, girls. I know that I'm going to need you guys with me through this one," I told them, and they all cheered as they ran upstairs to get their bags. "This is going to be one crazy adventure. I can already feel it," I said to myself and grabbed a plate piled high with bacon. "Is this the place?" Tara, Sarah, and Ella all asked in unison. It's really cute when they all talk at the same time. "I believe so. It's the same address that Sirzechs gave me," I said as I reached for the doorknob. We were all standing in front of a huge apartment complex that Sirzechs said he had renovated into a mansion. I opened the door and took my first steps in, followed by my lovely group of servants. We looked at the main entryway in awe. The inside looked absolutely nothing like the outside. "This is the exact same as it is back home," Amy yelled. "Yeah, well, at least we don't have to get used to anything new," Jasmine replied. "Yeah, that's true too, Jasmine." I nodded to the pretty blue-haired girl and smiled. "So how about all of you girls go get your own rooms and unpack?" "Yes, sir, master, sir." My pawns yelled and gave a cute, ditzy salute before running off. "Can we stay in your room, master?" Violet and Seraphine purred in my ears as they grabbed both of my arms and nuzzled up next to me. I never thought knights could be so flirty. "Come on, girls, I doubt you really mean that," I said and immediately wished I hadn't. They both started to pout and ran into the house fake crying, trying to make me feel bad. I just sighed and smiled. "I guess I'll see you two tonight then," I called after them, and they both turned and smiled back at me. They walked off giggling as I walked into the main foyer with my bishops, my rooks, and my queen. I sat my bags down and marveled at my new home. I felt pretty confident that the girls would be happy here too. I looked back at them and watched all 10 of them climb the stairs to their new rooms. I should probably explain a little bit about them so you all have a faint idea of what they are like. I transformed each of them into devils while they were still alive, so don't expect some cool "she got killed in a tragic accident" backstory, okay? Well, let's start with the knights. As you can already tell, they are pretty flirtatious and quite attractive. Seraphine has long fire red hair and amazing sky blue eyes. She always carries around this big black steel sword that she calls Black Flame, which I think is appropriate, considering she lights the thing on fire whenever she fights, which is super often. Her fights are always with my other knight, Violet. Violet has long black hair that parts into the two lines about halfway down her back, and she is fairly tall, not too short. Her eyes are, of course, violet, and she always has a kind-hearted smile on her face. And along with this smile are her two daggers, Wind and Rain. The two girls are complete opposites in pretty much every way, even their powers. Seraphine has always been very fiery, angry, and impulsive, while Violet is always calm and sweet. They are both currently trying to win me over, and honestly, I love it. But moving on from them, next are my bishops, Amy and Jasmine. Jasmine has medium-length ocean blue hair and red eyes. She's a very sweet, quiet girl and also very smart. My other bishop, Amy, is the exact opposite. Amy has short pink hair, blue eyes, and she is very small and super cute. She's a lot like a little kid to me, and I treat her that way, which annoys her to death. She's super impulsive and loud and treats me like a big brother. She and Jasmine are pretty calm and never cause too much trouble for me. They're just fun to have around. Next up are my rooks, Ashlyn and Aria. Oh man, are they both amazing. They both have bodies that any boy would kill for, and they're both sweet and fun to live with. Ashlyn has long blonde hair and emerald eyes, and she is about medium height for a girl. She has super big breasts and awesome legs too. When she first became my servant, I used to buy her shorts and shirts a couple sizes too short just to see. Please keep in mind I was young and foolish. And then there is Aria. She is pretty short but still has a stellar body. Her long purple hair, kind magenta eyes, huge breasts, and phenomenal butt are just some of the things that make her to die for. Aside from both of their amazing bodies, these two were among the first to enter my peerage, and they've been really good friends to me. I love them dearly, and I'm almost positive they feel the same way. Then there are my three adorable pawns, Tara, Ella, and Sarah. Each of these three girls control a specific element, and their looks correspond with their powers. Tara's element is earth, and you could almost tell that just from one look at her. She has green eyes, long dirt brown hair, and she is very outdoorsy and playful. Then there is Ella, who controls water. She has medium-length sea blue hair, sky blue eyes, and the cutest, most innocent face I've ever seen on a girl. Last up is Sarah, my pawn of lighting. She has blonde hair, light yellow eyes, and is very quick, alert, and agile. She can be pretty aggressive sometimes, but once you get to know her, you see how cute she really is. And lastly is my lovely queen, Brittany. Her long amber hair, her kind and sweet purple eyes, and her caring smile are just the physical aspects that make this girl to die for. She's my absolute best friend. She's super strong and powerful, and she is always smiling and telling me everything is okay. I love her to death. And don't even get me started on her body. Trust me, it puts Aria's and Ashlyn's to shame. And now that you know a bit about my lovely servants, on with the story. I finally finished decorating my new room and thought it was about time to get some shut-eye. We didn't arrive at this place until 10, and it's been about 2 hours since then. But, being the teenager I am, I ignored my brain when it told me to sleep. Instead, I walked downstairs, into the living room, grabbed a controller, and popped in the new Call of Duty Ghosts. Believe it or not, I got Xbox Live in the Underworld. Pretty sweet, I know. I played for a few hours, and when I finally looked away from the screen, I noticed how heavy my lap and shoulders were. I looked around me and noticed the 6 girls that were sleeping on me. I just chuckled to myself. They really just sat there and watched me play for 3 hours. Wait, 3 hours. But I have school tomorrow. I picked up Aria's head, the one that was drooling on my lap, and ran upstairs to hop in bed. But when I reached my room, I saw a new obstacle in the way of my sleep. Jasmine and Violet were both sleeping in my bed and taking up all the space. I started giggling as I walked back downstairs into the hallway and went into one of the girls' rooms. I looked around and saw boy band posters. I'm going to have a talk with whoever's room this is. I shrug and jump into the bed. It smells really good just like Violet. Since when does she like boy bands? Anyway, I think I need to go to sleep. I giggle to myself one more time and close my eyes. I get to go back to high school in the morning. But this time, with 10 girl. Let the games begin. That's right, Rias, you better get ready. Let's see you harass me now. I opened my eyes slightly and instantly felt tired and groggy. I should really start going to bed earlier. After I bring my free hand up to rub my eyes, I notice the body that's pressing down on me. Violet, when did you get in here? I asked quietly and smiled at her. Her long black hair was everywhere in the bed, and she was lying on top of me, holding me in her arms. She's a pretty defensive knight. Okay, well, we got school, sweetie, up you go. I gently push her off me and lay her back on the bed. It's around 6:30, so we have plenty of time before school starts. I'll let her sleep. I walked over to her door and made my exit, but not without another glance at the beautiful girl in nothing but a small black t-shirt. She is officially adorable. I walk out of my knight's room and proceed down the hall, stretching. I get to the staircase and slid down the right set into the foyer. I hit the bottom with a thud and pose. I love doing stuff like that. I walked into the kitchen and set the coffee maker and began the preparations for my breakfast. I pulled out our jumbo box of Cocoa Puffs and poured everyone a bowl. And another empty box. For a bunch of girls, they sure do eat a lot. I sigh and take a seat and begin eating. Soon enough, I hear talking and footsteps approaching the dining room. I look over and see the girls who fell asleep in the living room waking up and walking towards me. Sleep well, girls. You really didn't have to stay up with me. I called to them and they finally noticed my presence. "Oh master, good morning," Sarah, Tara, and Ella called. I waved at them and watched them run into the dining room and attempt to tackle my chair. I caught the 3 short girls and held them in my arms. They're all so small and cute. "It's a good morning now," I said, and they both giggled a little. I love it when they do that. "Hello Varian, did you sleep well?" Brittany, Aria, and Ashlyn walked into the dining room and smiled at me. I would have slept better if someone wouldn't have snuck into my room and stolen my bed. I told them and we all laughed. It's not like this hadn't happened before. "How about you all? Breaking the new couch yet?" I asked and they laughed. "Yes sir, just as comfortable as the one back home." Aria called out and took her seat next to me. "Man, she is so pretty, even with bedhead." "I'm glad, but honestly girls, you don't have to stay up and watch me play a stupid game all night," I said and awkwardly rubbed the back of my head. "Oh, it's fine master, we don't mind at all," Ashlyn said as she walked behind me and ran her hands down my shoulders. Her blonde hair fell over me and I felt her soft pink lips touch my cheek and I cheered to myself. "Thanks Ashlyn, man, I'm so lucky to have you girls in my life," I told them and grabbed Ashlyn's hands and held them close to my bare chest. "Oh come on master, we're the lucky ones. You are so kind to us and you fill our lives with adventure. I think I speak for everyone when I say that we love you wholeheartedly," Brittany told me as she took a seat on my lap. I looked and saw all the other girls smiling and nodding at her statement and I couldn't help but smile too. "Man, you guys are gonna make me cry this early in the morning. And we have school today, I may look like a pansy." I teased them and they all started giggling at me. "Well, I'm going to eat my delicious breakfast that my lovely master prepared and then I'm going to get changed," Aria said and began to eat. "No, I'm going to show master how much I love his cooking and then I'll be the best pawn," Tara yelled out and started eating fiercely. I started laughing uncontrollably. My pawns are always fighting for my attention. It's normally quiet the show. "No way I'm going to let you do anything like that," Ella yelled, challenging her. The two stared at each other across the large dining room table. Aria laughed and stood at the head of the table. "So what are the stakes for this match?" she asked and smirked at me. I smiled back at her and watched the showdown in anticipation. "Whoever wins gets to hold Varian's arms on the way to school and they get to sleep in his bed tonight," Ella called out and Tara immediately agreed. "Then let it begin. On your marks, get set, go," she yelled and chopped through the air with her hand. The 2 younger girls started eating in a frenzy and I'm positive they spilled more than they ate. They do this stuff pretty often. I think it may have to do with the fact that my pawns and Amy are the youngest out of all my servants. They act pretty immature, but they do mean well. I watched the eating match pretty closely. I laughed the whole time and I was pretty happy they enjoyed breakfast so much. At least they won't be tired at school. "I'm done," a calm, sweet voice next to me said. I looked over and saw Brittany with an empty bowl. She was smiling at me and at the other girls. "I believe this makes me the winner then," she said and stood up, pushed in her chair, and walked towards her room. As she passed me, gave me a quick peck on the cheek and winked at me. "That's no fair," Tara yelled at her. "Yeah, you're just way bigger," Sarah added, and the rest of us could barely control ourselves. "Oh snap," Aria yelled and she started running around the table yelling "oh." I kept laughing and tried to finish my breakfast before I went off to get changed. I was in the shower about 10 minutes later. Luckily, every room in the house has its own bathroom so it doesn't take long for all of us to take showers. I finished as fast as I could and raced into my room to get changed. I threw on an old white t-shirt, jeans, black chucks, and a black hoodie. I climbed down the spiral staircase and slid down the railing back into the foyer. In front of me were my 8 most favorite girls in the world. Wait, only 8. "Where's Violet and Seraphine?" I asked, and as if on cue, "You two did what last night?" I heard Seraphine's angry voice scream from the upper hallway. Next thing I know, Violet came flying over the railing and landed in the foyer in front of us. She landed elegantly on her feet, of course. No one can knock her on her back. Except me. Oh. Anyway, Seraphine jumped over the railing and I saw her huge, flaming sword arch down at Violet's head. She brought the blade down and I heard the clank of metal as Violet brought up her 2 daggers to block the attack. "I told you already, I slept with him last night. He was in my room when I went in this morning and I laid with him," Violet said calmly, and I could see the smirk on her face. "Oh man, every time. How dare you?" Seraphine screamed and swung her huge sword in a side arch and Violet just back-flipped over it with ease. "That all you got, Flame Princess?" she taunted, and I thought now would be a good time to step in. Seraphine brought the sword down in another arch, but this time it stopped far away from Violet. "Seraphine, can you please stop and let us go to school?" I asked and gripped the flaming sword in my hand even tighter. Master. "I'm so sorry, sir. I'll go get my things right away." Her sword immediately deflamed and she walked away with her head down. "Hurry up now, sweetie, I wouldn't want you getting left behind." I called out to her and she turned around and smiled at me. I always know just how to make her perk up. I watched her run up the stairs, then turned to Violet, who was just standing there smiling at me. Why do you always have to do that to her?" I asked. I wasn't really being all that serious. I really don't mind their fights, as long as they don't get hurt. "I don't know," she shrugged. "I just felt like bragging about sleeping on you. You're really comfortable, by the way." She winked and lightly punched me before running off to join the others. I just stood there and sighed. I really am the luckiest guy in the world. But then I remembered something really important. I remembered what was waiting for me at this new school. Rias, I muttered under my breath. How could he ever expect me to even be friends with her, let alone marry her? Come on, master, let's get going. Seraphine called as she ran past me and grabbed my hand. She ran forward and pulled me out the front door and into the street. It was a sunny early autumn day. The wind was blowing and it blew my black and red hair all over the place. The sky was clear and it just felt like a good day. But I didn't feel that way. I was really scared. No doubt Rias heard about the engagement and such, so that means we are going to have a really awkward conversation when I get there. I sigh and the girls around me immediately freak out. Varian, what's wrong? Brittany asked as she latched onto my arm and looked into my eyes with her cute worried face. Nothing, Brittany, nothing at all. Just a little tired, you know. I responded and gave her a faint smile. I couldn't tell her the truth. I just couldn't. How bad would that go over? Hey girls that love me, I'm engaged to this awful red-haired devil who hates me. No, Naster is at the school. Harriet asked as she and Ashlyn worked their way to the front of the group with me. I believe it is, I said and looked to see a pretty big building in the distance. There were lots of kids walking towards it, and they were all wearing uniforms. Oh man, is it one of those schools? We continued walking and passed over this small bridge in front of the main entrance. We walked through the main gate and looked up at the building. It was a really big brick building. There were a lot of old Gothic-looking windows in every classroom. Across the main yard in front of us were these big arches that marked the main entrance. Well, are you girls ready to start school? I asked and the girls around me cheered. Then I noticed the eyes. There were tons of guys staring at the girls and drooling. And there were even girls looking at me. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty hot. My long red and black hair, my pale blue eyes, and my cute/awkward demeanor made me to die for. But this was way too many girls at once. It was a bit unnerving. But I just shrugged it off and started walking towards the main entrance. We entered the school and looked around at the open hall and the other students. The girls all pulled out their class sheets and started walking off. Hey Tara, Sarah, I think our class is this way. Harriet called at the two pawns, and they walked off. Ashlyn, are we seriously together? That's awesome. I turned around to see Brittany, Ashlyn, and Violet hugging on each other and walking away together. Amy, Seraphine, the four of us have class together too. Jasmine called out as she and Ella walked off with my last two servants, which left me alone. Oh great, I said out loud and looked at my sheet. I had no idea where the room was, so I decided to ask someone for help. I looked around and saw a guy standing all alone, and he had some seriously awesome brown hair, so I thought he would help me. Hey dude, would you mind helping me find my class? I'm new here. I asked him and he turned around and smiled. Sure man, let me see the paper. He asked and I handed it to him. Dude, you have the same class as me. How about I give you an escort, my man? He told me and nudged me with his elbow. Sure man, that'd be awesome. So what's your name, dude? I laughed as I asked him. This kid came off as a serious fool, but a lovable one. I'm a pretty good judge of character, so I'm confident about this one. My name is Issei. Hayaudu, what's yours? He asked and led me up the stairs towards the classroom. Oh, I'm Varian Blackflame. I know the last name is kinda freaky, just call me Varian. I told him and he chuckled. Sure thing, Vari, whatever you say, my man. Here we are. We stopped suddenly outside a classroom. Issei reached out and opened the door. He was about to walk in, but we suddenly heard a loud voice. Issei, where are you? A loud female voice called down the hall, and Issei and I both looked in its direction. Oh no, not yet, I muttered. Approaching us was none other than Sirzechs' little sister, Rias Gremory. There you are, she yelled and ran down the hallway before grabbing Issei's hand and pulling him against her. She stroked his head lovingly and whispered in his ear. And I thought you had disappeared already. I just got you as my pawn and now you're going to run away from me. She teased him and continued to pet him. She didn't even notice me until I started to make an escape. Oh, who is this? A friend of yours, Issei. He doesn't look like the perverts you normally hang out with. She asked and looked me over, puzzled. Oh, I'm no one, don't mind me, I said and tried to quickly run into the classroom. Oh, his name is Varian Blackflame. He just transferred here. Vari, this is my friend Rias Gremory, he said with a confident smile and looked back and forth between us. I half smiled awkwardly and waved at her. Hey there, Rias, long time no see, right? I said. I'm dying here, man. I need help now. Her face was pure bewilderment and anger at the same time. Varian, why are you here? She spoke with venom slipping through her teeth. Oh, so your bro didn't tell you? Well, it looks like you and I are engaged. I said the last part really quickly and ran into the classroom, attempting to get out of the blast radius. What? She screamed and I slid under my desk like I was trying to hide from an earthquake. Thanks, Sirzechs. Couldn't have made this easy, could you? No way, you're a devil too. Issei yelled at me. We were both sitting alone in the very back of the class. I looked over and saw his face. It was mixed with amazement and shock. I, on the other hand, was scared and down in the dumps. Yeah, I am. Why is that such a big deal? I asked him. Because man, that means you and Rias are like the same. Are you super strong and powerful too? He asked, full of excitement. I didn't really understand why he was making such a big deal out of it. But hey, I'll humor the kid. It's definitely better than listening to the teacher talk about equations that I already know. Okay, for starters, Rias and I are not the same and never will be. I replied coldly. I never want to be compared to that snobby wench, never. But you're both upper-class devils, right? Oh, does that mean you have slaves too? Are they hot girls? Hot girls that do anything you want and wear sexy outfits? He yelled and begged me for an answer. The more he asked about the girls, the more interested he got. I like this kid, well beside the fact that he is Rias' servant that still bugs me. Yeah, they all are girls. Why does that matter? I laughed at him and laughed even harder when I saw his expression change. He fell out of his desk and kneeled before me, grabbing my hand. If you will let me come to your house tonight and see these girls, I will serve you forever. He cried out and I actually saw tears on his face. This guy is amazing. Dude, you can totally come to my place if you want to. But don't say anything about our friendship to Rias, okay? That will only get you in trouble. I told him and he nodded fiercely. I was scared his head would snap off. Thank you so much, Varian. But, why shouldn't I tell Rias? He asked and his face shifted from excited to puzzled. Well, the two of us have a long history and aren't exactly on good terms. I tried to explain, hinting that I didn't want to talk about it. But then why are you engaged to her? He asked. Man, this guy doesn't want to give up. I don't really know, to be honest with you. Her brother sprung it on me at the last possible minute and transferred me here to court her. Like that will ever happen, I scoff and lean back in my chair. I lay my hands behind my head and stare out the window. How could he ever expect us to get married? Well, she seemed really upset too. Does her brother know you two don't like each other? Issei asked, very intrigued by the story. I don't know about that. He was never around when the two of us were around each other. I used to be his servant, so he had me babysit Rias sometimes when he had to go do business. I replied and sighed. Those were the good days. Well, she walked off grumbling about her brother always forcing guys she doesn't want on her. Issei said, and I immediately jolted up in my seat. There are other guys? I asked, and Issei smiled and nudged me. Oh, so you are jealous of these other guys? He said, and I just started to giggle. No way, man. I just don't want to be forced into a fight with anyone else over her. She isn't worth it at all. As I spoke, Issei shuffled back to his desk and started to look a bit less cheery. Not worth it, he muttered, and I didn't even notice him as he thought about everything I said about his master. After a long time without taking notes or paying attention, the bell rang for lunch and I jumped out of my chair. I grabbed my things in a rush and ran off to find my servants and get the lunch that Jasmine and Amy put together this morning. Best bishops ever. But before I could even get out of the room, is that Kiba? A bunch of girls started screaming and I looked over in their direction. Hello, ladies. I've only come here on an errand for my club, so I won't be long. A soft, male voice spoke and even I got the chills. Who was that? I turned around and saw a pretty blonde guy talking with Issei. They both nodded and looked over at me, and all I could do was give a faint smile and an awkward wave. Yo, Varian, can you come with us real quick? Issei asked and I shrugged. Hey, why not, am I right? Sure thing, man. What you guys need? I ran over to them and we started off down the hall. We went down a flight of stairs, out a pair of double door, and started walking towards an old building in the woods. What's that thing for? I asked and pointed to the old rundown building in the distance. Oh, that is the old schoolhouse in our club room. Kiba explained and I nodded. Okay then. Oh, by the way, I'm Varian. You're Kiba, right? Nice to meet you. I shook his hand and he smiled at me. It's nice to meet a fellow gentleman like yourself. A nice change from Issei, I might add. He said and laughed when Issei yelled at him. We all started laughing as we walked into the building and up the stairs to a large oak door. In here, sir. I apologize for bringing you all the way out here, but our club president requested your presence. Kiba said and opened the door for the two of us. I walked in and had no idea what to expect. I stood at the front of a large room with wooden floors and paneled walls. There were 2 green couches in the center of the room and a grand oak desk between the two of them. And sitting behind the desk, Rias, I muttered and walked in. I had to be strong and dominate. She is not getting the better of me this time. Hello, Varian. I would like to keep this as civil and quick as possible, so let's just get to business. Have a seat. She gestured to one of the couches and stared at me with those prideful blue eyes. God, I hate those. Whatever you want is fine by me, babe. Rias shudders at the word babe but immediately shrugs it off and points at the couch again. I take a seat and shot Issei and Kiba a dirty look. How dare they drag me into this? So it has come to my attention that apparently we have been engaged. She began, and I could tell how much she hated saying the word engaged to me. That's true. Your brother told me that yesterday and sent me here to keep an eye on you. I responded as neutrally and no hostile as I could. Wouldn't want to make the Princess of Ruin angry, would we? Well, I have no intention of marrying you, and I think you should go home and take that dumb group of ugly, whipped sluts with you. She spat at me and I tried to keep my cool. How about you let me do my job and keep an eye on you and not complain? Oh, and don't worry, I wouldn't marry you in a million years, you snob. I shot back. No one makes fun of my girls. And for the record, I thought you hated human devil half-breeds. I said and pointed at Issei and Kiba. No, I don't hate human devils. I only hate the spoiled, non-deserving ones like you. She said as she stood up and slammed her hands on the desk. Her voice rose in anger with every word. You weren't there. You have no idea what I deserve. I shouted back and jumped to my feet. Did she seriously just say that I don't deserve my position? I fought hard for it, just like all the others did. It was a different time back then, of course she would hate that. Just get out of my sight now. And, she snapped her fingers and a white door behind the couch I was on opened. Akino, bring the whore mongrels in here. she shouted, and I saw the younger girls of my peerage get thrown into the large room. Oh wait, that hurt, Amy called out as she, Ella, Sarah, and Tara all rubbed their heads from where they were attacked. Next I saw Aria, Ashlyn, Brittany, Jasmine, Violet, and Seraphine being led into the room with chains around their necks. Oddly enough, Seraphine, Ashlyn, and Violet looked calm. Normally they'd be. Then I saw the marks, and that is where I draw the line. I screamed and jumped at the desk. I stood in front of the desk with my spinning discs behind my back, one each hand. They were fairly large, steel, spiked discs that I used as weapons. I could channel my magic through them with ease, and I was practically unbeatable on the battlefield with them. Rias, if you don't apologize to my girls right now and just let me walk away. I lit the disc in my right hand on fire and pointed it at Issei. The pawn dies. Issei immediately freaked out and threw his hands up. I have no idea what is going on. This is my second day. Please don't hurt me very. He screamed and held his hands out in front of him. I felt pretty bad. My quarrel wasn't with him. I was pulling him into something he could never understand. But I had to make a point. How dare you? Rias spoke coldly, but she still snapped her fingers and the chains broke. I raised my left hand up and embedded a disc into the oak desk in front of her before running over to my peerage. Girls, are you all right? Did they hurt you? I asked as they all lay on the floor in front of me. We're okay, Varian, don't worry, Brittany said, and her sweet voice was able to calm me. They won't get the drop on us next time, Master. Seraphine yelled as she summoned a black portal and her sword flew out. She and Ashlyn tried to rise so they could fight, but I put my hand on their shoulders. Don't worry, girls, I'll take care of everything. Just rest for a bit, okay? As I spoke, they seemed to relax, and I turned back to Rias. Would you mind explaining who hurt my servants? Or am I going to have to get the info from your servants? I can't hurt you ... but your brother said nothing about the slaves. As I spoke, the remaining disc twirled in my hand and the steel spikes popped out. My queen and rook took care of them for me. Element of surprise, you'd know nothing about that, she said and laughed at her own bad joke. Just like the snob she is. Then she just snapped her fingers and two girls walked into the room. One was rather short and had short white hair and a face of stone. The other was fairly tall with long black or purple hair and deep magenta eyes. The black-haired one was so beautiful, and she was smiling too. It looked really good on her. When I looked into her face, my anger seemed to subside a bit. But then Rias's voice brought me back to reality. This is my queen, Aquino, and my rook, Kaneko. Rias explained, and I looked over to see Kiba walk over and stand next to them. And you've already met my knight, Kiba. Are they the ones who hurt my servants? I asked and pointed the disc at the three lower-class devils. Yes, Kaneko spoke and came running at me with a punch. It was so sudden I didn't even have time to react before. Nothing. The fist never connected with my face or chest, depending on where she was going for. Standing in front of me was Aria, holding the small girl's fist in her hand. How about round two, little girl? Feeling lucky? She asked and returned the punch. She struck Kaneko right across the face and sent her flying back. See how much better I am when you don't knock me out first. Aria called out and laughed before turning back to me. It's okay, Master, we'll handle them for you. Get the little ones out of here. I nodded and prepared a teleportation circle around Sarah, Ella, Tara, Amy, and Jasmine. It flashed black and the girls were teleported home. They were safe. Kaneko recovered pretty quickly though. As soon as the black circle was gone, she and Kiba were flying across the room right at us. Kaneko grabbed Aria around the waist and the two went flying out one of the windows on the left side of the room. Thankfully, we were only 2 stories up and Aria is made of some pretty tough stuff. But I didn't get to rejoice for too long before I heard the clanging of swords. I turned and saw Seraphine exchanging blows with Kiba. If anyone who didn't know Seraphine was watching the beginning of the fight, they would have said that Kiba was going to win. And they would have been wrong. Kiba was a fairly good swordsman, I could tell. He moved his steel short sword with expertise and deflected all of Seraphine's blows. He dodged and parried and dodged some more. But the thing about Seraphine is, she never quits, ever. And you can only deflect that big sword for so long. You're good, pretty boy, she teased as she brought the sword over her head again. But I'm much better. The sword started to glow red and flames sprang out of the ruins on the blade. The black steel disappeared behind the flames. Seraphine smiled and brought the sword down to meet Kiba's. The two held each other at a stalemate for quite a while. Test of strength, Seraphine's favorite. They broke and Seraphine backflipped, which caused Kiba to actually stumble backwards. The redhead smiled as she landed and flew at him once again. She brought the long sword around in a side slash that would have cut right through an elephant. Kiba, however, was able to bring up his sword at the last moment and deflect her strike. But I heard the shatter of steel and smiled. And the score is now, Seraphine 206, world, still 0. I cheered and red-haired girl looked at me and giggled. Thank you, Master, that one was for you, of course. She giggled and placed the sword into another black portal. I looked over and saw Kiba fall to his knees. How could I have been defeated? He stammered, trying to find the right words in all his confusion. Seraphine walked over to him and patted his shoulder. Don't fret it too much, Kaido. I've been fighting high-class demons and monsters for a while now. It's pretty good practice. She giggled and gave him another pat before walking back to my group of girls. How dare you, Varian? You hurt my knight. Rias screamed at me and I started to laugh. Now, Rias, it wasn't technically me. I teased and stood in front of my girls, ready to defend the attack that I was sure was coming. We stared across the room and no one moved. But the silence was broken when a loud crash echoed throughout the room. I looked to my left and saw my beautiful purple-haired rook fly through the broken window. She slammed against a couch and sunk with a thud. "Aria," I screamed and ran over to her. "Oh, please no. Please don't be hurt." I cupped her cheek in my hand, looked at her scared, bloody face. Her clothes were ripped and her arms were cut up. She had splotches of blood on her upper chest and her face. "Varian, I'm fine, I just need a little rest." She smiled at me and I felt my eyes tear up. I grabbed her and lifted her up. I carried her princess style over to my group and laid her behind all the other girls. "Rias ... and I thought I couldn't hate you more," I muttered and turned to see the small white-haired girl whispering in Rias's ear. The cruel red-haired princess smirked and looked right into my eyes. "Oh, but my dear Varian, that wasn't technically my doing, was it? My dear friend Kaneko even had some help." As she spoke, a flash of blue erupted beside her and I saw another girl appear next to her. "Hello there, ex-slave. Been a long time, hasn't it?" The small black-haired girl with glasses next to Rias spoke. "Sona ... did you have something to do with this?" I barked and she chuckled. "This girl is a fellow high-class devil and another one of Rias's spoiled friends. And what if I did? Does it really matter? If I bring my peerage into this fight, then you're outmatched. I say you just walk off with your tail between your legs." The two girls started to laugh at me and I could see some of Rias's slaves shift uncomfortably. They had no idea what was going on and probably weren't used to seeing their master act like this. I feel sorry for them, especially Issei. I should apologize to him later. The others may have hurt my girls, but they didn't realize why. They're clearly good people that just don't understand what they are in the middle of. "Rias, I'm going to make you a deal. I walk out of her with my girls and you leave us be. And the next time we talk will be in the presence of your dear brother," I said and tried to be civil. Deep down I knew that the only person who could keep her civil with me would be Sirzechs. "Fine, then you and great. Take those poor corrupt slaves with you and get out of my clubroom." She spat at me and I just shrugged. I put my hands out and held Ashlyn and Seraphine back. Boy, were they ready to go ... All I had to do was say the word. "I think we will be going now. Issei, it was a pleasure meeting you today. I'm sorry for dragging you into this," I said and locked eyes with him. He shifted uncomfortably and looked at Rias, who of course gave him a dirty look, like a mom trying to keep him away from a bad influence. "I bid you all good night." I gave a slight bow, grabbed my girls, and walked towards the door. Ashlyn carried Aria out, followed closely by my two knights and my queen. I stopped at the door and turned back to see Rias and Sona talking quietly by themselves at Rias's desk. Rias's slaves were taking their seats on the couches. I looked at the pretty dark-haired girl one last time and she actually smiled at me. I mouthed the word sorry and looked up to see Rias and Sona giving me death stares. I slammed the door and made a hasty escape. I made my way out of the old building and out the front door to rejoin my peerage. "What was that about, Master? Are you okay?" Violet asked, and she and Brittany grabbed both of my arms and squeezed them tightly. "Do you want us to go back and teach them a lesson for you?" Seraphine asked and summoned her sword portal again. "Girls, please just calm down," I said and smiled. "I have to keep them calm so they don't do anything too hasty. I'll explain when we get home, I promise. But our first priority should be getting Aria fixed up and making sure the little ones are all right, okay?" I said and they all sighed. I opened a black portal and we all walked through and ended up back in the mansion foyer. First day at my new school ... Bad. I smiled as I reclined back on the black, cushiony couch in my new manor. Luckily all the girls made quick recoveries and we all sat in the living room together. Aria was still a bit beaten up and she was lying across my lap while Amy continued to heal her wounds. I rubbed her soft purple hair and smiled at her. "I'm so glad that you're okay, Aria. I'm never going to let you fight on your own again," I told her and cupped her cheek. Incidents like this always remind me how important these girls are to me. They're my whole world and the only family I have. We've been through everything together and they brought me back to my original self after the war. "Master, what was all that about?" Ashlyn asked and scooted closer to me on the couch. I looked away from Aria and saw 20 eyes staring me down. "Well, I guess it's time you girls learn, huh?" I sighed and stood up, placing Aria's head where I had been sitting. I stood in front of all of them and cleared my throat. "You all know how I used to be one of Sirzechs' servants and then he turned me into a high-class devil?" I asked and they all nodded. Sirzechs acted like a grandfather to these girls and stopped by from time to time to just say hi. "Well, there is a bit more to that story," I trailed off. "These were memories I wanted to forget, but ... Well, I can't hide it from these girls anymore." "Master, is everything okay?" Brittany asked. "She always knows when I'm upset. You don't have to tell us. We'll follow you anywhere, you know that." "It's fine, Brittany, you girls need to know the whole story," I said and cleared my throat. "Man, this is a long story. When I was still human, I grew up on a small farm in Europe. It was a long time ago, so I forget what country exactly. But, unknown to all except for higher-up church officials, the great war between the fallen angels, and devils was still in full swing. One day, when I was around 9 or 10, I was walking around the outer extremity of my family's field and saw a small string of smoke rising from behind some rocks near the forest. I went behind the rock and saw a man with long crimson-red hair and long black robes lying against the rock. He was badly wounded and had cuts and burn marks all over his face, arms, and chest. I ran over to him and tried to help him. I grabbed his hand and called out to him, Sir, are you all right? Should I go get my parents? I screamed and tried to stop the bleeding. The man clenched my hand and smiled at me. He reached into his pocket and grabbed what looked like a fancy chess piece for the richer people. You're a kind young man, aren't you? I can see a bright future for you if you would just help me out and do a favor for me, he said in a strong regal voice, and I immediately nodded, and he placed the chess piece in my hand. It started to glow bright red and it sunk into my hand. I now pronounce you my queen. Please, dear boy, live for my sake and help me, and I will make your life grander than you could ever imagine. I felt a surge of energy course through me and I started to glow the same bright red color. Then everything stopped as soon as it had begun and I returned to normal. I looked at the young adult and he smiled at me. Please, boy, hold out your hand and concentrate on making this wound go away, he said, and as he spoke I could hear the life draining from him. So, I did as instructed. I held out my hand and focused all my thoughts on making the wound go away. Please, sir, I don't understand what you want from me. I'm not sure how this will work. I screamed out and pressed harder on the wound, still wishing it would disappear. Tears started forming in my eyes. I didn't want to watch someone die. No way was I going to let that happen. And as soon as that thought crossed my mind, a burst of red and black light erupted from my hand and the wounded man's wounds disappeared completely. What did I just do? I fell back on my butt and looked as the tall young man stood up before me and stretched. Thank you, dear boy. Now, he turned to me and held out his hand with a kind smile on his face. Come with me and let's be off to that amazing life I told you about. I grabbed his hand and looked into his kind blue eyes. But what about my parents, sir? My dad and mom are very sick and I can't leave them. I told him and looked over at the small wooden shack I lived in with my parents. They'd both gotten a nasty touch of that virus that was killing off everyone. And I was scared. The man sighed and held my shoulders tight. Listen, young man, there is nothing you can do for them anymore. If they've gotten the same disease that's been ravaging this land for the past year, then there's no hope. I'm sorry, son. His face fell and he brought me into a hug. I started to cry and he hugged me tighter. That's when I knew this man would take good care of me. He would be my father and master. Now, young man, what's your name? He asked me as he brought me back to arm's length. My name's Varian, I said through sobs. He nodded and gave me that warm smile again. Well, Varian, my name is Sirzechs and I'm going to take care of you from now on, okay? He spoke with a kind, loving voice and I nodded in response. Now we should really be off before those people that injured me earlier come back. He grabbed my hand and opened a red and black portal next to us. What's that? That's devilry, I screamed and broke his grasp. I took a few steps and looked back at him with fear. What are you? First you put some fancy chess piece in me, then your wounds heal, and then you tell me my parents are gonna die, and now this. I screamed and screamed. I was scared and alone. They taught us to fear devils back then and I was really afraid. But Sirzechs just smiled and laughed at me. Don't worry, kid. I promise nothing else bad is going to happen to you. Just take my hand and I'll explain everything. He walked up to me and held out his hand again. I looked at him through tears, and I swear the only thing that made me take his hand was that smile. Good boy, now let's be off. He chuckled and pulled me through the portal into a world I had no idea existed. We arrived back in his mansion and I couldn't believe where I was. It was the biggest house I'd ever seen. I walked around and just looked at it in awe. Sirzechs handed me over to a pretty servant lady and went to speak with his father. Now, Varian, this lady is going to take care of you while I go and speak with my dad, okay? He crouched down as he spoke to me. When I nodded, he stood up, patted my head, and walked up a large staircase to the upper level. The servant lady I was with smiled at me and escorted me to a big bedroom on the second floor. She showed me the huge closet and all my new clothes and my new bed. She was really sweet to me and sat on the bed with me until Sirzechs came back to get me. Thank you, Brittany, he said to her, and she bowed before walking out of the room and left us alone. The tall, red-haired man took a seat next to me and explained everything. He said that he had reincarnated me as a lower-class devil and that devils weren't all that bad. He said I was the strongest servant that he would ever have because I was his queen piece. He explained how limitless my power was and how I could even grow up to become a high-class devil like him and have my own servants. I hung on every word and smiled at my new father figure. He told me that I would stay at the Gremory Manor and grow up as one of them until I was strong enough to fight with him on the battlefield. Then he explained the whole war to me. I want to fight those crummy angels with you, master. I yelled out and he just laughed at me. You will one day, Varian, I promise. You'll stay here for a few years, grow up with my little sister, and train to become the strongest queen ever, right? He said, and I nodded and jumped into his lap. Of course I will. I'll do anything for you, Sirzechs. You name it. My enthusiasm made him laugh and he bounced me up and down on his lap. I think you should meet my sister, she looks about your age, he said, and sat me down on the bed again before running off down the hall. He came back in minutes later with a pretty, red-haired young girl on his shoulders. Big brother, is that him? Is that the human? She asked and pointed at me excitedly. Sirzechs sat her down and nodded. She ran over to me and we started to talk. Hi, my name is Rias and my big bro says that you and I are going to be best friends now. She yelled and hugged me. I smiled and hugged her back. Big new house, big new family, big new world. I thought everything was going to be great from then on. I thought Rias and I would be best friends. I thought that I could fight with my new master on the battlefield and make him proud, and I thought that one day I would become the strongest creature ever. I thought everything was going to be okay. How foolish I was. A few years later, I forget the actual amount, it's been so long, I remember standing there, with my body bathed in blood. I was standing in the middle of a large open field, but to me it was a battleground. There were dozens of angels and fallen angels' bodies around me, and I held my sword, Black Flame, in my left hand. I had 2 steel discs strapped to my back and a huge black ball of dark energy in my right hand. I was the field commander, and I was a monster. Captain, they're sending in holy fighters. I don't think the other servants can handle them. One of the knights behind me called out, and I smirked. Let them come. I whispered to myself and looked at the scene on the field below me. I stood on a large cliff in the middle of the field. It overlooked a huge open space where everyone was fighting and dying. Angels, fallen angels, and devils all exchanging blows in one huge fray. I giggled and slashed the sword in front of me to clean off all the blood. Special team, let's finish this fight, I said, and my smile widened. I and 20 other queens jumped off the cliff and into the fray. Halfway down the cliff, I brought the black sword over my head and lit it on fire. When I hit the ground, the earth around me exploded and bodies went flying everywhere. I jumped over the sword and strapped it to my back. By the time I meet the incoming angels and fallen ones, I had pulled out my discs and was already throwing them. I threw the one in my right hand into the first angel I saw. It cut through his gold armor and spun in his chest, cutting him to death and spilling his blood everywhere. I grabbed the disc in his chest and flipped over him and landed right back in combat. 2 fallen ones swung their light sword and I simply jumped over them. In midair, I spun my discs and cut right through their heads. I landed and threw the disc in my right hand into another fallen one and exchanged blows with an angel next to me. I blocked his sword and was able to duck under one of his side swipes. I brought the disc straight up and cut his arm off. Then I lit it on fire and slashed through his body twice. I smiled as he fell down screaming. Giggling, I held out my hand and the other disc flew out of the suffering fallen one's chest and back into my hand. I ran through the entire battlefield like this, cutting up everything as I went. I eventually reached the opposite side where they said the holy fighters were coming from. And, coming through the mountain pass a few yards in front of me, were the giant golden holy machines. They were giant robots controlled by holy light, and they could devastate an entire devil regiment easily. And of course, being the maniac that I was, I just laughed and studied the 3 giant robots. Only 3. I looked up at the sky and put up my middle finger. Thought you heard I was coming to this party. That all you got? I started to laugh and reformed the black energy in my hand. Alright boys, time to play. I brought my hand up and smashed it into the ground around me. The earth around me broke and 4 massive skeletons rose around me. Bone guards. I dropped the discs and pulled out my huge long sword, pointed it at the robots, and said kill. The 15-foot skeletons with massive ebony-colored weapons ran at the 30-foot robots. I ran alongside the lead bone guard and jumped up him. I landed on his left shoulder and yelped with glee. He got closer and closer, and when he was within about 30 feet, he brought up his arm and prepared to strike. When he brought the axe in his hand around in a side swipe, I jumped off his shoulder and landed on the robot's arm. The robot brought up its other hand and blocked the bone guard's strike, but most of his gold plating broke off. I watched as the massive metal pieces fell off and cheered. However, the victory was short-lived. The machinery I was standing on started to move and I knew the robot was about to shoot its wrist rockets. I jumped up just in time to watch the plating below my shift and I landed on a gold plate that was directly above a missile. I laughed and jumped up again, but this time I spun in a circle with my sword and came down in a slash. I cut right through the plate and the rocket, making them explode behind me. Luckily I kept my balance and grabbed the plate fingers when I went flying. I came flying back up and slashed through the remaining missiles in no time at all. I looked up to see the fighter's golden helm face staring at me and I flipped it off. The dark blue eyes narrowed and started to glow gold. Not good. I yelped and started to run up the arm, placing my sword on my back again. The head of the machine shot out golden eye beams that followed me up the arm. They stopped when I reached the shoulder and pulled the sword back out. Let's see how many strikes it takes. I did a spin dash and flew through the robot's helmet to get to the center of a giant robot. I turned to see I made a huge cut in the back of the helm, but the head was still on. I did another spin dash and went through front half. The head was still on, but I had an idea. Placing the sword back on back, I ran up the robot's head and made a huge jump to the air above it. I pulled the sword back out, placed it above my head, lit it on fire with black flames, and yelled Heaven's Smite. Then I flew straight down and my sword cut straight through the gold plate. The robot split in half, exploded, and fell down in 2 separate pieces. I flew through the air for a few feet and landed in between my discs that were still embedded in the ground. I turned around and saw that my bone guards had double-teamed the remaining holy fighters and made quick work of them. I put the sword on back again and grabbed the discs, spun them, and placed them on my belt. Like a smooth criminal, I said and started to laugh. The 20 other queens reached me about 10 minutes later and laughed when they saw the remains of the giant robots. We made that small hill our new base of operations. The battle waged for a few more hours until something unexpected happened. "What's it, Captain?" One of my fellow queens yelled and pointed at a huge ray of light in the middle of the battlefield. "Oh no, Sirzechs said he wasn't coming." I started to stutter and stood up from my chair at the command table. I walked to the edge of the command tent and pulled my sword off my back. "Who is it, Varian? An angel?" one of the other queens asked. "No, it's not just any angel. That's God." I whispered the words, but the effect was what I expected. Everyone in the camp shuddered and started to panic. How could the servant brigade beat God? Sirzechs or any of the other higher-ups weren't there, and we didn't have time. Someone had to challenge him if we didn't want to have maximum casualties. "Pull everyone out. I'll distract them," I muttered. And the queens, near me, freaked out. "What? You can't be serious, Varian. Don't throw your life away." They screamed and looked at me with shock and awe. "That's an order. Just do it." I held my sword firmly in my hands. The Black Flame. That's how I got my name. I was the Black Flame Smith and the Black Flame Executioner. Sound the retreat and get them out of here. I'm not losing everyone. Not today. I faintly smiled and started down the hill. Let's put that name to the test. I kept my eyes trained straight ahead. I didn't want to see the other devils that were running past me. They were all in full retreat and sprinting towards the hill, the only safe place left. I felt my men push against as they fled the mass of holy angels in front of me. The fallen angels had left a long time ago, before God had even appeared on the battlefield. They had sustained phenomenal casualties from the constant pounding they had received from both sides. Now it was only us and the angels, me versus the Lord thy God. I eventually reached the end of my retreating army and stood facing a massive line of angels, with none other than God standing right in front of them, in plain sight. There was a good 200 feet between us, but I still saw the calm smile on his smug face. His soft, old, white hair blew in the breeze along with his long white cape, and his pale blue eyes seemed to pierce my very soul. We stood on opposite sides of the field. The calm before the storm, as they used to say. I looked up at the dark, orange, underworld sky and smiled. "No weakness, no surrender, till thy master release you." Or at least that's what I thought then. I looked down at the 7-foot blade in my right hand and spun it in a circle. The black steel was finally clean of all the blood. I slid it back into its sheath on my back and began to walk forward. My eyes darted back and forth as I examined the huge line of angels in front of me. Their white wings folded behind their backs, their weapons held at their waists, like they were watching, waiting. I walked right up to the old bearded deity and kneeled before him, gotta show a bit of respect. "Almighty Lord thy God, I stand before you as the commander of the devil's servant army. I'm the queen of Lord Sirzechs' Gremory." I spoke slowly and clearly. When I finished my introductions, I looked up into the old man's eyes. His kind smile scared me. What was he really thinking behind it? "I must ask you, sir, that either you allow myself and my men to retreat or..." I stood up and grabbed the handle of Black Flame. "I will fight you one-on-one and allow my fellow servants to escape." The man before me began to chuckle and looked at me with a jolly twinkle in his eyes. "Son, I'm very sorry, but I can't allow that," he said, and his demeanor turned much more serious. "We've finally breached the underworld," he called and outstretched his arms. A cheer echoed from the army behind him, which caused me to grip my blade even tighter. "So, I'm going to have to accept your challenge. I must say that as a noble gesture for a devil's servant, you should be commemorated." He smiled again and pulled a golden short sword from his belt. I slowly pulled the sword off my back and smiled back. Even gods can die. Lord Lucifer did. "I appreciate your praise, O Lord, but some of us are a lot better than you would think. For example, we would have shown mercy," I said with a smirk and let the last words hang. If I can at least damage his pride, I may gain an advantage. At this point I'll take whatever I can get honestly. "A snippy one, aren't you? Do you speak to your master like that servant boy?" he said, and kept the same smile on his face, but I saw the kind demeanor leave him. I was getting to him. "Never. I adore my master, and he may return the praise when I bring him your head on a spike," I retorted back, and his smile broke. The clouds above him broke and a bright holy light shone down on him. "Do you really think one servant can beat the Almighty God? Who exactly do you think you are, boy?" he screamed. This is the moment I was waiting for. I twisted my hand around the hilt of my sword and quickly pulled it out. I swung it around my body and held it by my side, taking a sideways pose. I saw the deity's eyes light up, if only for a second. He knew exactly who I was. The red and black hair, the spinning discs of flame, the pale, soulless eyes, and the long, black blade. "I'm Varian Black Flame, guardian of the Gremory Manor, defender of the red-haired princess of Ruin, queen and leader of Sirzechs Gremory's army, the field general of the servant brigade, the servant who has killed over 5,000 angels and 200 holy machines, the reason the devils won the battle at the White Gates and defeated your son Jesus. I am the Black Flame, and I will be the one who kills God," I screamed, and every angel behind the old white-haired man took a few steps back. "At least they aren't sending some grunt after me. You're brave, wielder of the Black Flame, but I've had enough talk, let's fight." The Lord bellowed and flew at me with the speed of a much, much younger man. I blocked his first strike, but he followed quickly with another, and then another. I was barely able to keep up. I blocked a slash that came from his right side and it knocked me back a few steps. I didn't have time to bring the massive sword back up in time for his next slash. I cut across my left forearm and I leaped back from the pain. "I'm not even close to finished yet, boy," he screamed and flew at me again. I clenched my teeth and jumped over his lunge. I wasn't allowed to feel pain yet, not until I won. I flew over him and brought the sword down behind him. It created a small explosion and knocked him into the air. He recovered in midair and he came flying back down at me. His right hand was glowing with holy light. I lit my blade on fire and slammed it into the ground in front of me to block his attack. But it didn't work. He slammed into the ground in front of my sword and a blinding light exploded from the impact. The sword was almost immediately blown from the ground and I went flying with it. I landed on my back a few feet away and clenched my chest in pain. I looked to my left and saw the long black sword embedded into the dark soil. I started to crawl towards it, but then I heard the sound of light crackling. I was about halfway to the sword when I quickly turned my head and saw the old man holding a giant, glowing, white ball over his head. Heaven's unending light. The Lord screamed and threw the massive ball at me. I cursed and scrambled the last few steps towards my sword. I flipped around and crouched with the sword in front of me. Just before the ball hit me, I summoned a massive wall of black and blue flames from my sword. The ball struck my defenses full on and I felt the demonic blade buckle from the huge concentration of holy light. My skin even started to burn, regardless of the massive wall in front of me. I screamed, but not out of pain. I screamed and started to slowly stand up and push the massive ball of light off my sword. I tapped into every bit of energy I had and eventually pushed the massive ball off me and sent it straight up to the dark sky above. It exploded behind the forming rain clouds. Not too bad, kid. I'm honestly impressed. Most of the older servants I've fought didn't last even a quarter of the time that you have. Yet, you look to be about 13 or even 14. How are you so strong? The powerful deity asked me through his gasps for breath. I clearly pushed him farther than anyone else had for a while, but I wasn't much better either. I took a deep breath and tried to heal my wounds during the short break. Well, Lord, I'm in the strongest possible position a servant can be. I've also trained very hard, every day, for the last 4 or 5 years. And, considering the fact that my master is one of the strongest devils now and is in the running to become the next Lucifer, it's really no surprise that I've been trusted with so much power. I've been fighting for a long time, old man, and it seems you've lost your touch. I teased my powerful foe. Better to get cocky now while he is impressed rather than when I'm clearly losing. We'll just see how much of my touch I've lost. The old man chuckled and took a deep breath before discarding his long, white robe. My mouth dropped. This guy may be old, but he's completely jacked. No fair. We both stood back up and straightened ourselves up. My turn to go first. I lit my blade on fire again and watched the black and blue flames consume it. I smiled as I channeled all my magic into it and swung the blade over my head. Let's see how you like this, old man. All right, gentlemen, come out and play. I brought the blade into the ground in front of me and 2 forms exploded from the earth. One came charging out of a black hole and appeared to be almost entirely made of mist. However, as the figure ran around the battlefield, the mist faded, and we were shown a man in a long black robe, which covered his face, riding a pale, black and blue horse. He brought the horse around and stood beside me, slowly twirling his long scythe around himself. The next figure exploded from the ground and made a huge hole where it launched itself from. The figure was massive, bigger than the bone guards I'd summoned earlier. He landed behind me with a massive thud. The deity gazed up at the massive, flaming creature towering behind me. He held a large red and black sword that was spiked at the end in his right hand. His entire chest was black, smoldering skin and lava that burned just beneath the surface of his skin. His head looked like any other monster's and had 4 horns sticking out of the top. Lord, I would like you to meet my 2 strongest monsters, the Reaper known as Darian Morgraine and the Balrog, Sirzechs. Now, gentlemen, attack. I spoke softly and pointed my long sword at the strong deity before me. The Balrog bellowed and charged at the small man in front of him. He ran straight forward before bending over and bellowing a massive hellfire right in the face of the Almighty God. The stream of fire continued for a few long moments before the fire stopped and the smoke cleared. I took a step back in shock, because standing there, unmarked, was the Lord once again. The old man smiled kindly and snapped his fingers. A blinding light emitted from his hands and my Balrog roared with pain. He clutched his face and fire seemed to leak out of his mouth and eyes, as if he was actually burning from within. Black Flame, you really are clueless, aren't you? Why would you send demons against a god who can exorcise them with a snap of his fingers? The old man smiled at me again and I turned from shock to angry. My sword started to glow with the black and blue fire and the flames quickly consumed the rest of my bodies. I slowly started to walk forward and Darian followed right behind me on his horse. The great body of the powerful Balrog fell to my right and I didn't even look at it or pay it any regard. Rest now, Sirzechs, I shall avenge the... I muttered and snapped my fingers. The massive body disintegrated into small orange flames. Those flames flew into my outstretched hand and collected into one massive blaze of hellfire. Darian, keep him busy for me, would ya? I asked and I turned to see the hooded figure give a slight nod. Black mist expelled from the horse as the Reaper flew over me and charged at the god before him. His scythe extended and grew 2 curved blades on each half. As his steed approached the old man, he spun the staff above his head and brought it down and up in an arch as he passed the deity. The smug, confident smile on the Lord's face disappeared when the blood started to leak from the massive gash in his ribs. How can this be? That's nothing more than a devil's familiar. Why didn't my exorcism work? He screamed as he clutched at the wood. I smiled as I turned to him and watched the golden blood leak from his side. I turned to me and his face fell even more. I was glowing black and blue from the fire around me, and I had a massive blaze of hellfire surrounding me as well. He isn't just some devil's familiar, O Lord. He's a specter that I earned the loyalty of and therefore not a part of my realm. So, holy magic has almost no effect on him, I said smugly and snapped my fingers as the man on the horse passed me. He flew through a black portal and disappeared. Then why did you even summon him if you're just going to dismiss him? God asked and stared into my pale eyes in confusion and fear. I smirked and shrugged. Oh, at this point I could easily destroy you on my own, but I just needed to prove to all those angels watching that even a god like you can bleed. And I needed to buy some time to get a hold of some powerful hellfire like this, so thanks for that as well. I smiled and winked at him. Within a few moments he finally realized what he had done by destroying my Balrog, and his face turned from cocky to shock. He'd played right into my hands. But, to my dismay, the angels were preparing to charge into the fray. They weren't fond of the idea of having God die right in front of them. I was about to have to use my attack on them so I could keep God from gaining an advantage, but luckily help arrived. I heard a dozen loud sounds go off above me. They sounded just like magic circles. I looked up and smiled to see that most of the lower-level demons and some of the higher-ups had arrived to help. I didn't feel my master's aura or any of the other more powerful Satans, so that meant it was just the low levels, and that they knew I had everything under control. About time, I screamed up at them. I thought I was going to have to clean this whole place up by myself. A few of the older devils scoffed at me, but most of them laughed and started to annihilate the remaining angels. They were only scrubs, so it was no real problem for most of the real devils. Just leave the big guy to me. I finished and saw most of them nod at me. I turned my attention back to the Almighty Lord in front of me. Where were we? I asked and began slowly walking forward. He responded by forming two massive white balls of light in his hands and throwing them at me. They smashed into my flame wall and broke away, inflicting minimal damage to me. But I can only keep this up for so long. It's now or never. I grabbed the hilt of the sword on my back with both hands and slowly pulled it out. I held it above my head and allowed the three different flames around me to channel into it. Black magic, devil magic, and wizard magic, each in their most powerful forms, were channeled into the blade. I held the glowing blade above my head and prepared my ultimate attack. I am Varian Black Flame, I bellowed, and I am the first devil to ever truly master the art of the three dark flames of hell, and the first devil to ever build a strong enough sword to contain their power. And now I show this war with one strike from that sword. I screamed and brought his sword and held it in front of me. I was already feeling the pain, the ultimate pain. This attack is powerful, but whatever his dishes out, the wielder feels it, plus the pain of holding the spell. Bone guard. I screamed and 1,000 bones broke out of the ground and formed a wall around me. That should keep me alive. Hopefully. I looked in between the wall of bones and saw the color fade from the Lord's face. It's over, Lord. I screamed and ran at him. I jumped about 10 feet in the air, brought the sword over my head, and made contact with his weapon. The next few minutes was nothing but a single loud boom, followed by silence and a blinding white light. I woke up 20 minutes later and looked around. There was nothing left. The green and yellow grass that once gave the field its color was nothing but ash, rubble, and smoldering debris. I slowly raised my head and looked across from me and saw the body of the Lord Almighty God lying motionless on the ash. His body was bruised, burnt, and bloody ... and he was dead. I did it ... but at what cost? I slowly stood up. My entire body ached with pain, but I had to see what damage I did. I looked up to the small hill where the tent was and my mouth dropped. The tent was blown away and there were dead bodies of devils everywhere on that hill. They were burnt, mutilated, and blood covered the entire hill. I turned my gaze across the field to look where the angel front line had been, and I froze in fear. I ran across the burned ground. Despite the pain, I ran. I verified what I thought I had seen and fell to my knees in front of it. They were all here, every single one that had come. I saw the bodies of dead angels. They seemed to stretch on forever. But worse than that was the sight right in front of me ... the dead devils that were in front of me. I knew every single one of them. I checked every single one. I'd either fought with them or seen them in the underworld ... but I knew them all. After checking all the bodies in front of me, my worst fears were recognized. My men. I screamed and ran up the field toward the command tent, tears streaming from my eyes. Please, please don't be. I reached the foot of the hill and felt the moist blood splash as I ran up the hill. I reached what used to be the opening of the tent and fell to my knees. No ... and no ... how did I? I was positive. I saw broken, bloody, lifeless faces staring at me, their visages caught in the same expression. A scream that probably never left their mouths. I sat there, on the bloody ground, and I cried. I cried for so long. Hours later I heard the sound of a portal opening in the distance. I stood up and turned and my tears stopped falling. Because there he was, the only man in my life that was still alive. Sirzechs. I ran down the hill and screamed his name the whole way. When I finally reached him I fell to my knees and groveled in front of him. Master ... Master ... what did I do? What do I do now? They're ... they're all gone. I screamed and cried right there in front of him. I looked up at his face, tears blocked my vision, but I could still make out the awestruck look on his face. He examined the body of the fallen god, the dead angels, the dead devils, the dead field, and then he knelt down and grabbed my shoulder. Sirzechs, I don't know what happened. I didn't think something like this would happen. I screamed and wrapped my arms around him. Even at a time like this, in a place like this, he was still warm to me. Varian, I'm so sorry, boy. I'm so sorry. I heard him start to tear up and he pushed me away and held me at arm's length. There is only one thing I can think of. He snapped his fingers and a red portal opened. I looked at the portal and back to him and back to the portal. My mind was a blur and the tears were still streaming down my face. I looked over at the portal one last time and saw the beautiful maid that had taken care of me my first day. Brittany. She walked over to me with a small black box in her hands. Sirzechs stood up, whispered something in her ear, took the box, and turned back to me. It would be my pleasure, sir, the pretty auburn-haired girl said and walked over to kneel beside me. Listen, Varian, Sirzechs began, trying to hold back the tears. If the higher-ups learn about this they will hunt you ... and kill you, he said, and I started to cry even harder. What? Why? Master, please no. I didn't know. I screamed and he put a firm hand on my shoulder. I know you didn't. I know, but they won't care about that. They will hunt you and kill you, Varian. You've killed several families of the 72 pillars here today. That's treason and ... they'll kill you for it, he said, and tears fell down his face too. He didn't want to let me go like this. Not yet. What do I have to do, master? I'll do anything. I screamed and latched onto him again. He ran his hand up and down my back gently. I want you to run. I'm releasing you from service. You've become a high-class devil now, Varian. I'm so proud of you. He spoke softly and stopped the embrace. When I pulled back, he pushed the small black box into my hands. This is your set of evil pieces. Go start a family, Varian. Run away from here and don't come back until I find a safe place for you, okay? He said, still choking on tears as he spoke. That warm smile was the only thing that kept me from collapsing right there. Take Brittany with you. Make her your queen. I'll cover for you as best as I can. He stood me up, brushed me off, and hugged me one last time. Now boy, run ... run and never look back. He let go of me, kissed my forehead, and turned to leave. No ... and no ... and no. Sirzechs, please don't leave me. Sirzechs. I screamed and called after him, but he never turned ... he couldn't. I kept screaming until I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked over at the sweet girl with the kind purple eyes and the beautiful face. Don't worry, it will all be okay now. I'm yours now, Varian, and you are mine. I'll protect you and care for you, just like any good queen would. She pulled me into a hug and pressed my face into her chest. She was about a foot taller than me back then. She stroked my black and red hair and kissed my head softly. Her sweet smell made me feel at peace, less tense. She smelled like roses, and all kinds of other flowers. Okay, I whispered, and she released me from the embrace. She started walking down the hill and turned when she noticed I wasn't following. She just smiled sweetly and held out her hand. Come on then. We've got a long road ahead of us, best to not dally, she said kindly. Her sweet voice made my body react on its own. I walked forward, took her hand, and never looked back. I finished my story and blinked my eyes to clear the mist that had taken over them. 9 of the girls in front of me sat with awestruck faces and shocked expressions, but there was one that stood up and walked over to me. Her amber hair swayed with each step she took towards me. She grabbed my left hand, pulled me back to the couch, sat me down, and began to snuggle next to me. She knew that always made me feel better. Varian, it's all just one bad dream now, I promise, she said softly and looked into my eyes with those kind purple eyes. I smiled back faintly and rested my head on her shoulder. My hair mixed in with hers and she gently stroked my arm, trying to calm me. But master, if Sirzechs covered for you, then why does Rias still hate you? Sarah asked as she and the other 2 pawns stared at me from the couch on the other side of the small glass table. I sighed. The story he gave them wasn't a much better one. While Sirzechs told the elders a different story. He told everyone that God had decimated the battlefield and I was the only one left when he arrived. He explained how he finished off the wounded deity and then released from service. So all the other devils just think that I got lucky and he released me for being the only one that survived. I explained and sighed. I didn't mind Sirzechs taking credit for killing God, I just wished he had a better story. But how else could you explain the thousands of deaths that occurred there ... at the Battle of the Elysian Fields? So is that why Rias and Sona think you are unworthy of being a high-class devil? Arya asked and tried to get up from the couch. Her wounds were still pretty bad and I told her to sit down, but, of course, she ignored me and proceeded to walk towards me. She laid back down on the couch, placing her head right back on my lap. She smiled up at me and I gently stroked her long purple hair. That's how it appears to me. We were never really close though. I always tried to. I trailed off and the girls leaned forward in anticipation. I was lost in my own thoughts for a while before Brittany brought me back. Tried to make her like you? My queen asked and smiled at me. Of course she knew, she'd been there. The other girls looked a bit shocked though. Master, why would you ever try to make an awful girl like that fall for you? Amy yelled. She and those dumb, flashy pieces of hers can go die for all I care. Seraphine grumbled and looked out one of the large Gothic windows next to the TV. Their reaction made me laugh and I shook my head in embarrassment. I was pretty stupid back then. Well, I thought she was this dignified, kind, beautiful girl. I always tried to hang out with her or her other friends whenever I could. But I was wrong about them. They always made fun of me and managed to ditch me somehow. Why did Sirzechs ever tell me to be friends with her? She's just a snob. I started to get angry when I started to recall the way Rias and those other uppity rich kids used to treat me. A few years after I left, I received word from Sirzechs that she and a few other younger devils had journeyed to the human world. I tried my best to avoid them as much as possible while I looked for my pieces. I explained, and the girls were staring straight at me. This was probably the most intriguing story they've ever heard. When did you realize Rias was treating you so badly? Amy asked as she and the 3 other younger girls sat right in front of me, peering up at me like little kids. It didn't take too long. It was probably a month or so before I started fighting in the war when I gave up on her. The only thing that bothers me is how she shows that Issei boy so much affection. I could sense different presences from her other slaves. But he was purely human, so why? I asked, mainly just to myself. Things weren't adding up anymore. I looked at the girls and they all had conflicted expressions on their faces, and I probably did too. So master, why didn't you fight Rias or Sona when they attacked us? It's not that we wouldn't gladly fight for you, it's just you don't like them, so why not destroy them? Violet asked, and everyone gave her a peculiar look. Violet was always sweet and forgiving, so if she thinks someone needs to be destroyed. Geez, I can't hurt them. Sirzechs would hate me, and it would cause too much of a scene if the runaway servant suddenly reappeared by attacking 2 members of prestigious families. I explained, and the girls seemed to grumble in anger. I could tell they were on my side 100%, it made me smile. Well girls, I think that answers all the questions. I should probably go to bed, it's pretty late. I picked up Aria's head and gently laid it back down before standing up and stretching. All the girls sat completely still and watched me leave. Just before exiting the room, I peered around the corner back at them. Oh, and there is no way we are going back to that school. I'm going to try and get in touch with Sirzechs tomorrow, okay? Hopefully we can go home soon. I told them, and they all seemed to become less tense and they started to smile. Home is where we were happiest and safest. I love that house. I walked out of the living room, climbed the stairs, walked down the hall, and traveled up the spiral staircase. 100 thoughts were swimming through my head. Why would Sirzechs want me to come here? I mean, he does know how Rias and I feel about each other, right? So why would he want us to get married? I was that girl's bodyguard and escort for so many years. And no way I'm ever going to forget how she really is and accept her. So what is he trying to gain? I had no idea what to make of the situation and went to bed with my head spinning and confused. I pulled off my shirt and jeans and hopped into bed. The next day I had to request an audience with the Devil King and try to figure this out. That snobby witch hurt my girls. And no way I'm staying in this stupid city with her. Then I remembered what happened in the club room. How she treated her servants. I have to go find that Issei kid tomorrow and apologize to him. And that one girl. Why didn't she attack or anything? I said to myself and tossed and turned in my king-sized bed. Now that I think about it. She looked a bit angry at the way Rias was acting. Maybe they aren't all bad. Well, there is only one way to find that out. I said to myself again and nodded. Get some sleep tonight, go apologize to that snob servants, and then talk to her brother about getting out of here. Sounds like a plan. I started to nod off and I fell asleep for a few hours, but of course I was awoken by a sudden creaking noise. My eyes slowly opened and I turned my head towards the spiral staircases. I immediately shot up and sat in my bed when I saw Brittany quietly walking towards my bed in her small white t-shirt. Brittany, what's wrong? I asked, and I didn't get an answer. The brown-haired girl just giggled and jumped onto my bed. She threw off the covers and crawled onto my bare chest, lightly clawing at it with her nails. She crawled up my body and finally laid her head down on my chest and nuzzled up against me. Master, do you remember that one night when I caught you sneaking out? She asked and lovingly ran her fingers across my chest. I laughed awkwardly and ran my hand down her arm. Yeah, I do. It was the night before my second big battle, right? Our rooms were right next to each other and I was trying to sneak out so get some fresh air. I replied and smiled. That's right. I heard a noise outside my door and opened it right when you were passing it. And then we walked around together the whole night, she said, and I could hear the loving tone in her voice. Why is she bringing this up? Yep, I remember being so scared to go fight again. But you were right there, holding my arm. I smiled and cupped her cheek. Her eyes lit up a bit in the moonlight, and I used to think they couldn't get any prettier. We were sitting alone in the garden, in front of the fountain. You held me close and told me how scared you were. How terrified you were of actually dying and of losing everything. How scared you were to die before you could see the world for yourself. Do you remember what I told you? She asked and shuffled a bit on my chest. She brought her head right over mine and her soft, amber hair fell all over the bed around me. What's she doing? He told me that if I fought my hardest and fought for myself then one day I'd be able to walk on my own and be free. I'd be happy and I'd have people in my life to care for and fight for. Then you leaned in close, just like this. My voice trailed off as I brought my hand to the back of her head and moved my face closer to hers. You moved in close and said that I'd always have you to fight for and that I'd always have you to care for me. When I finished speaking, I pressed my lips to her soft, red ones and kissed her. She reached out with her hands and interlocked them with mine. She pushed my hands against the soft mattress and pressed her body against mine. Brittany was my first servant, my first kiss, and my first love. Brittany, I don't know what to say. I said after she pulled away from me. She just smiled down at me and pressed a finger to my lips. Don't say anything, Varian. Let's just get through this, go home, and all of us can be together again. She smiled and laid back down on me. She fell asleep pretty quickly, but not before wrapping her arms around me and making it so I couldn't move around anymore. Thanks, Brittany. I patted her head softly and closed my eyes. You always know just what to do. I fell asleep pretty fast after that. My mind was finally at ease. The next morning, I woke up in the exact same place I'd fallen asleep. But there was something a bit different now. What was it? Oh, maybe it was the 5 girls in my bed. I jerked my head around and my face was assaulted with 5 different colors of hair: purple, amber, red, blonde, and black. I was eventually able to sit up and look at my new sleeping buddies. So, when did you 4 get in here? I asked, and I saw Seraphine roll onto Violet in a sleepy, drunk state. Can you not be so loud, Master? Wait, how did we get in Master's room? Arya asked and slowly sat up in bed. Did we walk up here? Ashlyn asked as she sat up right next to me and placed her head on my shoulder. Her breath smelled like, did you guys dig into the booze again? I told you to stop that. I told them they set such a bad example for the younger girls. Come on, Master, don't be so loud, Violet said as she crawled up to my other side and wrapped her arms around me. I know you like it when I'm like this. She giggled and started to lick me and tried to kiss me. She's still drunk. Okay, who let her drink the most? Don't you guys know she can't handle it? I asked, already exhausted. Master, it was actually her idea. After all the others went to bed, we stayed up and we were feeling pretty down about today. So we went for a drink. Arya explained and laid back down on my lap. By this time Brittany was starting to wake up as well. What's going on, Varian? Why are you so loud this early? She sat up, sat on Arya's face, and groggily rubbed her eyes. Get off. I heard Arya say through muffled words and I started to giggle. What? Oh, Arya, I'm really sorry. Brittany jumped off and sat at the end of the bed. When did you girls get here? We came in drunk last night. Can you please keep it down? Arya replied and rubbed her head. She ran her hands through her long purple hair and tried to unknot it. Where did you 4 even go? I asked, and Violet smiled mischievously. Well, sexy, we went to this place down the street with some really strong sake and even American drinks. I had already had a couple beers from the fridge, so I flashed the bouncer. She laughed and fell down on my lap. She was wasted off a couple. What am I going to do with her? Yeah, it was pretty funny. He was about to card us, being teenagers and all, but Violet showed him off and we got in. We even got free drinks, Seraphine said and started to laugh and pat her fellow knight on the head. Okay, you 4, new rule, no alcohol unless we're at a party or something, okay? And no more flashing, ever. Now go get dressed, take a shower, and get some sleep. I told them and they all sighed. But why? Very Ashlyn sang and moved in to kiss my cheek. I have to be strong. Can't let her get to me. Because I don't want any of you getting hurt, and I can't believe some guy got to see Violet's parts before. Violet started to laugh and jumped off the bed in her drunken haze. Before you, sweetie. Well, here you go, Master. She grabbed her shirt and ripped it off. She placed her hands on her hips and smiled at me. The other girl started to laugh and I just sat there, speechless. Violet. It's just wow. Wait, no. After starring for a while, I jumped up and threw a shirt over her. Never again. I yelled at her and she pouted. Did you not like it? I bet Areas are better. She pouted and looked up at me with sad eyes. No, they were great. It's just you shouldn't do that. I explained and she smiled at me. She wrapped her arms around me and tackled me back onto the bed. The rest of the girls started to laugh as their hangovers cleared slightly. They all made one big dog pile on top of me and showered me in sloppy, alcohol-smelling kisses. Later that morning, I climbed down the main staircase and saw my 3 adorable pawns and my 2 bishops sitting at the dining table. Sarah, Ella, Amy, and Tara were probably arguing over something again, and Jasmine was just sitting there reading quietly. Good morning, girl, I called and started to walk towards the big dining room. Amy and Tara immediately jumped up and ran at me. Their pink and brown hair bounced up and down as they made their way to me. They both jumped up and I caught them both in my arms. Good morning, Master. I'm so glad to see that you're happy and smiling again, Amy called out and threw her hands around my neck. Tara cheered and jumped out of my arms. She preferred to latch onto my arm and make it hard for me to walk around. How could I not smile when I get to see so many cuties in the morning? I teased them and started walking towards the dinner table. So what's for breakfast? I asked, and Jasmine immediately jumped up and ran over to get me a plate of bacon and ham. Here you are, Master. I hope I made it to your liking today, she said and gave a slight bow that made her dark blue hair fall in front of her face. I laughed and took the plate from her. Thanks, Jasmine. I'm positive you made the best breakfast ever. She smiled and started walking back to her seat. Well, I think it sucks, Sarah said and frowned at her plate. I started laughing and Jasmine just smiled. Sarah always does this when I show one girl a lot of affection in front of her. I stood up and walked behind her chair and wrapped my arms around the short blonde girl. What are you doing? She yelled and I just laughed. I kissed her head and she started to blush and giggle. Now that's the Sarah I know and love. Don't be so mean. I lightly tapped her head and walked back over to my seat. I looked back at her after I sat down and saw her face was now dark and she was blushing underneath it. Ella giggled and ran over from her seat and jumped into my lap. "Hello, master, are you having a good morning?" she asked and started eating pieces of my bacon. I laughed at her and broke a piece of ham off for her too. It's been pretty nice, except for me having to babysit the older ones. You know how they can be. We both laughed and she just sat there with me and ate my breakfast while I watched Tara's and Amy's screaming match over who loves me more. About 8. Some time passed and all the girls were busying themselves around the house. Sarah, Ella, and Tara were all playing some little kid game on my Xbox. Luckily I looked up my games. Jasmine and Amy were outside practicing some magic or something. Aria, Ashlyn, and Brittany were gossiping and talking about girly stuff in the kitchen. Seraphine was off somewhere doing Lord knows what, and Violet was still passed out trying to undrunkify herself. I told Brittany and the others that I was leaving for a bit and that they were in charge. I left Seraphine and Violet in charge one time. I had to buy a new second floor and staircase. Anyway, I set off to find that Issei kid and maybe talk to him before I left for good. I walked along the sidewalk for a good half hour. My hands in my pockets, my head tilted back, my head looking up at the pretty blue sky above me. This is truly a beautiful world. I had my shaggy hair hanging at around the base of my neck but not covering my face except for my forehead. I had on a white t-shirt with blue and pink splashes of paint on it, a black jacket, sweatpants, and socks and sandals. The most American outfit in the most non-American place ever. I eventually started to see kids walking towards the school and I was lucky enough to see Issei walking towards a bus stop. I could tell he was conflicted just by looking at him. He wasn't even paying attention to anything around him and he bumped into a short blonde girl. I laughed and watched him apologize to her and help her pick up her things. Wait, is that ... oh no. Issei, I yelled and started running towards him. He looked over at me and the short blonde girl looked at me with a puzzled expression. I reached him and grabbed his shoulder, bent over, and tried to catch my breath. That's another reason I didn't fight Rias, I'm so out of shape. Hey Issei, I'm glad I caught you my man. Mind if I speak to you? I said and smiled at him gently. Please don't hate me. Oh hey Very, would you mind if that waited for a little while? This girl is lost and I need to help her real quick. I'll see you at school, he said and looked at me to confirm that was okay. I shook my head and smiled. No can do big guy. I'm leaving either today or tomorrow, you can probably tell why. He frowned and nodded at me. Maybe he doesn't think I'm that bad. Listen, I wanted to apologize about yesterday, man. It wasn't right for me to drag you into all that. I bowed and pleaded that he forgive me. He took a step back and put his hand behind his head. Dude, I promise, everything is okay now. I don't hold anything against you. You were just looking out for your friends, right? He asked and grabbed my shoulder so that I'd look him in the eye. Yeah, that's all it was. Thanks for understanding, dude, means a lot. I said and clasped his hand and shook with him. The whole time we were talking, the little blonde girl was smiling and just staring at the two of us. I just noticed her when Issei released my hand. Oh, I'm really sorry, my name is Varian. What's yours? Do you need some help? I asked and tried to ignore the fact she had on a nun outfit. She didn't look like the usual type, so I thought I was okay. Why am I doing this? It's a huge risk, especially for me. Oh, hello Varian. I'm Asia Argento. It's so very nice to meet another kind soul today. I'm actually a bit lost. I was looking for the church and I can't seem to find it. Could either of you show me? She asked and I froze. Church? I'd love to, Asia. Well, Varian, I guess I'll be. Issei was about to finish but I grabbed his collar and pulled him away from the cute girl. Okay Issei, here is a little devil tip. That girl is nuns are bad. She wants to go to a church, churches are worse than nuns. You follow me? I explained and he just looked over at the small girl and she waved at him. But Varian ... she's so cute. He whined and I shrugged. She was but a CHRUCH. As Rias taught him nothing. I know dude, but trust me, you don't want to go down that road. I pleaded with him but he didn't want to hear it. How about I just walk her to the outskirts of the church and then leave her? He asked and I nodded in defeat. Okay my man, if that's what you want. But take this. I conjured a black card with a summoning circle on it. In case you get into trouble at some point. He took the card with a smile and nodded. I appreciate it Varian. I'll see you around, okay? And don't worry about yesterday, it's in the past. He said and gave me a high five before walking back to the pretty blonde nun. I sighed and shook my head as I watched him go. So young and foolish ... how could I let him go? Hey Issei, one more thing. I yelled after him and he turned around to face me. Can you apologize to the hot black-haired girl for me? I asked and he smiled and waved. Consider it done Very. See you around. He replied and I waved as he walked away. That's a cool dude, I don't care what anyone says. Rias better not get him killed. After I encountered the young servant, I started walking home. I decided to take a detour through a small park on my way back, enjoy the view for a while longer. I came upon a small fountain in the middle of the park. It looked so peaceful and pleasant. I took a seat at a bench nearby and decided to go ahead and write my letter to Sirzechs. I snapped my fingers and a yellow scroll appeared before me. I looked around to make sure the place was empty and, when I saw that it was, I set my finger alight with black flames and began to write. I wrote for a few minutes and I didn't notice the sky above me change. I heard a loud sound of light crackling and my battle instincts immediately kicked back in. I know that sound far too well. Well, no one told us there was another high-class devil here. A dark male voice said behind me, and I backflipped off the bench right before it exploded into 1,000 pieces. I flew about 15 feet in the air and landed on a nearby tree branch. I looked at where the bench had once been and saw a blue light spear in the ground. Fallen angels ... It's been a while since I've seen these. Come on out, fallen ones. You wanna have a chat? I'll give chat. I didn't even summon my discs when I jumped out of the tree. I hit the ground and looked up at the sky to see that it was black and blue, like a bad storm or a dark night. I walked back onto the path near the fountain and turned to see 5 figures appear on the side of the fountain. One was clearly a fallen angel, the dark fedora, a trench coat, and that dark twinkle in his eye. The other 4 were probably just rouge priests. 1 minute ... tops. That crazy look came back to my eyes and I snapped my fingers. Black and blue flames flew up my arms and covered my body. It's been a while since I've fought fallen angels. You gentlemen feeling lucky. I slid behind a tree to avoid a third barrage of bullets from the 4 priests that had positioned themselves behind the fountain. I pressed my back against the tree and tried to transfer all my fire magic into my hands. My left fist burned dark blue while my right was black. I clasped my hands together and peered around the tree only to be immediately forced to hide behind it once more. Another barrage of pistol fire came my way, so I pressed myself against the tree once again. Man, I've lost my touch. Come on, devil. The fallen angel called. I thought you were so strong. What happened to that stupid cocky attitude earlier? These are just priests, kid, come on. He taunted and flew above the fountain trying to aim his spear at me. I need a plan, I told myself, and racked my brain for some way to get to them without getting a light bullet blasted through my skull. I heard the pistols sound again and bullets whizzed by the tree. I thought you were some big shot high-class devil. Guess you're just some mangy stray then. Someone move in and finish this kid off. He commanded, and the priests began to grumble about themselves. I leaned against the tree, looked at my hands, clenched my fists, and exhaled. When I reincarnated my servants, it did weaken my powers a bit, but I'm still no pushover. Guess it's time to nut up or shut up. I whispered and dashed out from behind the tree. The priests were a bit startled and fumbled with their guns before shooting, which bought me enough time to slid and reach the fountain wall. I heard the shots whiz above me and smiled. I leapt straight up in the air and concentrated my flames into my arms. Is this what you wanted, fallen one? I asked as black and blue flames shot from my back and darted across the black sky. I flew straight at the group of priests with my hands cupped together behind my head. When I got within 10 feet, I brought them down and smashed the ground right in front of them. The area in front of me exploded and the 4 rouges went flying backwards. Worthless humans, I'll just handle you myself. The fallen angel screamed behind me and threw his light rod at my back. In a split second, I conjured my spinning fire discs and backflipped over the rod just before it hit ground where I was standing. My turn, fallen one. I screamed as I spun around in midair and threw both of my discs at him. He dodged the one on the left, but the right one sliced across his ribs. He howled in pain and clutched at his leaking wound. Had enough? Cause I can do more if you want, I asked as I landed on the opposite side of the fountain wall. I'm feeling good, remembering all my old tricks. I'm not even close to finish with you devil scum. I'm not leaving until you're lying at my feet bleeding and wounded. He snarled at me and summoned 2 blue light rods in each hand. He dived down and landed on the wall just in front of me. He brought the first light rod down and arced towards my head. I easily backstepped and avoided it and didn't even resummon my discs. This was too easy. You gonna hit me or not, old man? I taunted and did a little foot hop as he brought both his light swords at me in a cross slash. I bent backwards and watched them sail right over my head. In response, I put all my weight on my back leg and then backflipped, kicking him in the face in the process. I landed elegantly on the narrow cement wall and watched the old fallen one grab at his chin. No devil has ever defeated Donasik, and I'm not starting my losing streak today. He bellowed and slashed upwards with his left-hand sword. I hopped back and was barely able to avoid his lunge strike with the other sword. He's getting a bit too reckless, better end this. Well, I think it's my turn now, Donasik, my friend. I teased just as he brought his right-hand sword in a cross slash at my head. I slowly brought up my left hand and reformed my disc, blocking his sword in the spikes. I spun the disc and his sword broke into tiny pieces of light. Don't think I'm done yet, devil. He yelled and slashed upwards with the other sword, to which I replied with the summoning of my other disc. I held my hand at my waist and caught his sword in the spikes yet again. I spun the disc and broke his other sword. Come on, man, you fell for the same move twice. I complained and didn't even give him time to answer before I brought my left elbow across and connected it with his face. He sprawled backwards and I used the disc in my right hand to give him a nice uppercut slash. Launcher! I screamed and followed him as he flew straight into the air. I flew up right in front of him and brought my arms across my body before doing a cross slash with my discs. I followed this with a spinning strike and cut him across the chest about 8 times. I finished the spin, brought both my legs up, kicked him square in the chest, flew back and watched him fly towards the ground, and brought my discs together. I fused them together with magic and threw my hands up, throwing the discs into the air above me. The spell I used took effect and the discs broke into 10 separate, smaller discs that formed a half circle around me. They floated there and each disc had a black magic circle inside it. I snapped my fingers and each disc started to spin on its own until they had generated enough power to unleash my attack. Hey Donasik, how you doing down there? Listen man, it's been fun but I gotta jet. But don't worry, I got one last special trick just for you. I brought my left hand up and formed a small black ball in my palm. What's your name? Devil? He chalked out as he rose back to his feet and tried to resummon his light blades. He's a tough one, I'll admit that. Black flame, and you're about to find out why, I said slowly, and the color leaked from his face. Yeah, that's right, I know you know who I am, Donaseek. Anyway, farewell friend. I threw the small fireball at him and the discs released their pent-up magic energy. A massive torrent of black and dark blue fire flew out of each disc and the flames traveled through the air at an amazing speed. They engulfed Donaseek as soon as my small fireball struck his chest. When the smoke finally cleared, there was a pile of ash and black fedora where the fallen angel had once stood. I landed in front of the small pile and knelt before it. You can rest now, my friend. You have fought well and I thank you for all you have done in your life. You may have been a fallen angel, but... I grabbed the fedora, placed it on my head, stood up, and began to walk away. I would never hold that against you. I'm sorry, Donaseek. I walked over to the remnants bench where I had been writing my letter and picked up the small, yellow parchment. I finished my note and threw it through a black portal I had summoned. Hopefully it will reach Sirzechs before the day is over. The sky above me began to clear and it showed a clear, blue, morning sky. I placed my hands behind my head and began my journey home, smiling the whole way there, the fedora still on my head. Later that night, I reclined on the black leather couch and propped my feet up on the glass table in front of me. I just popped and going the distance and I had a full jumbo bag of popcorn and a large Diet Coke next to me. It was around 11 at night, so the younger girls were in bed and it was just me, Aria, Violet, Brittany, and Ashlyn sitting in the living room. Seraphine didn't want to watch a girly love movie, so she was off doing something violent probably. The opening music played and Brittany nuzzled up to my arm and grabbed a hold of me. It was the absolute perfect setup. Ashlyn was sitting with her head on my left shoulder, Aria was lying across her with her head on my lap, Brittany was holding my right arm and squeezing it between her boobs, and Violet was sitting on the floor with her head between my legs. I smiled and exhaled happily as I leaned my head back against the soft leather. After fighting earlier today, plus the drunk girls this morning, and plus all the crap I had to deal with when I got home, I just wanted to relax. I had to explain to the girls where I got the hat and they hated the way it looked, so they made me throw it out. I was super bummed, but hey, the missus want what the missus want, right? Anyway, the opening scene finally came on, and just as I was about to take a sip of my drink, something started buzzing in my pocket. What is it now? I sighed and pulled out a small black card. It had the word summon glowing in bright white letters on it. Issei, I asked, and the girls looked at me. You girls want to help me save some poor, helpless, super awesome pervert? I asked, and they all started to laugh. Oh, I have to hear this story when we get back, Aria said, and she and Ashlyn stood up laughing. Brittany sighed. She actually wanted to watch the movie with me. I'll get the portal ready, she said, and gave me a faint smile before walking into the foyer. Violet stood up and pulled her 2 daggers, wind and rain, out of her waistband. I swear she carries those things around like prostitutes carry those tiny guns, concealed and well hidden in places you'd never look. Are we going to fight, Master? She asked and spun the daggers around in her hands. Yes, we do, I replied, and she sighed. Fighting never really was her favorite thing, but she's good at it. We walked into the foyer and saw Brittany standing in the middle of a black vortex on the floor. Coming or not? And tell me you paused the movie, Varian, she said in a slightly irritated tone, like a housewife that always has to do stuff instead of relaxing. So, after running back and pausing the movie, I jumped into the portal and we flew through the black void to our unknown destination. Moments later, the portal opened to reveal a small, dimly lit room with candles in one corner and a couch next to them. There was a small, bloody heap in one of the darker corners, but I didn't pay much attention to it. My main concern was the scene in front of me. I saw my friend, Issei, lying on the ground with a gunshot wound in his kneecap. And a little ways away from him was a scary-looking old guy in a blue priest robe and a white dress shirt. He had long, crazy-looking white hair and terrifying red eyes. The worst of all was who he had captive. In front of him, pinned against the wall, was the same adorable nun girl from this morning. Her hands were held above her head by a light sword and her clothes were cut so that you could basically see everything on her. The crazy-looking priest guy was molesting her and taunting Issei all at the same time, well, at least until I stepped in, of course. Get your hands off of her, I screamed, and my disc flew right past Issei's head before slicing a thin, but deep, cut into the priest's arm. He clutched at his elbow area and stepped back. Oh, so we got more devils for old Fried to cut up and massacre. I'm delighted. He yelped with glee and pulled his sword out of the wall, causing the blonde to fall at his feet. And it looks like little Miss Slut of a sister forgot to complete the barrier too. It kicked her face as he continued walking towards us. Man, this one is off the charts crazy, Ashlyn said and shuddered a bit. I can't blame her. The creepy ones scare me too much. No one treats a girl that way. Violet, Aria, let's get him. Ashlyn, get Issei to a safe distance. And Brittany, I was about to give my queen an order, but then I saw her massive wind slice attack fly right at the priest. He jumped forward and hit the deck just as the wind sliced the air above his head. The walls on both sides of the room had huge gashes in them and most of the furniture was cut up too. He jumped up and charged at Violet, who didn't even move from where she was standing. She just watched him come, held out her daggers, smiled, and blocked his first downward swing. She parried the strike with her right-hand dagger and a splash of water flew at the priest's face. "Oh, come on. What kind of trick is that?" He whipped his face with his left hand as he continued to swing at Violet. She parried a sideways slash with her left-hand dagger and the sword flew back a few inches. It was just enough of a distraction for her to slid in and smash her elbow into the guy's stomach. Then she took a step back and slashed at his chest with her rain dagger. "You're too slow, old man. I thought rouge priests were supposed to be feared." She taunted as she ducked and juked around him so she could get on his left side and slash a long cut through his ribs. Oh, I love it when the sexy ones can fight." He howled and swung at Violet with his sword. Her lighting reflexes prevented him from getting a good strike on her, but he still slashed her arm pretty good. She rolled out of the way and crouched on the ground a bit farther away from him. She clutched the wound to stop the bleeding, but there was no way she was done. Just as Fried turned back to the four of us, Violet threw both of her daggers into his back and he howled with pain. He tilted his head back during his scream and it gave Arya an easy target. She started running, jumped up, and came flying down at him and decked him with one punch right across his face. He went spinning to the floor and Arya landed in a cool crouched pose in front of him, her purple hair landing perfectly on her back. She stood up and placed her hands on her hips. "Like that creepo, 'cause I got plenty more." She started to walk forward so she could pick him up and throw him across the room, but before she could get close to him he rolled over and shot his small light pistol. "Like the you devil slut. Aw, is my light bullet too much for you, sweetie?" He taunted and I watched her clutch her stomach and fall to her knees. "Arya," I screamed, "I'll kill you, you priest maniac. I'll never let anyone hurt her, ever." I was about to make a dash for her but the priest was back up on his feet before I knew it. He ran up to her and kicked her right in the face, sending her to the floor, before moving on to the rest of us. His gaze was clearly set on me and I was charging right at him, but someone else got to him. "How dare you!" Ashlyn screamed and bodied him with a well-placed forearm to the jugular. As the priest tumbled through the air, Brittany brought her left hand above her head and released a massive wind shear attack. The air in front of her seemed to curve into blades as they flew straight at Fried. When the wind reached him, he went flying backwards and had cuts all over his chest, arms, and legs. He landed with a thud behind the couch and I was pretty sure he was going to stay down. I ran over to Arya and tilted her back so that she was lying across my knee. The wound wasn't too bad, the bullet didn't go that deep, but if I didn't do something soon. I set my hand alight with a light blue flame and pressed it against the wound. The wound sizzled and Arya twisted in pain, she was barely conscious. "I know it hurts, sweetie, but just be strong. I'm so sorry you keep getting hurt." I cupped her cheek with my other hand and held her close while I constantly blinked to get rid of my misty eyes. "I can't be weak now, she's going to be okay." I gently kissed her forehead and applied more pressure to the bullet wound. It seemed to be healing and the light magic was draining into me, so she should be okay. I felt my head grow dizzy from the constant contact with the holy light though, but I can take it, I have before. "You think I'm done already, devils?" Well, Fried Zelzen doesn't quite that easy and he's even got some backup. I looked up and saw the priest dancing on the couch across the room from me. Violet and Ashlyn both ran up to me and crouched by my side while I attempted to heal Arya. The priest put his hands up above him and cheered as a fallen angel portal opened above him. "Oh, not good, we've got to do something and get out of her," I muttered, and the two girls next to me stood up and got ready to fight. Then I felt someone glide over me and I was greeted by the sight of Brittany landing in front of me. Man, she has a nice butt. No, wrong place for those thoughts. Anyway, she unleashed another massive air shear attack, but this time the priest hid behind the couch so the attack was less severe. The couch was ripped to shreds and he had a few more cuts, but he jumped back onto the couch without any effort and then charged at us with his light sword. "Brittany, get out of the way," I said coldly, and she replied without turning to verify. She slid to the right and, after placing Arya gently on the ground, I bolted from my crouched position. I flew at Fried, my whole body engulfed in dark blue flames. He laughed and shot at me, but I just blocked the bullet with my fire shield. "Oh, I'm screwed," he said, and his face fell when he saw me leap at him. I flew through the air and tackled him into the couch. I punched his face a few times before I grabbed his collar and held him above me. "You shot Arya and tried to hurt my other friends. I think it's over for you now, Friedy boy," I snarled as I brought my fist back and released him. A sharp pain shot through my body and my grip loosened. I saw Fried fall and land on his feet before immediately smashing a light ball into the ground, disappearing. I turned and saw all four of the girls and Asia lying against the wall, unconscious. How? I turned a bit more and saw her. There was a bright red and black light at the other end of the room, and in the center of it was the red-haired devil, Rias, with the rest of her peerage. The small white-haired girl was holding Issei and he was calling for Asia as they prepared to teleport. Of course she'd ignore his request and leave the nun. Typical. But why am I so dizzy? Oh no, she didn't. I kept staring at them as I fell to my knees, and I even saw Rias wink at me with that stupid grin on her smug face. But, next to her, I saw the same black-haired girl with the ponytail look at her in disgust. I looked at Aquino, confused. Why? I looked up at the ceiling just before blacking out and saw the fallen angel portal start to close. At least we're somewhat luckily. I also heard the sound of another portal opening and a loud scream-like sound. I saw a red-haired blur run towards me just as everything went black and I fell onto the couch, asleep. Soft arms wrapped around me and I was out like light. Rias, maybe I'm not leaving just yet. My eyes snapped open and I sat up with jolt. I looked around frantically and relief washed over me when I noticed where I was. I saw the blood-red walls and the posters that symbolized my room. I rubbed my eyes and noticed how tired and groggy I was. I was about to lay back down when a soft noise made me jump across the bed. I looked over and saw Seraphine. Her long red hair covered the bed around her. She slowly opened her eyes and raised herself a bit. She made that cute yawning noise as she calmly wiped the drool from her mouth and looked at me with a smile. I just sat there in shock for a bit, half because I didn't remember last night and half because she was naked. Seraphine, what happened? How did you get me here? Why are you naked? I asked and tried to cover my eyes. I looked towards the stairs in the other corner and saw that her clothes and her massive black sword were sitting beside the railing. She giggled and started to crawl toward me seductively. Well, Varian, my lovable master, I saved you guys last night and brought you all back here, she said and crawled into my lap and snuggled against me. I came in to watch the movie with you last night and saw that you had disappeared. Then I noticed the magic circle engravings in the foyer and I made my own and followed you. I got there just in time to watch that snobby devil witch knock my poor master out with her ruined magic. I caught you, brought all of you guys back here, and nursed you back to health. She exclaimed the last part and sat there, expecting me to reward her. I really appreciate it, Seraphine, but why do you have to be naked? I asked and giggled when she blushed at me. Is that part of the healing process too? I cupped her cheek and looked into her eyes. Only if you want it to be, Varian. Are you still injured, my master? She asked genuinely and placed her hand on mine. She interlocked our fingers and moved in closer. This girl may not be that girly or nice, but she is still really beautiful and very special to me. Heck, I even gave her my favorite sword when she became my servant. I brought our lips together and we kissed. They were sweet and tasted like strawberries. Honestly, this is the best way for any man to wake up. When Seraphine had had her fill, she hopped out of bed and grabbed her clothes. She started to throw them on right in front of me, and while I just laid on the bed, gathering my thoughts. I had to be prepared for today. I was going to have to do a lot. Well, I planned to do a lot. Master, do you remember when you gave me this? The girl to the side of me asked and ran her finger on the long, 7-foot blade. She had only put on her black jeans and her purple lacy bra, and she looked amazing. I was even tempted to ask her to pose with the sword. Of course I do, Seraphine. You were my first knight and you needed a weapon, so I thought I'd give you mine. I responded with a smile and her face changed to a far-off expression. Why would you give me a blade with so much history and power? I'm not even that good of a servant. You got hurt and she started and I just smiled. I jumped out of bed and walked towards her. Don't you even start that, Seraphine, I said gently and brought her into a hug. Her red hair tickled at my nose and I clenched her against me. It's my fault for being so weak, but I swear, dividing my power so you girls could be my servants was well worth it. I told her and lightly kissed the top of her head. Master ... Why? You could have so many powerful servants and you'd still have your sword and you'd be strong. She started and I pulled her out to arm's length, cutting her off. Listen to me, I need you girls in my life. Think about how crazy I'd be if I still had all that power. I needed someone to make me normal after all that, okay? I love each and every one of you with all my heart, never forget that, I said, and she smiled at me again. I brushed the long red strands away from her forehead and kissed it. It always seemed to make her happier, and she deserved it for saving all of us. And it's true too. I had to cut a bit of my power for each servant I reincarnated. Most devils, like Rias and Sirzechs, look for mortals with special potential. I think that's pretty stupid, honestly. I just looked for anyone I liked and I happily cut my power for these 10 girls. They were well worth it too. Now, I want you to go get some breakfast and take a shower and be happy. Oh, and put some eggs out for me, okay? I asked and she nodded happily. Right away, master, she replied and was off in a flash, grabbing her sword and throwing it over her. I watched her clutch it tighter than she ever has before. It means something to her now. I threw my arms up and stretched, then I threw an old t-shirt over me and a pair of black jeans. I had a big day ahead of me, had to look somewhat presentable. I walked over to the big mirror on the wall and ran my hand through the shaggy red and black hair. I snapped my fingers and smiled at the hot devil in the mirror. The plan was to go downstairs, greet the girls, and go have words with that red-haired rich kid. That was the plan. I walked downstairs, down the hall, and out into the foyer. Amy and Tara rushed at me with a plate full of eggs and I happily accepted. I thanked them, told them to have a good day, and patted their heads. They informed me that Violet, Ashlyn, Brittany, and Aria were still out and sleeping well. Smiling, I walked into the living room and grabbed the remote from the coffee table. As I was about to sit down, however, ugh, a cute, quiet voice sounded under me and I flipped around as quickly as possible. I dropped my plate in shock and tried to calmly walk out of the room. As soon as I was out of the doorframe, I ran through the foyer and into the kitchen. I was sweating and panicky. Girls, anyone want to explain to me why there is a cute, blonde nun on my sofa? I asked and the young girls giggled. Well, master, after we came to rescue you last night, we saw that poor girl against the wall with the others and decided we might as well help her too, Jasmine said, and the other girls nodded. Well, except for Sarah, she never helps others. Well, I guess that's okay, and thank you girls for all the help, by the way. Is she okay though? I asked, and Amy laughed next to me. Of course she is, master. I healed her myself, she said proudly, and then proceeded to latch onto my arm. I did it all for you, master. Aren't you happy with me? She asked, and I laughed as I patted her head. Of course I am, I said, and walked back into the living room again. I stood in front of the couch and studied the small, adorable blonde. She is really cute. I sat down at her feet and started eating and watching TV, waiting for her to stir. I heard noises a while later and turned to see the girl sitting up and rubbing her eyes. She had amazing emerald eyes and a cute, ditzy voice. "WH, where am I?" she asked, not really expecting an answer. "Welcome to my humble devil home. You're Asia, right? It's nice to see you again," I said kindly, and watched her take in her surroundings. "Varian," she said, clearly startled. "This is your home. But how did I get here?" she asked and looked at me, completely confused. "Well, after the fight last night, some of my other servants came and brought us back here," I explained, and she seemed to tense a little. "But Varian, aren't you a devil?" she asked, somewhat afraid. I just chuckled and slowly held her hands in mine. "Asia, I promise you that I am not a bad guy devil, all right. I'm kind and I will take care of you as best I can until you're safe, okay?" I told her, and she seemed to relax. She could tell I was a good soul and didn't need to press the issue farther. Believe it or not, when I was human they taught me to fear devils too. But trust me, devils are nicer than most angels I've met, I said, and she looked at me confused. "Oh sorry, I'm just blabbering. Do you want some food perhaps?" I asked, and she nodded frantically and her stomach growled. I laughed and patted her head gently and went to get her a plate of eggs. I came in a bit later and saw her sitting on the couch, watching the news. I put the plate in front of her, grabbed the remote, turned off the TV, and turned to face her. "So, I think we may need to talk," I began, and she nodded, seriously. "I'm not exactly supposed to be in touch with people from the church, so this is kind of breaking the rules," I confessed, and she immediately jumped up and started to apologize. "I'm so sorry, Varian. I didn't realize. I'll leave right now," she yelled, and I grabbed her hand as she tried to walk by me. She turned back, shocked, and I just smiled warmly at her. "I said I shouldn't be in contact with you. That doesn't mean I care about it. Now have a seat and let's talk about why a cute little nun like you was with that monster priest last night," I told her, and she just looked a bit confused. Nevertheless, she took a seat across from me and began to tell me her story. "Well, I was sent here from a church in Europe and I'm currently serving under this city's church. I was out last night on a training mission with the father, and that's when you ran into me," she told me inside when she finished. "Okay, now tell me the real story," I said, and looked at her with concern all across my face. "What do you mean?" "That's the truth," she said, and tried to look away from my gaze. I smiled and grabbed her hand kindly. "Asia, I promise you're safe here. Just tell me." I was cut off by a huge bang in the foyer. I jumped to my feet and ran to the doorway to see that my huge oak door was lying in pieces on the floor. Standing there, in my doorway, were a dozen priests and 2 fallen ones. "Crap," I muttered, and Asia ran up behind me. When she saw who it was, she grabbed the back of my shirt and pushed herself into my back. "Varian, they've come to take me back. They're bad people and they're gonna use my power to hurt people," she yelled, and I smiled. Now that's the story I wanted to hear. "Now, just stay right here. I promise I'll protect you," I told her, and snapped my fingers. Black flames consumed my right arm, and Asia stepped back in shock. "Don't worry, Asia, it's harmless to you, I swear. Just stay in here and keep out of sight from them," I told her, and turned to see the priest slowly walking into the foyer. I readied myself to charge. "All right, here we go again. How dare you enter our master's home, holy men?" I heard Seraphine scream as she leaped from the balcony and came flying down with her huge sword above her head. The priest in front was instantly cut in half. Blood went flying all across the white tile floor, and Seraphine landed in crouched position with the sword stuck in the floor in front of her. The 2 priests beside of the dead body pulled out their light swords and charged the redhead. Wrong move. The one on the left went for a downward slash, and Seraphine just sidestepped it. She grabbed the huge sword by the handle and slammed the hilt into his chest. She spun around him and faced his back, the sword pointed right at his spine. She pushed forwards and the sword went right through his chest. She turned so that she had the injured priest pointing at the other one, and used her magic to unleash a torrent of flames on the charging holy man. He was burnt to death and fell screaming. After watching him fall, she pulled her blade out and finally allowed the other priest to die. She turned to the others and swung the blade around her, slinging blood all across the room. "Sarah, Ella, Tara, if you'd be so kind," she said, and suddenly the room was alight with explosions. Sarah unleashed a dozen lighting spells from the balcony, and they destroyed the next 4 priests that stepped into the foyer. Lightning bolts stabbed through their chests, and small explosions sent them flying across the room. "These are just servants. How are you losing, you bunch of worthless humans?" one of the fallen ones screamed. I was busy lying low and studying the 2 dark angels. One had long dark blue hair and a mean expression across her face. The other had long black hair and, to be honest, a rocking body. They stood at the front door and watched their soldiers fight against my servants. All of a sudden, a huge wave of bright blue water came crashing down from the ceiling and smashed against a group of priests. The water collected into one big ball, and it caught 4 of the remaining priests inside it. They were lifted into the air as the ball of water rose into the air. In a split second, however, spikes of rock exploded from the ground and stabbed into the ball. The water sphere broke and sent water spilling all over my foyer. The 4 priests were all impaled on the rock spikes. I looked out from the doorway and saw Ella and Tara hiving each other from behind Seraphim. "Way to go, girls," I called and slowly walked into the foyer. All eyes turned to me and my servants waved at me happily. The 2 remaining priests gave me one look and turned to flee. However, as they were running through the door, 2 huge light spears appeared in their backs and they fell dead. "If you 2 are so scared, then you might as well die by our hand. Trust me, it was quicker," the black-haired one chimed. This chick was kinda scary. She had a black-clad bikini and black leather all over her. Plus her huge ink-black angel wings weren't too savory either. The blue-haired one had a dark purple pea coat and her hair covered a side of her face. She looked like a scary businesswoman. "Girls, just get up to the balcony. I'll take care of them," I said and brought up my arm in front of my girls. The flames licked at the air around my arm and the fallen angels studied me with curious eyes. The girls nodded and slowly walked up the stairs. "What do you think you're doing?" the blue-haired one screamed at me. "They killed all our servants and you're just gonna let them go and fight us yourself? Let them try their luck with 2 fallen ones," she commanded, and I just giggled and shrugged my shoulders. "I bet I'm easier to beat than them fallen one. I'm sorry, but no one touches my girls, so looks like you're stuck with me, honey." I teased her and she became infuriated. Her blue light spear appeared in her hand and she flew down at me. She swung high, I ducked, then she swung low, and I jumped over it. She pulled the spear back and lunged at me and I just sidestepped and placed a kick in her ribs. She doubled over a bit, but recovered pretty quickly. I turned around and had to immediately bend back to avoid the spear as it sailed over my head. I used the bend to flip myself over and land on her blind side. I smashed my fiery hand in between her ribs, and the blue-haired fallen one screamed as she flew across the room and slammed into the wall. "You're pretty good, devil boy. I'm sensing you're more high class than these other runts, huh?" I turned and saw the black-haired one lowering herself to the floor. She slowly walked towards me and clapped slowly. "I'm so sorry to ruin your morning, cutie, but it appears that you are in possession of something that belongs to us. Now I'm going to get said item and be on my way, all right?" she asked and got right in my personal space. Her seductive purple eyes looked right into mine and I could see the trickery on her face. This girl was bad news. "All right, beautiful, I'll cut you a deal. I'll give you whatever it is you want if you tell me your name," I said, and she smirked at me. "And why would you want to know my name?" she asked and placed her hand on her smiling face, studying me. "Just so I can add your name to the list of fallen angels I've killed since the war. Counting the one earlier today, it's around 39. I said and saw her expression go from teasing to angry. "So you're one that killed Donasik. Well then," she turned and snapped her fingers. I looked towards my living room and saw a small blonde girl in a maid uniform walk out with Asia, unconscious, in her arms. "Asia, how dare you?" I started, and then the spear collided with my face. I went flying through the air and landed in crouched pose in front of the stairway. I looked up and saw the fallen one with a huge pink light spear. "Hello, well now that we have what we need, we'll be going." She turned and waved goodbye as she and the other fallen ones started to leave. I clenched my fist and got ready to charge. But what could I do? Asia might get hurt. "How about this?" I said as I stood up to face them again. "You put the pretty blonde down and you and I started but was cut off when a sexy form with red hair landed in front of me. "How about you and I fight fallen one?" Seraphim said and spun the sword around her body. The 2 other fallen ones laughed and their leader walked towards my knight, swinging her light spear around as she walked. "Seraphim, what are you doing?" I asked as I grabbed her by the shoulder. I looked into her eyes, strong and confident. "She may just be able to pull this off." "Don't worry, master, I have the black flame after all," she said and smiled at me. Before I could argue, she turned and walked up to the fallen one to meet her. I believe I should at least introduce myself. "I am Rainier, the blue-haired one is Calla Warner, and the short blonde one is Midelt. Prepare to fight the strongest fallen angel in this city, Devil Servant," she began, speaking proudly and calmly. But of course, Seraphim didn't care about formalities. Her sword was out and swinging before Rainier even finished. Seraphim jumped in the air and brought her sword against Rainier's spear with a loud clang. Seraphim held the 2 weapons together and floated in midair, fighting against the fallen one with all her power. But Rainier gave one big push and Seraphim flipped away from the power struggle. She landed on her feet a few yards away and brought the blade in front of her. "Not bad for a little servant devil," Rainier taunted and charged the girl. The fallen one spun in a circle and made a huge sweeping arch with her light spear. Seraphim ducked under it and countered with an upward slash. Rainier's chest was cut the whole way up and her tiny, clad bikini was cut in half. The dark angel flew a few feet in the air and recovered herself. Blood leaked from her long cut and she hovered above my knight, cursing. "You think you're so good, don't you, you weak devil slave? Well, let's see how good you do against 2. She shouted and commanded that her followers attack my servant. The blonde one carrying Asia threw her down and they both approached Seraphim. "And that is where I step in. Sarah, if you would," I asked, and the small blonde unleashed an explosive barrage of lighting attacks. The 2 fallen ones stopped dead in their tracks and jumped back a bit to avoid the explosive blast. They looked up from shielding their eyes to see me flying through the smoke and lighting. I decked the blue-haired one and turned to face the small blonde one. "Oh, so the cute devil prince isn't all bark, is he?" she asked cutely, and I just shrugged. "Well, I appreciate that, cutie. But, you want to spend all your time flirting or fighting?" I asked and chuckled to myself. But my joke was cut short by the huge yellow light rod that appeared in front of me. Little, blonde Middle had thrown a spear at my feet and was currently charging me. She ran up to me, grabbed the edge of her spear, and circled around, slamming a hard kick against my face when she did. She landed and pulled the rod out of its hole in the ground. "Oh, so little maid girl's got some fight," I said and turned back to face her. She had just created another light spear in her left hand and was twirling them in front of me. "Not as much as the one behind you," she said with a giggle, and I had about 3 seconds to avoid Calawarner's slash. I jumped straight into the air, avoiding the slash aimed at my head, and I decided it would be better if I started winning this fight. I rechanneled the black fire magic into my hands and was ready to slam into the ground between them, but Rainier stopped me. "Oh devil boy, look what we got," she sang at me, and I looked at the area between Medalt and Calawarner to see Rainier, still holding Asia. The 3 fallen ones were staring up at me and I had no idea what to do. I couldn't hurt Asia, but I can't let them take her. Wind shear. I heard the familiar scream of my beautiful queen and saw all my servants standing on the stairway. The wind around the fallen ones picked up and the 2 lesser ones were sent flying against the walls. I flew flying down and grabbed Middle by her arm and flew back into the air. I started to spin around and black flames created a sphere around the area I was spinning. This isn't exactly the correct name, but hey, it's close enough. "Izuna drop," I yelled and flew down at Calawarner at full speed. Middle and I slammed into her and broke the pretty white wall that divided the foyer and the living room. I was able to stop right next to the couch and watched with a smile as the 2 fallen ones went flying out of my living room windows. I walked back into the foyer through the massive hole, patting my hands together. All in a day's work for Varian Black Flame. "Help me please," I heard Asia Ditzy voice yell and looked up to see her falling out of the wind vortex Brittany had created. The small blonde fell into my arms and clutched onto me in fear. I gently patted her head and looked over at Brittany, smiling while she ripped away at the fallen one in the center of the room. "Brittany, get the trash out of my house," I said, and my queen nodded. She made a huge wind funnel and blew Rainier straight out of the huge door she had made. The fallen one recovered above the street outside and flew away towards her nest in a hurry. "I'll get you back for this devil. I swear it. I will have the twilight healing and I'll have all of you dead," she screamed manically as she flew away. "Great job, girls," I called as my servants ran over to see me. "I'm so glad you girls are okay," I exclaimed, still holding Asia. "Master, what are we going to do about the nun?" Arya asked as she, and the other girls who had gone to save the blonde, approached the girl in my arms. "I'm not exactly sure. How about you just stay here with us, Asia? I promise I'll keep you safe," I said, and the 2 of us smiled at each other. This could be something wonderful. I may even get another pawn out of it. But like all other good things, this one was stopped. "I think I will be taking the nun. My pawn wants to protect her and I would like her power in my peerage," a dignified, snobbish voice said. I looked toward my doorframe and there she stood, Rias in her peerage of snobs. "Can I get a break?" I looked down the stairway and saw my queen smiling at me from the bottom of the stairs. I sighed and closed the hatch that acted as the only door up to my room. The stairs were now blocked off and I turned to look at the red-haired devil princess sitting on my bed, staring me down. "Let's just get this over with." "All right, Rias, what else do you want?" I asked. I was just tired of all her crap and I wanted to leave this town so badly. "Maybe we should go to America next. Yeah, America is fun." "Well, Varian, I think we need to have a talk about what you can and can't do in my territory," she started. Her inner snob was already present in her voice. "Don't even start that, okay? I went to save my friend last night. What business do you have knocking me out anyway? I could have died and then my girls would have been hunted down as strays or something." I yelled at her. This was the last thing I wanted to deal with right now, but here she is, nagging me. "Well, I think you should just butt out and leave my servants alone and go home," she responded coldly. "How about I ask you a question? Where were you when your servant needed you?" I said and smiled to myself. Her eye twitched in anger and she looked out the window across the room. "Got ya. There was a barrier up and I didn't know he was in danger." "How did you know about my servant?" she countered, hate dripping from her words. "I went to go find Issei yesterday morning to apologize to him for threatening him. You know, something polite people do. I told him if he ever needed help to summon me, and he did." I yelled back and she seemed even angrier. "The safety of my servants is my responsibility," she said quietly. "Well, you are doing a bangin' job of it," I yelled back, and she jumped off the bed and stormed across the room. Her hand lit up with dark ruin magic and she raised it to slap me. I caught it, of course, and held her still. "Is that any way to treat your fiancé?" I teased and winked at her. She jerked her hand from my grasp and turned her back to me. "I'm going to call my brother and we are settling this once and for all," she yelled and brought a magic circle to her ear. "Brother, I need you to come to the human world right now. I don't care about what you're doing, this is urgent." She finished and brought her hand from her ear. Moments later a bright red flash covered my room. I shielded my eyes and moments later there stood Sirzechs, the Lord of the Devils. "Okay, Rias, what is it that is so urgent?" he said, clearly tired and annoyed at being summoned. He looked around the room and saw me and he immediately sighed. At least he understands. "Brother, would you tell this worthless ingrate why he doesn't deserve to marry me?" she commanded, and Sirzechs sighed once more. The older devil snapped his fingers and a table appeared in the center of the room. Take a seat you two. I shall act as a mediator and we will get this issue resolved all right, he said, and I nodded. Rias just huffed and took a seat angrily. This was going to take a while. So, what's been going on since you came here, Varian? Sirzechs asked and looked at me with that warm smile. Nothing much, Sirzechs, just what you'd expect. I went to school and halfway through my first day your sister had me thrown into a fight. I came home and had to explain my big long story to my slaves. Then I left the next morning, apologized to her servant, and had to fight a fallen one. Oh, great job in keeping this town safe, Rias. Getting attacked by fallen ones on a daily basis is a good sigh. Anyway, I had to save her servant last night and, get this, she knocked me out when she appeared at the scene. Woke up this morning, fought a dozen priests and fallen ones, and now I'm here. That sound about right, Rias? I finished my story and Rias was on a totally new level of anger. Sirzechs just sighed and rubbed his temples. Rias, that is unacceptable. Do you have any idea how great this man is, how wonderful his peerage is, and how much he has done for you in his life? Sirzechs asked. He had a good point. This girl was a spoiled brat and didn't care about anything I'd done. All I remember him doing is leaving. She yelled and the room fell into a silence. What does it have to do with anything? Rias, what do you mean by that? Sirzechs asked, and I looked at the red-haired girl, puzzled. Anger had left my face. I was genuinely confused at this point. He was always there and we were always together, and one day he just leaves. Her voice trailed off and Sirzechs smiled. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I yelled and rose to my feet. Sirzechs, give us a minute, please, I asked, and my old master snapped his fingers, disappearing. Varian ... just let me explain, okay? Anger had left both of us and Rias was trying to convey feelings now. Feelings I never wanted to hear. No, I'm not going to let you do anything like that. I yelled and walked over to where she was sitting. You're saying that the hazing and the harsh treatments when we were younger were supposed to be kindness. You expect me to believe that you actually wanted me around. I yelled, my voice rose higher than it has in a long time. I've never been this angry. Varian, things changed, okay? She was starting to tear up and she clearly had pent-up emotions, but I didn't want to hear it. Oh, please attempt to explain your actions since I've been here. Hurting my peerage, knocking me out, attacking me. What are you trying to prove? Is this your version of love or something? Because if that's what you're trying to tell me, that you love me, then just shut up and get out. I yelled and raised my hand to smack her. She bullies me and treats me like a nobody when we were younger, and all of a sudden she cares that I left? What is this? Varian, just stop. She yelled back, just let me explain. Why should I? I yelled back and she stood up and smacked me first. The sound echoed through the room and I saw tears fall down her face. Because I love you, you idiot. She yelled, and proceeded to tell me how she really felt all those years. From the first day when my brother brought you home, I knew there was something about you. You remember how we were always together? I know you do. We always played and laughed and we went to school together. And when the war got really intense, you started training even more. So I had to go make other friends. She started and my anger grew even more. How dare she try to make herself look like the victim? And those friends kept you from ever talking to me again. Those friends had you order me around and ditch me all the time. I countered and she really started to break down. She threw herself against me and buried her face in my chest. I was a teenage girl, Varian. I didn't know what I wanted, okay? I thought they would think I was lame if I hung out with a servant boy all the time. I had to ignore you and I'm so sorry. But what you did was worse. You left me. You never came back and you just disappeared. I almost believed you were dead and my brother was just lying to me. And then I saw you. She looked up at me and smiled. She's never smiled at me before ... She looked ... so beautiful. So seeing the person you love, that you thought was dead, makes you attack them. I retorted and she shook her head. I was angry. I hated seeing you with those other girls and I hated that you seemed to despise me. Why do you hate me, Varian? She screamed and the tears flowed again. I promise I'll be good to you. You'll be the only man in my life and you'll be part of the Gremory house again. Just tell me why you hate me and I'll be better, I promise. She kept on screaming and I pushed her off me. She stumbled and fell on the chair. She looked at me again with those pleading eyes and I couldn't face her. What is this stupid feeling? Because ... you never loved me ... not the way I loved you. I whispered and she threw herself against me again. But I do love you, Varian. You're strong and brave and sweet and I know you'll take care of me. She promised me all these things and I couldn't say anything. She had been such a snob and she had ruined my life. If she had been like this back then, would I have gone back? Give me one good reason why. Why should I give myself to the girl who has caused me nothing but grief and pain? The girl who hurt my peerage and toyed with my heart. I trailed off and looked away from her. I felt her soft hand run along my neck and cup my cheek. She smiled at me and slowly brought her head closer to mine. What is this? I can't let this happen ... Can I? I didn't have time to think about. She pressed our lips together and kissed me. I'm a fool, aren't I? I don't know what to think anymore. I promise I'll make it up to you, Varian. We can start ... now ... if you want. She purred and she brought my hand to her breast. She was so tempting. The most beautiful girl I'd ever seen throwing herself at me ... but ... it was Rias. No, I screamed and threw her onto my bed. I can't forgive you for everything you've done. You toyed with me and treated me like any other suitor. I'm not special to you, you're just trying to make yourself not look so bad. Just like the snobby bitch you are. I screamed at her and walked towards the staircase. Varian ... no. I promise I'll change, I'll be better to you. I'll even let you keep that group of whores as servants when we get married." And that is when I snapped. "What did you just say?" I asked quietly as I walked back across the room. "What about my girls?" "Well, at first there was no way I was going to let you keep a group of girls as your servants once you're married to me, but now I know you'll be faithful, so it's not biggie," she said and smiled, like what she just said wasn't a big deal. "Get out of my house, get out now," I whispered, and Rias looked at me, shocked. "Varian, I promise everything will be okay, baby. Let's just talk some more and I promise you'll be happy about being with me," she said and stood up to walk towards me. She slowly undid the buttons on her school uniform, but I didn't pay attention. The sound of another smack echoed through my room. I said, "Get out," I screamed. She looked at me, awestruck. "You hit me." Varian ... Why? She actually looked confused. I couldn't believe this girl. She stumbled backwards towards the wall and tears fell down her cheeks. "Fine, if that is what you want. I'll leave. Send my peerage back to me later," she screamed and snapped her fingers, disappearing in a red flash. I stood in the center of my room, thoughts swam through my head. She just tried to make a move on me ... Why? How could I ever let that witch in my house? How could I ever trust her or let her kiss me? She kissed me. I ran into the bathroom and drank half the bottle of mouthwash. I just stood there, staring at myself in the mirror. I couldn't believe what just happened. How could she do all that to me? How could she say that to me? I screamed at my reflection in the mirror. I punched the mirror twice and made 2 big holes of shattered glass. My wrist was bleeding and my head was spinning. I walked back into the bedroom and took a seat at the table. I gazed across and imagined Rias still sitting at her seat. My temper broke and hellfire flames consumed my body. They only appear when I'm really angry. "I hate you," I screamed and blew half of my room away. The top right half of my building exploded and rubble fell to the streets below. "I can't take it. I need someone to explain this to me." She told me I'd have to get rid of my girls ... What if Sirzechs actually makes me marry her? What if I end up fighting another devil over her? I can't do that. What would the point even be? "Varian, Master, are you okay?" A kind voice called from the stairway hatch. It was Brittany. She and the others were probably worried sick. "Of course I'm not okay. I just blew apart the house," I screamed back, "and let the flames consume me farther ... If I keep going ... on no." I screamed one more time and disappeared in a flash. I can't be anywhere near my girls when I really explode. I wish I could do it to her. Rias, I despise the name. I appeared in the underworld. I was on a cliff similar to the one I'd been on when God had come down. I looked across the ash fields and screamed again, louder this time. I was so confused and angry and frustrated. I just wanted to explode and blow everything away with it. I didn't know what to do anymore. Where do I go? If I go home, the girls will want to talk about it with me. And if I don't go home, the girls will come looking. I just have to get all the anger out and then try and go home. I jumped to the fields below and started running. I ran, as a huge ball of hell flames, through the ash field. I reached a patch of dead trees and let them have it. My full power was coursing through me once again. The anger brought it back. But how? Where did it all come from? I smashed my fist into a tree and a whole row exploded from the blast of flames that came afterwards. I put both my hands together and blew a huge column of trees away with a torrent of flames. The trees didn't even seem to catch on fire ... They just kinda ceased to exist, like they'd been blown away with a nuclear blast. I jumped in the air, only about 10 feet, and flew back down in a wave of fire and hate. The ground around me sank about 20 feet and a huge crater appeared around me. I looked around and felt the pain, a full wave of pain. It covered my whole body and brought me to my knees. My arms and legs ached and my head throbbed. My emotions were out of control and I just wanted someone to hold me. Tell me it would be okay. Yes, this is what Rias meant about being a teenager. I fell to my butt and started to cry. I couldn't move from the pain, so I just sat there and let the tears fall freely. Hope they don't wait up. I'll be here a while. A black portal opened up in the foyer of my house and I stepped back onto the marble floor. I sighed and ran my hand through my shaggy hair. I was exhausted and it wasn't even 7 yet. I'd left for the underworld about 1 and I'd only been gone 5 hours. Anyway, I stepped back into my foyer and looked around at my surroundings. None of the girls were out here, but I felt something odd. Like another presence was still in my house. I walked into the living room and saw 2 girls and a boy that I barely recognized laying on my couch. The little white-haired girl, Kaneko, the blonde kid, Kiba, and the super attractive queen girl, Akino. "So you 3 want to tell me why you're still in my house?" I asked and leaned against the doorframe. Kiba and Kaneko looked around startled. Akino just giggled and stood up slowly. She walked away from the couch and stood in front of me, bowing. "Odd, Mr. Varian, we apologize for the way our master has been treating you and your servants. It's very out of character for her and even I don't understand it yet," the queen before me said. Her voice was very sweet and loving. I adored it instantly. "It's not your fault, but I suggest you 3 get out of here before she gets angry and comes back," I said and nodded at them. Kiba and Kaneko both stood up and made their way out of the living room, leaving Akino and I alone together. "Shouldn't you be off as well?" I asked and looked at her with an eyebrow raised. I was seriously tired of girl-related drama today. "Is there any way I can show how truly sorry I am, Lord Blackflame?" she said, and it caught me off guard. "Lord Blackflame, I like that. Your name is Akino, right?" I asked as I pushed her up to a standing position. You don't have to bow. I'm not that formal at all, I said and held her there, looking into her eyes. They were as beautiful as Brittany's. It was crazy. I just feel terrible for the way my master has treated you. Tiba and Kaneko don't exactly share my compassion, but believe me, they don't understand either, she said, and I just faintly smiled. Don't worry about it, Akino. I think you should just do as your master says. Don't go getting into trouble over me, I told her, and she just looked flustered. But Lord Blackflame, I don't think it's right for us to be fighting you, she said quietly and looked out the window on the other side of the room. I don't really understand it either. I've been going through a lot today and I needed time to calm down. That's why I didn't come down after your master left. But I really do think you should go back to her and have her explain herself to you, I said, and Akino nodded. I released her from my grasp and she started walking towards the door. I hope we get to be alone like this again, Lord Blackflame. You are quite the legend, aren't you? She said and giggled a little, leaving me confused. A legend ... does she know? I watched my enemy's servants leave my home before making my way up the stairs and looking for my girls. I walked up and down the hallway calling for them. Girls, I'm home. Sorry about leaving like that. Everything is okay now, I called, and I didn't hear a response. Not a good sign. I climbed up the stairs that lead to my room and looked around. The wall was still blown off and the bed was ripped in half. My clothes and books were blown all across the room and the cold night breeze made its way through the opening. I'm going to have to sleep with one of the girls tonight ... Oh, that's going to start a fight. Night had already fallen and I looked out across the big Japanese city before me. I could see the school in the distance and very far off. Vaguely, a church. That must be where the fallen ones came from. But I can't go chasing after them by myself. I'm not as strong as I used to be. Really, the only way I'd ever be that strong again is if I was able to wield the black flame again. Speaking of the black flame, Master, you're back. I heard a voice call behind me and I was immediately rushed by my two knights. They don't say knights have super speed for nothing. Brittany was right. Varian is safe, Violet called, and she threw herself against my chest. I wrapped my arms around her and held her tightly. I've got a lot of explaining to do. Might as well prolong the hug. Master, we were worried sick. Seraphine whined as she latched onto my arm. Is it only them? Where are the others? Girls, I promise that everything is okay. But where are the others? I asked as I tried to pry them off me. Brittany, Aria, Ashelm, Sarah, and the two of us went searching for the fallen ones that beat you up. We couldn't get the mean girl's servants to leave, so we left them with the others. Why, where are the others? Violet explained, and I sighed. This is why you can't leave a peerage of teenage girls alone, ever. So you're telling me that two of my pawns and both my bishops were here, alone, with that girl's peerage? I asked, and both girls nodded. So that means that they left at some point and left the three others here alone ... But why did they leave? This is quite puzzling. Who was here when you got back, Master? Seraphine asked. Rias' queen, knight, and rook. That's all, I replied, and the two knights shared a look. That means that the others left with that Issei boy and the nun girl, Violet said, and looked out the huge hole in the wall. She had that unnerving far-off look on her face ... Not good. I do appreciate them not questioning the whole. They have their priorities straight. Well, where would they have gone? Where's Brittany and the others? And how did you even know I was back? I asked, and the girls looked at one another, deciding who should explain. Well, Brittany and the others were tracking down the fallen ones when she told us that a powerful force had returned, so she sent us to check if it was you. Violet explained, and I nodded. Okay, that sounds all right. As long as Brittany is being careful, we should be fine, I said, and the two girls smiled. Also, I believe the Issei boy and the nun girl left to take a stroll. We weren't going to let them leave the house, but I guess Jasmine's good nature allowed them to leave once we left. The others must have left with them to act as bodyguards or something. Seraphine finished, and I tried to make sense of the situation. But one point bothered me. You guys left Jasmine in charge? I asked, and the two girls giggled a little. Probably not the best idea, sorry, Master, Violet said, and knocked herself on the head a bit. Jasmine is very smart, but I wouldn't leave her in charge of anything. She gets flustered really easily and she is way too nice and forgiving. It's fine, I suppose. We just need to go out there and find the others and make sure everyone is safe, I said, and the two girls nodded. They both pulled out their blades and the three of us made our way out of the house. Where do we go first? I asked as the three of us stepped onto the sidewalk in front of the house. We should meet up with Brittany and the others in front of the school. That's where she told us to meet when we retrieved you, Seraphine explained, and I nodded. We took off running down the street towards the school building. We ran for a few minutes, taking in the quiet, dark, suburban surroundings. All in all, this was a nice and peaceful town. Growing up here would have been awesome. I should ask Issei about that sometime. We reached the bridge that led into the schoolyard and stopped. Seraphine halted and held out her hand. She summoned a small black fireball and tossed it into the air. Our famous signal. Is it the Master? Aria screamed before jumping over the wall that enclosed the school. She flew over the wall and slammed right into me, sending us tumbling to the ground. Her long purple hair cascaded all around me and she pressed her lips firmly against mine. Oh, Aria ... So cute. Master, I was so worried. I'm going to beat that stupid red-haired snob witch to a pulp next time I see her. No one hurts my master like that and gets away with it, she declared and stood up, placing one hand firmly on her hip. Aria, stop being so sassy and obnoxious. Let's give the master some time and listen to what he has to say. Ashlyn said as she slowly walked across the bridge and approached the small group. I stood up just in time to accept the cute blonde's hug. Hey girls, it's really nice to see you too. I know I have a lot of explaining to do. I started, but of course, I was cut off by an angry voice above me. You're damn right you do, Brittany said as she hovered above us and slowly descended in front of me. She slapped me straight across the face before wrapping her arms around me in a hug. Why do you always have to do dumb stuff on your own? How come you never talk to me? Why do you have to make us worry all the time, Varian? She asked, and I didn't exactly have an answer. I just held her and tried to keep her calm. She was on edge. She must really want to beat these fallen ones down. Brittany, I promise everything is okay. I'll explain later though. Right now we need to find the others and make sure everyone is safe. Where did that little nun girl run off to? I asked, and I felt a small hand tug at the bottom of my t-shirt. I turned and saw the electric yellow hair of my strongest pawn in front of me. Sarah, I'm so glad you're here. You're okay, right? I exclaimed and picked her up. I held her princess style and smiled at her. Yes, master, I'm okay. Why do you always have to hold me so awkwardly though? She asked and made a pouty face as she blushed. Her words hurt yet make me smile at the same time. Aw, Sarah, don't be that way, I said and patted her head gently. The little blonde girl giggled and nuzzled a little closer to me, no matter how much she denies doing so. Then I heard a loud groan come from the girls behind me. I turned around with the little blonde cutie in my arms. What? I'm happy to see her okay, I said, and the girls just looked away from me. Brittany, Ashlyn, and Violet started walking to the other end of the bridge. If you're done flirting, we have a job to do, Varian, Brittany said, and I sighed. Why do they always have to get jealous? I smiled at Sarah and started to put her down, but she held on to me. No, I'm staying here, she said, and looked at me, that unmoving, stern look of hers. Then, I'm not gonna hear the end of this for the next week. So which way do we go now? I asked as I approached the girls who were currently shunning me. The nun and the others went to the park, I believe, Sarah said as she tightened her grip around my neck. I could have sworn I saw her stick out her tongue at Arya, and of course Arya did the same back. Why is everything a competition with these girls? Well, we should be off then, I said. Arya, Ashlyn, Seraphine, you girls come with me. Brittany, I started, and then I saw Brittany flying off with her wind magic, and Violet close behind, jumping through the nearby trees and rooftops. Sarah, you should go with them too, I said, and before the girl could even argue, she was picked up by a strong breeze and she was blown right behind Brittany. Man, that wind magic is strong stuff. All right girls, let's bring up the rear, I said, and the three girls nodded, probably happy to be alone with me and rid of the little one. We took off, jumping from rooftop to rooftop and soaring across the small suburban strip. We eventually reached the park and I couldn't believe my eyes. Jasmine, Amy, what happened? I called and landed right next to the two unconscious girls. The area around us looked like a battleground. There was a huge pool of water that had originally had columns placed around it, but now they were all in ruin. Someone or something had attacked the girls and where's the nun and Issei and Tara and Ella? Jasmine, please be okay, I begged as I shook her body and lit my finger alight with blue flames. I pulled up her blue t-shirt and saw a small cut across her ribs. A light spear, fallen ones, I muttered and started to apply pressure to Jasmine's wound. Her dark blue hair was thrown all over the place and her clothes were filthy. They must have gotten roughed up a bit. Seraphine, Arya, bring Amy over her and expose her wound. Ashlyn, try and locate Ella and Tara as best you can, I commanded, and the girls nodded. Arya carried Amy's body over and laid her on the other side of me while Seraphine examined her figure. The small pink-haired girl was pretty beat up and had blood splotches on her face and arms. She must have gotten it worse than Jasmine. Her loud mouth probably. Okay, Seraphine, start channeling some of the magic fire into her wound and take out the light poison. Arya, you go help Ashlyn and keep an eye out for the other three, I told them, and the girls set to work again. I was already getting lightheaded from the light poison going into me, and I even heard Seraphine groan in pain. It must be getting to her too. Master, Brittany and the others are almost here, Ashlyn called, and I looked up to be immediately greeted by Brittany landing in front of me. What happened here, Varian? She asked and kneeled next to me. Looks like those fallen ones came back. They must have taken Ella and Tara and the nun and Issei, I explained, and Brittany's face fell. What could that nun have that is so important? She asked, and I shrugged. I have no clue, but don't worry about it. We're getting them back for this no matter what. Take Violet and Seraphine and figure out where they are hiding out. I'll bring Arya and Ashlyn in a bit and we'll take it to them, I told her, and she smiled at me. Now that's the Varian I know, she said, and I turned away from her. I hate it when she gets excited about my violent side. I wanted her to make me less violent, not encourage it. I felt her stand up and walk away, explaining the plan to the others as she walked away. Come on, Jasmine, open those pretty red eyes. Come on, I begged and cupped her cheek. I gently kissed her forehead and pressed mine against hers. I held her there, our heads pushed together. Just please get back up, I muttered. Bah, master, she groaned, and relief washed over me. Jasmine, thank Lucifer you're okay. Do you remember what happened? I asked her and brought her up to a sitting position. Not really. I remember that those fallen angels attacked us and took the nun and Ella and Tara away. She left the Issei boy, Amy, and myself unconscious. That's all I remember. She was so strong, Master. She and those other 2 fallen ones. Jasmine explained, and I nodded slowly. Looks like we're going hunting tonight. Do you know where they took the girls? I asked, and Jasmine grabbed my hand. Master, don't fight them. Just try to save the girls in another way. What if something bad happens? Jasmine pleaded, but I'd already made up my mind. I put a calming hand over hers and smiled at her. Now don't go doubting me, Jasmine. When have I ever been wrong? I asked, and she just giggled at me. I guess that's true, but I'm coming with you, she said, and tried to stand up. I just sighed and pulled her back down. No, stay here with Amy and try to bring her back. The rest of us will handle this, I promise, I said, and stood up. I wasn't actually feeling all that confident though. If they wanted this nun girl this badly, then whatever they're planning is gonna be bad. I've got to at least try and stop them. And save my pawns, of course. They took my girls, no one takes my girls. Ashlyn, Aria, let's go, I said, and the girls flanked me on both sides. What's the plan, Master? Ashlyn asked and started to crack her knuckles. We go in, we beat people up, we save the damsels, we kill the fallen ones, and we leave, I said confidently. Sounds like every other plan you've come up with, Master, Aria said, and started giggling. I turned to my 2 rooks and smiled confidently. And when has one of my plans not worked? I asked, and the 2 girls started laughing. Good point, Master, let's go get him, Aria called, and the 2 girls sprinted off out of the park. I jumped up to the top of one of the trees and looked out across the dark suburban city. There was a huge mountain right in front of me, and on one of its bluffs was the same old church. Seems like a good place to start, I said, and jumped off towards the old rundown house of God. After about an hour of running through the streets of the suburban town, I arrived outside a large Gothic church on a hill at the edge of town. I looked around, trying to sense if any other devils were around. I could vaguely feel Aria and Ashlyn a little ways behind me, along with Brittany, Seraphine, and Violet not far behind them. This has got to be the place, I muttered, and took another sweep of the area, this time looking for fallen ones. But that's when an unexpected presence broke my concentration. Lord Blackflame, is that you? What are you doing out here? A male voice called from the tree line beside me. I turned to my left and saw the tall, blonde-haired Knight of Rias and her small rook emerge from the trees. What are you 2 doing here? I asked, a bit relieved to have back up. I have nothing against these 2, so what's the point in shunning their help? Our master sent us out here to collect Issei and attempt to save the nun girl, Asia, Tiba explained. I nodded and pointed at the church. Guessing they're in there then? I asked, and the 2 nodded. I sighed. Bet they have a whole army in there just waiting for us. Tiba reached for his sword and smiled at me. Confidence radiated off him. Don't worry about it, my friend. They won't even be able to stand up against us, let alone a devil lord with a full peerage, he said reassuringly, and I smiled. Nice kid, I must reconstruct my opinion of Rias's peerage. If you 2 are done flirting. I looked towards the church and saw Kaneko kick the door open. We have a job to do. This is the first time I've actually heard her talk. Cute voice for such a stone-faced girl. Right, Lord Blackflame, I hope to see you inside, Tiba called as he ran after the small white-haired girl. Oh, don't worry, pretty boy, you will. I smirked as I took a seat on the ground to await my peerage. The girls arrived a few minutes later, each one ready to tear down the whole church. All I had to do was say the word. All right, ladies, I began as I took a pose on a rock in front of them. The plan is, we go in there, we find the fallen angels, we kill them, and we save the damsels. Everyone got it? I called, and the girls cheered in response. Yes, master, they called, and I smiled at them happily. Well, all right, go get him, girls, I commanded, and the girls immediately ran off into the church. Well, except one. Are you just going to let them free fight in there? Brittany asked as the 2 of us began walking towards the holy structure. I suppose so. Why? I'm sure they can handle it, I said, trying to reassure her. Why would she be worried? Not like anything bad will happen. I've had my peerage take out tons of fallen angel hives before. This should be pretty routine. I just worry about it sometimes. What if something does happen? What if they take away part of our family? She asked. Worry was clear in her voice. A family? She's never called it that before. Brittany, I promise there is nothing to worry about, I reassured her as we reached the center of the main room. In front of us was a huge window painting that shone different colors because of the moonlight above us. The 2 of us looked around and saw that all the pews had been broken in half and there were clear signs of a struggle. Must have been Kiba and Kaneko. Guess they actually can take care of themselves. But where did the girls go? Varian, look at this, Brittany said as she walked towards a small hole in the ground in front of the altar. I approached her and saw that the hole was a large staircase that led down to an underground chamber. I listened closely and I could hear swords clashing and screaming. Guess that's where the party is, I said, and smiled at my lovely queen. She just looked away towards the shiny window painting, still clearly worried. What's wrong with her? She has never been like this before. Brittany, I can't let you go fighting fallen angels with a face like that. Now tell me what's wrong, I told her, and she looked back at me, slightly misty-eyed. What? It's you, Varian. You're what's wrong? She screamed and started lightly punching at my chest. What do you mean, Brittany? What did I do wrong? I asked, super confused. She's never acted like this before. Whatever I did, it was bad. You keep getting hurt, Varian. Every time you come home you've gotten in a fight and you're hurt. And that stupid girl Rias keeps causing all this emotional trauma for you. You don't deserve it. We shouldn't be fighting. What if ... you ... Her voice got quieter and she trailed off. So she is worried about me. Typical of her, she's always pretty worried. But something is still off ... She normally deals with it better. Brittany, I began and held her hands in mine. I swear I'll keep myself and everyone safe. But I can't do that if I don't fight with them. And I promise, as soon as this is over we can go home and be safe. But for right now, we have to fight, okay? Wouldn't want Tara and Ella stuck here, would we? I asked, and Brittany smiled a bit. I didn't completely rewrite my wrongs, but she's functional now. We can talk more when we get home. I promise. Now let's hurry up and get down there. I told her and she nodded in response. When the two of us reached the bottom of the stairs there was a battlefield before us. A large chamber, that seemed to be lit by the fire underneath it, stretched out before us. At the end of the room, on the other side of the full-scale battle in front of me, was a large altar. And, pinned to a metal cross on top of it, was Asia. Brittany, you help the others out. I'm going to save the damsel. I told her and she nodded before throwing her hands above her head. Next thing I know a blast of wind shot forward and knocked the closest row of priests back. Fantastic job, love. I called as I took off running through the fray. I lit my hands on fire and started punching any of the priests that got too close. I ran through the middle of the room as best as I could, having to stop a few times to avoid getting hit by the attacks of the fighters. As I passed the first group of fighters, I looked over to see Ashlyn and Arya beating the priests to death like they were in a huge bar brawl, while Kiba was jumping from priest to priest leaving bleeding men in his wake. The priests had clearly underestimated the girls, probably assuming they were too attractive and ditzy to really be dangerous, and had proceeded to attack them unarmed. A few of them had decided to attack the boy with the sword, so the number of attackers was pretty spread out. I couldn't even keep up with Kiba's lightning-fast movement, so I just focused on my rooks. As I ran past, I saw Ashlyn punch a priest in the gut, grab his neck, and launch him into a group of his friends. A few priests ran up behind the blonde beauty, only to receive an explosive punch to each of their faces. Arya smiled as she stood over them, parts of her arms and hair lit up with orange flames. That's my girls, I called as I started running again, having seen enough of the brawl. I looked over my shoulder and saw the purple-haired girl jumping up and down waving at me. She stopped mid-jump and spin-kicked a priest in the face, still smiling at my praise. I ran to about the middle of the room and had to duck as two priests flew over my head. I looked up from my crouched position and saw Kaneko and Violet standing back to back against a horde of priests with light swords. Quite an interesting pair. I commented and took a seat on the floor to get a better view of the two devils as they fought of the attackers. A group of about 5 priests began walking towards Kaneko. Her stone face didn't change as she slightly nudged Violet. It was some sort of signal. Almost instantly, the 5 priests started clutching at their chests, and the place behind Kaneko, where Violet was standing, was empty. The black-haired knife wielder appeared once again behind the 3 priests in the center and began to make their backs resemble cut boards. The one in the center grabbed at his back and fell to his knees. He didn't even get to turn around before he bled out and died. The 2 others actually got a chance, but not much of one. They turned quickly, their backs already bleeding quite a bit, and started swinging at the tall, skinny girl. The one on the left made a downward slash, causing Violet to dash to the left and into the other priest's side slash. However, the girl flipped over the swipe and landed on the Rouge's blind side. She shoved her dagger into his ribs and all of a sudden a burst of water shot out of his opposite side, leaving a gaping hole in him. As his comrade fell, the other priest dropped his sword and backed away in fear. He didn't get very far before Kaneko threw another priest into him. The 2 tumbled to the ground and the one who was still gasping for breath slammed his head against the hard rock floor and bled to death. Graceful and deadly, that's Violet, I muttered and turned to examine the other girl's handiwork. Kaneko was standing a few feet away from my knight, surrounded by unconscious or dead priests. Not only had she taken out the 2 that Violet missed, apparently a few others had decided to attack the small lowly girl. Nice work, Kaneko. I can see why Rias held you in such high esteem. I called to her and she turned to me with the same stone face as before. Suck it, was all she said before turning back to the reaming priests that were running at her. I giggled as I stood back up and started running off farther into the fray. Cute girl. I ran a few more feet, knocking out a few priests as I went, before stopping dead in my tracks as a lightning bolt hit the ground in front of me. I fell on my butt and looked around frantically for my small, tsundere Vapon. Watch it, Sarah, I yelled as the small electric blonde ran into my sight. She looked at me and scoffed before continuing her path towards a huge group of priests. This had to be the largest grouping of them so far. Which means, you are the ones who attacked my master in his home. Have it you, Seraphine's voice called from the center of the mass. I looked forward with a smile and noticed I was right in front of the altar. I jumped up and climbed up a few stairs so that I could watch my knight make quick work of the attackers. I stopped about a third of the way up the altar and looked into the circle to see my pawn and knight standing in the center. A line of 4 priests ran towards the girls in the middle and were immediately obliterated by the massive sword Seraphine carried on her back. She swung it in an arc and ended up slashing the priests across their chests and necks. I looked to see two fall to their knees, trying to hold the blood in their chests, while the others fell on their backs, heads lolling to the side, about to fall off. The second group ran at Sarah, who immediately shot a few lightning bolts in response. The one in the center absorbed the light ray into his sword, but the two others weren't so lucky. Both fell dead with huge holes in their chests. The priest approached the girl, twirling his sword as he walked forward. Sarah didn't even take a step back before leaping about 10 feet in the air, summoning a yellow magic circle, and sending a torrent of electric rays down onto not only that priest, but all the others in front of her. Sarah had obliterated her attackers before Seraphine had even cut halfway through hers. "That's my little Pikachu," I yelled, and the yellow-haired girl looked up at me before turning around, trying to ignore me. I could tell she was blushing behind that tough girl face. I looked back to make sure Seraphine was doing okay, which of course she was, before continuing my journey up the altar. Now the real fight begins. I reached the top platform and stopped in horror of what I saw. I saw Issei curled up on the ground, beaten and crushed, clutching a weak and dying Asia in his arms. Across the platform from him was the lead fallen one, Rainier, taunting him. "We're done with her now, you can have her. Now that I have the Twilight Healing, I'll be unbeatable." The girl cackled in glee. "Twilight Healing? Is that a sacred gear? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good if it's in the possession of a fallen one. Especially not a strong fallen one. Why did you have to do this to her?" Issei asked. His voice was broken and desperate. "What did they do to him while he was here?" I took a few steps back and decided to eavesdrop a bit. "Why are you even complaining, boy? We could have easily killed you at any point, now you're free to go. So go," she told him, and he jerked his head around to face her, hate burning in his eyes. "Why are you doing this to us? Asia was such a kind soul and you had to go and kill her. Why? All she wanted to do was make friends and be happy. You're a monster, Rainier." Issei screamed, and the girl cackled in reply. "Now you're deciding to take control. Why couldn't you have been like this on our date? I love a man in control, you know." She mocked him, and he couldn't take it anymore. He laid the dying blonde on the ground and stood up to face the dark angel before him. "How could you do that to me? Yuma, I loved you. We were going to go on real dates and I was going to show you to my friends and my parents. You were going to be my girlfriend." He screamed at her. His voice seemed to grow weaker and I saw his heart breaking as he continued. "Maybe I pegged this kid wrong. Oh Issei, I want you to be my boyfriend. You're so sweet and kind and sexy." Rainier responded in a fake girly voice. "You're right. I can't believe you were so easy to fool. Guess you were too focused on getting some nip, am I right?" She mocked him again and I saw the boy clench his fist in anger. He's just about to snap. "I can see it. How dare you?" Issei screamed before running at his psychotic ex-girlfriend. He lunged at her and his arms soon became covered by a red gauntlet. "No way," I muttered as I watched the boy lung at the girl and miss her. She sidestepped and brought up her booted foot and landed a hard-hitting kick to his face. Issei tumbled back and fell down, but he was back on his feet in moments. This boy is quite a spectacle. He watched Rainier as she summoned her purple light spear and she began to twirl it around her body. The boy looked back at the dying nun and cried out before sprinting towards her, wrapping his arms around her and running right at me. I hopped to another side of the altar and watched the boy jump to the ground below, the girl still in his arms. He ran through the center of the room, not stopping to watch like I did. He turned at the staircase and looked around the room, maybe searching for his fellow peerage members. As soon as he stopped, a group of priests ran at him and I watched him brace himself for the attack. However, Kiba jumped in front of the attackers and parried their strikes before Violet sliced their backs. The two knights made quick work of the attackers and turned back towards Issei. Kiba and the young devil were clearly having a disagreement before Violet joined in. All I could see from my perch was a yelling match between two bloody teens with swords and one bloody boy with a dying girl in his arms. Eventually the two boys nodded at each other and the two knights ran back into the fight. Issei turned back one last time and yelled something, receiving a smile from Kiba as they ran their separate ways. "What a worthless idiot," Rainier's cold voice said above me as she spread her wings and flew across the room towards the door. I hopped back to the center of the altar and examined the area. They must have used the massive metal cross to extract the nun's sacred gear, at least that's what it looks like. She wouldn't be dying if that wasn't the case. She didn't have a scratch on her. Yep, that's what it was. That would explain why Issei is so angry. And it appears that Rainier tricked him into dating her and betrayed him. I'm going to have to question that poor sap about this when it's all over. I walked to the edge of the altar and looked at the battle in front of me. My servants had made quick work of the priests and they were finishing up the fight. Brittany appeared to have accumulated a massive amount of dead bodies in front of her. She hates fighting, but she's good at it. Well, I should probably go watch Issei's fight then. I told myself and leaped about halfway across the room. I sprinted across the rest of the room and reached the feet of the stairs. I started walking up and was soon greeted by yelling and cursing far above me. I picked up the pace and reached the top of the stairs, making sure to conceal myself from their view. I saw Issei lying on the ground, leaning against a stone step in front of me. Standing over him was Rainier, taunting him once again. And Asia was lying, dead, on a pew to my left. Poor girl, she didn't deserve this at all. I started to tear up more and more the longer I looked at the kind innocent girl's lifeless body. Dear God, if you can hear me, she didn't deserve this. Please, please bring her back. I heard Issei mutter. He was bleeding from 2 gashes in his legs and tears covered his face. He looked broken, emotionally and physically. A devil repenting in a church, are you mad? Rainer teased and Issei shook his head. You're right, he said and coughed up some blood. I'm an idiot. Why would God listen to me? I'm just a lowly devil. Maybe I should try praying to a devil lord. Issei muttered again. He was going to be able to stay conscious for much longer. Listen, devil lord, if you can hear me, bring this girl back. She didn't deserve to die like this. She just wanted a friend, that's all. Issei chalked out and Rainer cackled above him. It doesn't matter what she wanted. Don't you see that? All those who are born with sacred gears are destined to have hard lives. People fear them and others want their power, as was the case with this poor sister. Rainer explained, but Issei wasn't listening anymore. This boy has my full attention now. Let's see what he does next. Issei, a voice behind me muttered. Oh no. I turned and saw Rias and her queen, Aquino, standing behind me. Rias's hand was lit up by a large ball of her ruin magic and Aquino's eyes were zapping with anger. Rias, calm down, I said, and she turned to me with angry eyes. Trust me, let's just see what he'll do, I explained and turned back to the fight before me. As much as the girl wanted to go save him, she listened to me. Odd, maybe she was telling the truth. No, don't think about that right now. Then if you can't bring her back. Issei's voice brought me out of my thoughts. I looked forward to see him standing up and clutching at his bleeding legs. Please give me enough strength. He started and took a few steps toward the fallen angel. How are you even standing? That much light should kill you. Rainer yelled and threw her light spear at him one last time. Give me the strength to kick her ass. Issei screamed and a green light exploded from him. Yep, that's the boosted gear, confirmed. The gauntlet on his left hand morphed and took the shape of a large, red scale gauntlet. I covered his hand up to his arm and the small green jewel grew to take up his whole hand. Massive claws extended from the fingers and power oozed out of it every second. Boost! The gauntlet bellowed and Issei ran at the fallen angel one last time. This time she didn't even try to evade, she turned and ran. But Issei was faster. He grabbed her wings and brought her into his fist. He slammed the gauntlet into her chest and sent her flying across the room and out the window. Take that, you psycho bitch, Issei muttered before his knees started buckling. I ran forward and grabbed his arm, placing it behind my shoulder. Nice job, dragon. I watched the whole thing and I must say that I am truly impressed. I applauded and the boy was only able to smile and nod. Thank you, Varian, he replied before nodding off a bit. I smiled and laid the boy down on the ground before turning to face the political issues that Rias would bring up. Well, that's what I prepared for. Thank you so much, Varian. The redhead screamed before pressing against me, grabbing my chin and pressing our lips together. As much as I hate to admit it, I enjoyed the kiss quite a bit. Our tongues intertwined and I even ran my hands up her sides and held her close to me. When she finally pulled away, she was blushing and smiling at me and I was actually doing the same. Thank you so much for coming and helping my peerage and saving my Issei, she yelled and pressed her head against my chest. The male hormones had finally stopped clouding my brain and I was able to push her off me. Rias, just what are you doing? I asked and looked at her sternly. I think we should be asking you that same question. Master, Brittany's voice cut through. I sighed and slowly turned to see my entire peerage, the newly freed pawns, Tara and Ella included, looking at me, anger and jealousy burning in their eyes. Oh, give me a break. I screamed and tried to run out of the church. I know they'll eventually find me. I just want a little time to breathe, that's all. But of course, Seraphine and Violet appeared right in front of me and held their weapons out at me. Listen, girls, can't we talk about this calmly and civil-like? I asked, hopeful. No, they all screamed back. Harriet and Ashlyn ran up, grabbed me, and threw me onto a pew. I looked over and saw Rias's peerage having a big celebration over the victory as they all started trying to heal Issei. How is this fair? Start talking now, Harriet and Ashlyn yelled as they held me down on my back on the pew. Not really gonna complain that they are holding me down while being on top of me with their ripped, battle-worn clothing. But still, this isn't fair at all. Okay girls, just let me explain, please, I pleaded as I was pushed onto the couch in my living room. Harriet, Ashlyn, Brittany, Violet, and Seraphine were staring daggers at me, waiting for me to explain. Meanwhile, the 5 other girls were sitting on different parts of the couch in confusion. Maybe they're still too young to understand jealousy. You better hurry up then, Brittany commanded as she glared down at me. Why did I pick such jealous and possessive servants? Wait, aren't I their master? Time to enact my authority. I am your master, so how about I do as I please and you girls leave me alone? I stated firmly and stood back up. The next half an hour consisted of dozens of forms of torture and pain. After being beaten to a pulp by my rooks and knights, Brittany used wind magic to create a tornado in the foyer, a tornado that I was put inside of. You want to try something like that again? Brittany asked as I picked myself off the foyer floor. She glared down at me once again and I could barely stand after everything they did to me. Seraphine pointed her sword at me as the girls began to circle me. Explain. They all shouted and I just whimpered to myself. They're so scary. Okay. So when Rias and I were alone this morning she kind of told me something. She told me that she loved me. I said and clenched up, waiting for Seraphine to cut my head off. However, the blow never came and I cracked open an eye to see all the girls looking at me. Their faces were fixed in this depressing upset frown then just killed me. But I immediately sent her away. I said, but to no avail. The girls had already turned and started walking away. Oh no, yes, we aren't much competition compared to a real high-class devil, Brittany said sadly as she and the 4 other loves of my life ascended the stairs. This is probably the first night any of them will ever spend in their own beds. Please don't go. It's not like that, girls. I swear. Just come back. I need you now more than ever. I whispered the last part and just sat there, in the middle of the foyer, alone. This is probably the first time I've ever been sad and not had Brittany to cheer me up. From the first time I meet her ... she's always appeared to make things better. Well, maybe it wasn't always her. Aria was good about making me smile too. And Violet would always come into my room and just cuddle and talk with me. She's really cool like that. And Seraphine can always make me laugh. She gets so angry and violent when I'm upset it's just kind of funny. And just one look at Ashlyn makes all the pain I feel go away. Just the way she looks would make any guy melt away. And then there are the little ones. Amy and Tara can always make me smile, especially when they get into an argument. And Ella is just so adorable I can't stand it. Jasmine is so quiet and understanding I can basically talk to her about everything. And Sarah can be a pain sometimes, but every time I see her I can't help but hug her and smile. Wow, Rias ... you've messed up my life yet again. The 10 most perfect girls in my life hate me because you wanted me for yourself. Just great. Master, do you really feel that way? Aria's voice came from right beside me. I turned slowly and saw her staring right into my eyes from about 2 inches away. Oh, Aria, you scared me. I yelled and fell on my back in surprise. The purple-haired girl just chuckled and sat down beside me, wrapping her arms around one of mine. She nuzzled against me and kept me from getting back up. Wait, why are you being nice to me? I thought you 5 were upset. I asked and Aria just flicked my forehead. After what you just said. No way, Master. I love you now more than ever, she said and pulled me closer into her. My arm had been firmly nuzzled between her breasts and she was breathing right in my ear. She's just so cuddly. Wait ... did I say that all out loud? I asked in disbelief. I've never really told the girls how I feel about them, never had a reason to. So this is kind of a big deal. Yes, you did, Varian, Brittany said as she stepped into view with Violet just behind her. The 2 girls smiled down at me as Aria pushed closer to me. How close can she get? Oh, sorry, I muttered and Aria flicked me once again. I turned to see her pouting at me and poking my cheek in irritation. So cute. Don't you dare be sorry. I've been waiting for you to say something like that for forever, Aria said angrily. She has. What, Aria? Have I seriously not shown her any affection? Aria, I'm sorry. I'll give you all the attention you want from now on, I said, and the girl's pout broke into a smile as she crawled on top of me. Oh no ... not in the foyer. Thank you, Master, she said happily and pushed herself against me. Hug ... but I want to sleep on my bed tonight. I'll let you 2 sleep there. James, the others and I will be taking your bed, Brittany said with a wave as she walked up the stairs to meet with Ashlyn and Seraphine. Ugh ... how dare she? Then I felt something poke my arm. Can I sleep here, Master? Violet asked and curled up next to me. Aria shot her a glance and squeezed me tighter. I love it when she gets possessive. If you want a Violet, Aria and I wouldn't mind, would we? I looked up at the girl on my chest and she sighed. Rolling off me and standing back up, she held out her hand to me. Well, if there's going to be another, we should sleep in a bed, Aria said as she pulled me and Violet to our feet. What are they going to do with me if we're alone in a room? My room, Violet asked, and I shook my head. Those posters. No, how about Arias? I said, and Violet whined in confusion. How does she not understand? I don't like the posters. But you slept in there before. Is it the posters? She asked and pulled on my hand, trying to get me to follow her there. Well, I don't want a bunch of hot guys looking at me while I sleep with 2 hot girls, I said, and the 2 girls started giggling. They grabbed both my hands and pulled me towards the stairs. Hang on, I have to check on the little ones real quick, I said, and ran back towards the living room. I peeked my head around the door and my jaw dropped. Tara and Amy were both chugging 2 huge 2 liters of Mountain Dew while Ella watched. Sarah was playing Call of Duty and cussing out some kid who sounded like he was 10. And Jasmine was sitting in the corner reading a book. She noticed me and waved, her signal that I could go to bed. Good night, girls, I called, and for a split second everything stopped and all the little ones waved back at me. But as soon as I was gone, everything started again. As long as they don't find the liquor cabinet, we should be fine. Come on, Master, Aria sang and ran up to grab me again. I was immediately pulled all the way up the stairs, into Aria's room, and pushed onto the bed. Before I could even sit back up, both girls had taken off their t-shirts and thrown them on top of me. Wait, Aria, this is mine, I whined and then looked at Aria and completely lost my train of thought. My mouth dropped and I didn't even remember what I said moments before. Both girls had on lacy bras that matched their hair. They just smiled at me before crawling onto the bed and inching closer to me. Now, being the awesome player that I was, I immediately backed away and forced myself against the wall. What's wrong, Master? Nervous? You've seen us in these before, haven't you? Violet asked as she reached me. She ran her hand down my leg and brought her head right against my neck. Where am I? Heaven? Or maybe you haven't. Maybe I just dreamed about you seeing me in this and taking me. Like you're about to right now. She purred in my ear and my mind broke. I turned away from her, hoping for some relief, but I was greeted by Aria nuzzling against me. Master, these jeans are too uncomfortable to sleep in. Take them off for me, the beautiful girl sang in my ear. My brain was completely working on autopilot, so I did as I was asked. I undid her jeans and went to the foot of the bed to pull them off. When they got to her knees, I was rewarded with the sight of her underwear. Aria ... is that? Garter belt? I asked in amazement, and Aria responded by sitting up and striking a very ... very erotic pose. Yes it is. It's almost like I bought the exact one you've looking at on the computer in your room. She teased and winked at me. Never letting them back on that thing ... they might find something else. Hey, I bought something for him too. Violet whined and jumped off the bed and out of the room. Aria watched her leave and immediately ran to the door and locked it. She turned back to me with a predatory grin. She's gone now, master. Now, why don't you take your strong and beautiful rook to bed? She asked and walked up to me. Her hands flew down and she ripped my shirt off with her strength. She's going to rape me ... she's going to rape me and there is nothing I can do about it. Master, she started and looked at me with her perfect eyes. She pressed her hands against my chest and slowly pushed me onto the bed. Do you know how long I've wanted you to tell me how you feel about me? I've loved you for so long. The first time I saw you, before I was even your servant, when you came to my school. She kept talking and talking as she laid me on the bed and crawled on top of me. Her body was hot and she pressed it against mine perfectly. Violet, never come back. I saw you and you just looked so wonderful. I knew I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you. You just looked like you needed a best friend and someone to make you happy. I could tell you had a dark past and you needed someone to make it go away. And I'm happy that I can be that girl for you. You make me so happy, Varian. You've made my life something wonderful. She continued and I just wrapped my arms around her and held her. We were sitting up by this time, half-naked bodies pressed against each other. I cupped her chin with my hand and ran my other hand down her legs. When we started talking and you told me you wanted me to be your servant, I was actually happy. You're such a kind soul and I was so happy when you convinced my parents to let us run away together. I don't even care that you have a huge family of other girls ... as long as I'm special to you. As long as I have a place in your heart, I'm content. She finished and pulled her body closer to mine. She was smiling at me and running her hand across my chest. I couldn't imagine a better moment than this. Her skin was silky smooth and her lips looked perfect. I leaned in slowly and she immediately took the hint. Our lips met and we kissed. We kissed for so long I stopped caring. She pushed me against the bed, pushing down on my chest. Her hands ran along my arms and down my sides. I let her take control. She likes it that way. She broke the kiss and smiled down at me before sitting back up and straddling me. She just sat there and ran her finger up and down my chest. I couldn't stop staring at her figure and she must have noticed. She stopped touching my chest and reached behind her back. The bra unclipped and fell onto my chest, unveiling heaven. Are they good enough, master? She asked and looked at me with a blush. She must have felt embarrassed because she couldn't make eye contact anymore. I sat up and put my hands around her waist. Oh, her butt is the best. Aria, they're fantastic. Just like you. I want to ask you something ... Is it okay if I sleep with you for a couple weeks? I asked and the girl looked back at me in surprise. She yelped with glee and smiled before wrapping her arms around me and tackling me. Do you really mean it, master? A whole week? Think of all the things we could do. All the positions you could love me in. I could show you the wardrobe I bought for you. She ranted on and I just smiled up at her. I let her finish before I grabbed the back of her head and kissed her again. What wardrobe? I asked when we finally stopped kissing. She just grinned at me and nuzzled against my chest. You'll see, she said and started kiss my neck. Oh no ... if I get a hickey. I shuddered at the thought. We sat there for a few more minutes before Aria took a deep breath and sat up. She sat beside me and looked me over, clearly troubled by something. I looked at her in confusion and put my hand over hers. What's wrong? I asked and she looked into my eyes, determined to ask me something. What is wrong? Everything was gumdrops and ice cream a minute ago. Let me see it, she ordered and I just looked at her, still confused. See what? I asked. It, she said a little louder and ran her hand up my leg, letting it rest on. Aria, no, that's a ... no. I said quickly and tried to pull her hand away from my zipper. But, of course I gave her unlimited strength. Way to go, idiot. No, I want to see it and make my master happy. Varian, please ... It's a sigh of true love, she said and put her hand back on it. I just sighed and prayed that no one would open the door. Fine, go ahead, I said in defeat and the girl squealed with happiness as she started undoing my jeans. I saw her blush and get embarrassed a few times but she kept on going, pulling my pants down inch by inch. When I used to think about my first time I never imagined it with a girl as beautiful as this. Hey Varian, a voice yelled as a red and black portal appeared in Aria's room. A familiar brown-haired teen stepped out and instantly fell to his knees. Issei, what the hell are you doing? I yelled and the boy just looked at me with awe. Why is he here? Wait ... How did he even know what room to teleport to? Ugh, Varian, you're a hero, thank you. Your group of servants truly are as grand as you made them sound. It's like you live in a Playboy mansion. Please Varian, let me live with you. Issei begged and I actually started laughing. Poor kid, just wants to see some nip. Arya, however, was not happy. "You stupid pervert," she yelled and punched Issei right in the face. He slammed into the wall and even more blood started pouring out of his nose. "Arya, put your bra on before you make the kid anemic," I said, and Arya looked at me with a pout. I mouthed the word sorry another time and turned my attention back towards Issei while my rook left the room. "Dude, I was just about to get laid. What do you need?" I asked as Issei pulled himself out of the wall. "Why would Rias send him?" "Rias asked me to ask you to come to a meeting with her. It's between the 3 current peerages that inhabit Kuoh. She wants all of us to get to know each other better. Isn't that great?" he said, and I just looked at him and sighed. "Do I have a choice?" I asked, and Issei's smile fell. He looked at me confused and took a seat on the bed next to me. Luckily, I'd pulled my pants up by this point. "What do you mean, Master Varian? Why would you not want to?" he asked, and I just looked at him, not really knowing how to communicate at all. He loves his master to death, I can see it, so I don't want to make him not love her. Let's just say Rias and I have a bad history. I understand she is trying to make it better, but I just don't know what to do about it. I'm just very confused right now, I said, and Issei rubbed my back. "I'm sure everything will go great." She also said something about a small sport tournament, so you may want to come just for that. Anyway, I better get going. "See you soon, Master Varian. The meeting is tomorrow morning and will last until night," Issei said before getting up to leave. "Issei, what do you think of Rias?" I asked, and Issei stopped. He looked at me with a far-off look in his eyes. "President is the most wonderful girl I know. She's elegant, dignified, kind, and knows just what to do about everything. But she's also this sweet, erotic, and down-to-earth girl that understands me. I'm a pervert and most girls are disgusted by that, but Rias she takes me as I am and truly cares for me." Issei finished and looked at me again. "And now I feel terrible. Issei, you just said the opposite of what I think of her. Maybe you two are destined to be together. Or maybe I've been wrong about her all this time. When she's around me, she's this annoying, bratty high school girl and I despise her. But at the same time, I can't help but remember how I used to feel about her when we were kids," I said, and Issei nodded slowly. "I still feel this connection with her. She's even more beautiful than she was back then and she seems kinder. I'm just confused about what to do. Yes, it would be right for me to marry her in many aspects, but still, I'm not sure what I really want. Things were so much simpler back when we were kids." I finished, and Issei continued to nod, hanging on my every word. "Rias told us a story about you, so I can probably understand where you're coming from. But trust me, President is the best girl I know, and if you're engaged to her then you are a lucky man," Issei said, and I could detect a hint of jealousy in his voice. I looked at him with caring eyes and put a hand on his shoulder. "And that's another reason why I can't marry her. It's because of you, Issei. You're in love with her and I won't take another man's true love. I will play along with this engagement and do what I have to, but I will make Rias fall out of love with me and in love with you. Because, Issei, you deserve it. You may be a pervert, but I can tell you're a good kid. Now go on and report to your master." I finished, and Issei looked back at me with tears rolling down his cheeks. "Thank you, Master Varian. I'll never forget this kindness you've shown me. I'll gladly help you in any way you need, just ask," Issei yelled as he stepped back into the portal. He walked through as I waved him goodbye. However, the portal didn't close. "Varian ... is that really what you used to think?" Rias's voice entered the room as she stepped through the portal. My jaw dropped and I just looked at her in disbelief. "Are you seriously eavesdropping? Just get out of her," I yelled, and the girl just kept walking forward. "No, go away. Go away now. Varian, you loved me like that back then, right? And those feelings are coming back now, right? So we can be together." She looked at me, her eyes were begging. I just sighed and grabbed her shoulder, keeping her from getting too close. "Is that all you heard? What about all the amazing things your pawn said about you? Go talk to him and get out of my house," I told her and pushed her back. She stopped looking at me and looked down at the ground, confused. "Please just go away. Rias, let's just go home." Another female voice entered the room as Rias's queen stepped in. I waved at her and she waved back as she approached her distraught master. Aquino helped her through the portal and looked back at me, smiling. "You did a good thing," the girl said, and I smiled. "She's really pretty, and her voice is so nice. Wish she was in my peerage." "Don't mention it. You can hang out for a bit if you want," I said awkwardly. Wow, went from almost having sex to asking another girl to hang out in the girl you were going to have sex with's room. Nice, I'd love to, honestly I would, but my master needs me right now. "I'll see you at the meeting tomorrow," she asked, and I nodded. "Might as well. I mean, I've got to figure something out. Just fix her up before I get there. I really don't want her doing stuff like that in front of everyone," I said, and Aquino nodded and walked through the portal. When they were gone I fell back onto the bed and closed my eyes. What a long night. "Master, can I come back in?" Arya's voice sounded from behind the door. "Crap. Of course, beautiful. I need you now more than you'd think." I whispered the last part, but she probably heard it. The purple-haired girl walked back in and took a seat on the bed next to me. She looked at me, concerned. "I'm fine. Will you just hold me?" I asked, and the girl nodded before crawling in the bed and wrapping herself around me. "I don't want to go to this meeting. I want to stay like this, forever." "Me too," Arya whispered and kissed my cheek. Talking out loud again. At least I only say positive stuff. I rubbed my eyes and sat up in bed. From what I could tell it was morning and everyone else should be getting up soon. I yawned and stretched before spinning around and hopping out of bed. I should probably get breakfast ready, I told myself and headed towards the door. Aria's room was really pretty in the morning. The sunlight shined through at just the right spots to make the room shiny and peaceful looking. Her blankets and covers littered the floor after what we did last night. It was so good. I felt like she was probably going to break a few bones at certain parts. Her small twin-sized bed was pushed against the dark purple walls, and she had a small desk and bookshelf on the opposite wall on either side of her closet. All the girls' rooms looked pretty much the same, except for whatever they put in it. I let them do pretty much whatever. I'm not a slave driver like most male masters. Wait, where's Aria? I asked out loud when I looked at the bed and didn't see the purple-haired girl lying there. Did she get up without me noticing? I peeked out in the hall and didn't see anyone else, so I decided to go ahead and head to the kitchen. I walked down the long hallway, down the stairs, and across the foyer towards the kitchen. I turned the corner and my nose was assaulted by the most delicious smell ever. I looked in and saw Aria standing beside the stove, frying bacon. Well, that's a woman for you. Good morning, master. She called and smiled over her shoulder at me. I waved at her but had to immediately cover my nose after I saw her. My brain finally registered what she was wearing and then my brain broke again. She was standing beside the stove in just an apron with no back. I was staring right at the butt I'd fallen in love with. I first meet this girl. Greatest morning ever. Aria was still looking over her shoulder and I heard her giggle. Must have caught me staring. Master, you shouldn't stare. It's quite impolite. If you want to see, all you have to do is ask. Aria said sweetly while she flipped pieces of bacon over, not even looking at me. It's like she knows. I coughed awkwardly and tried to play it off as I took a seat at my chair. Oh what staring, I don't know what you were talking about. I said, quiet, flustered. Why do they have to do this stuff to me? It's never been like this until recently. Maybe being around Rias is changing me. No, that can't be it. Something is changing though. So master, what time do we leave for that meeting? Aria asked and pulled me out of my thoughts. She was walking over to me with a whole plate full of food and a smile on her face. And her boobs were basically hanging out of the apron. Best housewife ever. Oh well, I think we should wait for everyone to get up and eat and then we can leave, I said, and Aria nodded before taking a seat on my lap. She grabbed a piece of bacon and looked out the big window across from us, chewing quietly. Aria what are you doing? I asked with a giggle. The girl on my lap just looked at me plainly and poked my cheek. I'm eating the food I made. You are my seat. Got a problem? She said and narrowed her eyes at me. Oh right, Aria and her food. I forgot. No problem at all. Have as much as you want, I said quickly and tried to avoid her glare. As soon as I said that, her expression changed to a smile and she kissed my forehead before stuffing her face with food. Where does she put it all? How come I only get like 4 pieces? I whined as Aria snatched the last piece from my hand and slapped my wrist. She growled at me like a hungry monster before shoving the food in her mouth. Because I made it and you're a boy. You have to treat the girl right or else no more treats for you at night, she said with a wink, and I giggled. Haha, she rhymed. I guess that's fair. Hey, I'm going to get a shower. How about you go wake up the others? I said, and the girl on my lap nodded before hopping off and skipping across the foyer. I really did enjoy last night, master. Can't wait for tonight. I love you, she called as she ran up the stairs in a hurry. I blushed from my seat and laid my head on the table like a lovesick teen. I still kind of smell like her. Master you okay? A quiet voice said from beside me. My head shot up and I saw Ella, Tara, and Sarah standing beside me. Tara and Sarah had bags under their eyes. How late did they stay up? Hey you three. Good morning. How late did you stay up? I asked, and the girls shifted uncomfortably except for Ella. She walked up to me and crawled onto my lap happily. I went to bed a little bit after you said goodnight, but these two stayed up all night long, Ella said and pointed at the 2 other pawns accusingly. I giggled and watched the 3 of them glare at each other. Amy wouldn't stop edging me on. It's not my fault, Tara defended and crossed her arms angrily. It's kind of hard to believe she's the oldest of them all. Hopefully they didn't drink all my soda. I did get to the last prestige in Call of Duty. I'm like number 4 in the world now, Sarah said like it was no big deal. I immediately picked Ella up, put her on the ground, and wrapped my arms around the small blonde. That's amazing. Sarah, I'm so proud of you, I yelled happily, and the girl blushed before punching me and sending an electric charge through me. It's not a big deal, weirdo. Get off me and get a shower, she said quietly, trying to hide her blush. The 3 pawns left giggling and I was busy trying to pick myself off the floor. Those electric charges hurt, man. I picked myself up and started walking towards the stairs, sighing. Why do they have to be so mean? I just wanna love him. I started up the stairs and looked up to see Violet standing at the top. I waved to her but she shook her head and ran back down the hall. Wonder what's wrong with her. Violet, come back, I called and started jogging up the stairs. I came around the corner just in time to see her open a door at the end of the hall and run in. She's never been like this before. I jogged up to the door and knocked. Hey Violet, what's wrong? Can I come in? I asked, and I swear I could hear sobs from inside. What is going on? And how come she never came back to bed last night? Just leave me alone. It doesn't matter, she yelled from inside, and I felt my heart snap a little. She doesn't want me to help. She's normally so cool and collected. What could get to her? I'm not leaving until you tell me what is going on, I stated firmly and turned the doorknob. Amazingly, the door wasn't locked and I was able to step inside the room. I looked around the room and saw Violet's dagger stabbed into the wall opposite of the bed. A pillow was ripped up and thrown across the floor, and Violet was lying on the bed and I could hear her crying. "Violet, sweetie," I muttered and stepped towards the bed. She didn't even move or look at me as I sat at the foot of the bed, not wanting her to jump up and kill me if I got too close. "Tell me what's wrong," I said and patted her foot, the closest thing to me. "How come you two locked the door? How come you never let me back in last night?" she asked and sat up in the bed. She locked eyes with me and my heart broke even more. Her eyes were bloodshot and she had tears streaming down her face. "How come you love all of them more than me?" she yelled and threw a pillow at me. I let it hit me. I didn't feel like I deserved to block it or move away from her. After the pillow hit me, Violet lunged across the bed and started punching my arm and chest. Why is she like this? She's never even shed a tear the entire time I've known her. I've never seen her not smiling. "Violet, please stop," I said quietly and grabbed both her hands. I interlocked our fingers and looked at her seriously, trying to get her to look me in the eyes. "Don't you dare say I love anyone more than you," I said, and the girl broke down even more. She threw her head into my lap and started crying again. But you said you're going to sleep with Arya for weeks. And what if that turns into forever? What if I never get to be alone with you again?" She wailed and I felt like the worst person in the world. I patted her head and ran my hand through her silky black hair. "Violet, I'll never stop loving you. You can be alone with me whenever you want. I already promised Arya I'd stay with her for a few weeks, but that doesn't mean anything," I said firmly and brought the girl to a sitting position so she could look at me. "What's wrong with you, Violet? I've never seen you like this before. This goes beyond me and Arya, doesn't it?" I asked, and Violet shook her head in confusion. She pressed against my chest and I felt the tears roll down my chest. "This is the worst experience ever. It's just master you and that Rias girl when I saw her kiss you it broke my heart. You've never kissed me before, Master. You've never really kissed any of us up until a few days ago when we got here. What changed? We always felt equal, but you've started to become different and we don't know what to do anymore. I've been content with being equal to all the others up until now, because I want you to love me too." The girl rambled in her distraught state and her words started to cut away at me. "Am I really changing? Violet, I don't know what to do anymore," I said and placed my head on top of the girl's. "What do I do? It's true that I haven't kissed any of them until recently, and I've never really expressed feelings up until last night. I've always felt this way, but I've just never shown it. What do you want me to do, Violet?" I asked, and the girl sniffled before looking up into my eyes. Her eyes are the perfect color and they glowed slightly in the morning sunlight. I was transfixed. "I want you to love me, Varian. You saved me from my terrible life. My dad walked out on me and my mom was dying from cancer and I didn't have anywhere else to go and then you showed up," Violet said sadly and started tearing up even more. She'd always been so happy and calm because she'd been through so much. She was the happiest out of all of us because she'd been sad the longest. "I started doing drugs and I meet that guy we dropped out of school and he was going to get me pregnant, but Varian, you saved me from all that. You saved me from the worst mistake of my life and you changed me. I love you with all my heart and I can't imagine life without you anymore." Violet finished and just leaned against me, broken and sad. I wanted to die. I wanted to die and get away from this situation. But she's my Violet she doesn't deserve to cry anymore. I grabbed the girl's shoulders and looked into her eyes again, like I did the night we met. She was running from a group of thugs who were trying to get her drugs. I grabbed her, saved her, and we ran away together. I've been in love with her from the moment she told me about her life. She's the strongest person I know. "Violet, I'll do anything to make you happy. Anything you want. Just name it," I said quietly and pressed our lips together. I'd take on the whole world if it would make her stop crying. We kissed for minutes before she finally broke away. It was a normal kiss, no tongue, just emotions. When she pulled away, she wasn't crying anymore. I let out a sigh of relief and wrapped my arms around her. "I'll keep you safe and keep you happy. I swear. I don't want to see you cry ever again. Now come on, we've got a meeting we have to go to," I said and rose from the bed. I extended my hand to her and she took it happily. We walked out of her destroyed room and into the hallway, still blushing and holding hands. "You go get some food and I'm going to get a shower," I said and kissed her forehead before stepping away. However, Violet didn't let me go. I turned back and saw her smiling at me and blushing. "Can I join you?" she asked, and I almost fainted. "Like I in the shower. Naked. Sure if that would make you happy," I said awkwardly, and my face turned a bright shade of crimson. The girl giggled and inched closer to me before wrapping her arms around one of mine. She clung onto me as I awkwardly walked up the big spiral staircase and into my room. Luckily, Arya had already woken up the other girls and they were nowhere to be seen as Violet and I stepped into the bathroom. "I hope you don't mind this, Master," Violet said shyly as she pulled her black tank top off. I didn't look at her as I pulled my sweatpants, t-shirt, and underwear off. "This is going to suck. If it makes you happy, then I'm up for anything," I said with a warm smile as I turned back to her. My jaw dropped and I felt a stream of blood fall from my nose. Violet was standing there in nothing but her black lacy panties. She had a cute blush and shifted around awkwardly. Violet ... you look beautiful, I whispered as I stepped towards her. What am I even doing? My brain is like not working at all. I just hope I don't do anything stupid. You ... you really think so, Varian? Can we please go into the shower now? She said and put her head down, peeking up at me from behind her long black hair. I really hope she doesn't look down. Sure, I said happily and grabbed the girl's hand before stepping into the large shower. This thing could normally fit a group of like 6, it was so big, but I was the only one who ever really used it. I turned on the water and immediately felt Violet cling to my back when I straightened back up. Varian ... is this because you want to make me happy ... or ... Violet started and I looked over my shoulder to look at her. She had the same blush but she was smiling now. She wasn't feeling awkward anymore and she was actually pressing herself against my back. Those things are way bigger than they looked. Is it because you ... you love me? Do you truly love me, Varian? She asked and I couldn't speak before she flipped me around and pressed me against the wall. Her hair and body were already wet and it felt like we were having a big romantic standing in the rain scene. I do love you, Violet, more than anything, I said warmly and ran my hands down her back. I pulled her close to me and her blush completely disappeared. She dug her nails into my chest and brushed against me. Why do they make me have to choose? Can we ... Violet whispered something and started sliding her hand down my chest. I panicked and jerked around, which caused me to slip on the wet ground. We both fell and landed on the shower floor. Oh ... wait ... why can't I breathe? I muttered and felt something soft pushing against both sides of my head. I hear Violet's familiar giggle and my brain exploded and my body froze. Where am I? Oh master, I didn't know you were so eager. Violet teased and sat up, straddling me. What is it with these girls? You show them a tiny bit of affection and bam. Straddling. Violet. I don't think this is a good idea, I muttered as she reached down. Her hand was an inch away from the greatest feeling I'd ever experienced before I heard a knock. Prep. I yelled and tried to stand up but I forgot the girl sitting on my waist. The doorknob turned and the door swung open to reveal Aria, Brittany, and Seraphine stepping into the bathroom. Violet just smiled at them and winked while I waved my arms around. It's not what you girls think. She was just washing my back. That's what it was, I said quickly. I really hope they don't freak out. Brittany just sighed before stepping out of the bathroom, Seraphine close behind. Boy, did the redhead look angry. She was steaming. The only one left was Aria. Hey Aria, what's up? I asked, trying to get her to ignore the current state of her master. She just smiled at me and walked out of the bathroom. Have fun with him, Violet, she asked, and the girl on top of me nodded and smiled. The two smiled at each other as I laid on the ground in confusion. Why am I not in pain right now? I feel like that should have been the first thing to happen. I sure did, Violet replied, and the two girls giggled. Oh Varian, you will be sleeping with both of us tonight, okay? So don't wear yourself out at the sports tournament, Aria said as she stepped out of the bathroom. A sports tournament? I looked up at Violet in confusion and she giggled with her hand over her mouth. After everyone gets introduced, Rias wants us to have guys versus guys and girls versus girls sports tournament. Don't worry, master, we will win for you, I promise. Violet finished and kissed me. I didn't really see it coming until she was lying on top of me, pressing her amazing body against me and kissing me. She broke the kiss a few minutes later and stood back up. Turning off the shower, she pulled me to my feet and stepped out. Get dressed and I'll tell the others to meet in the foyer. Thank you Varian ... for everything. Violet whispered the last part before throwing on her underwear and tank top and running out of the bathroom. I smiled before drying off and getting some clothes out of my room. Sports, so I should probably wear something appropriate. I put on white sleeves t-shirt, black running shorts, and bright red Converses. After changing and brushing my hair, I walked down the spiral staircase and down the hall to the foyer. I came to the top of the staircase and looked into the foyer to see all the girls standing around in sports attire. And oh my Lucifer, were they sexy. The older girls had on really tight tank tops and bloomers, while the younger ones had on pretty much the same, except they had on less revealing t-shirts. At least no one mistakes me for a lollican, that's good. Are you girls ready? I asked happily as I walked down the staircase and joined them in the foyer. They all turned to me with smiles, except for Seraphine. I really hope she isn't still mad. Man, she wears that sword and tank top really well. Wait, where am I? Did you and Violet finally stop fooling around? Aria teased and my face fell. I grumbled from beneath my hair as I walked through the center of the ground towards the door. What's fooling around mean? Ella whispered to Sarah and both girls looked at each other and shrugged. I don't know, but it sounds fun. Especially if it's with Master, Sarah said, trying to whisper the last part. I still heard her and gave her a smile before opening the door and starting off down the street. Aria and Violet had their arms interlocked with mine as my household escorted me towards the school. A few minutes passed before we eventually reached the school and the girls were forced to let me go. Wait, aren't we supposed to be going to school? Oh, right, I forgot. Where did she say to meet? I asked, and Brittany turned to look back at me. In front of her clubhouse. She responded, and I nodded. Wait, how does she know all this? Weird. I followed my group of girls towards the clubhouse. When the old building was finally in view, I stepped to the front of the group and started glaring at the two other households. Why does Sona have to be here? Oh, it appears the servant has decided to join us. The flat-chested devil mocked as she straightened her glasses. Yeah, that's right, I said you were flat-chested. I'm just too scared to say it out loud. Oh, are you a high-class devil? I thought all devils had to have big boobs like ours. Rias shot back at her and I smiled. She deserves the biggest reward for that. I gave her a wink before turning back to the two angry high devils. All right, so what are we here for, Rias? I asked, already annoyed. I agreed to this. Why? I examined Rias's peerage until I saw Kuoh waving at me and smiling. Oh right, that's why. Rias and Ashlyn must have seen where my eyes were because they immediately clung onto my arms. We are here so our households can get to know each other a little better. There have been a few disturbances in this city and I feel like the three of us will have to work together in the future, so I wanted to get everyone acquainted. She explained and I took a step back. Did Rias just say that? I must say that's really smart and kind of you, Rias, I said in disbelief. Who is this attractive redhead in front of me? Rias smiled and nodded at me before continuing her explanation. So I thought that we could let our servants get to know each other and then have a friendly sports tournament. Rias finished and Sona and I nodded. Sounds reasonable, I said, and Sona agreed. Wait, did I just say that? Sona agreed. What is happening to me? All right, everyone has a few hours to talk and socialized. Please have fun. Varian, would you mind going with Kuoh to get drinks and chips? Rias asked and my mouth dropped yet again. What is even going on anymore? Wait, maybe this was Kuoh's doing so she could get close to me. And oh, that's a wet dream I had. Sure thing, Rias. Girls, behave. I'll be back soon. I told my household and they nodded. The entire group filed out and started talking to different devils here and there. Phew, that could have gone so much worse. We should get going, Kuoh said from behind me and I jumped. When did she get there? Sure. You scared me, I said and chuckled as we started walking down the path. I kept looking over at her and smiling. Not only was she beautiful but her tank top and mini skirt were really tight. She may even be prettier than Rias. No scratch that she is. So, Kuoh, I started awkwardly and rubbed the back of my neck. My eyes were darting all over the place as we stepped onto the street. Why did Rias decide the two of us would get drinks? I asked and the queen next to me giggled. Well, Rias was originally going to go with you herself, but I convinced her to let me go instead. Kuoh explained. Her voice is so soft. Why does it feel like I'm on a date or something? Oh, and how did you convince her to go in her stead? I asked and Kuoh gave me a slight frown. I said I'd talk to you about her and make you fall for her. She explained and I sighed. I looked up at the sky and put both my hands behind my neck. Now I have to hear this crap. But I'm not going to because the girl started again and I looked at her out of the corner of my eye. Because, I asked and saw that the girl next to me was blushing. Because I don't want you to fall for her. Kuoh explained and I giggled. Yeah, I don't either. Issei deserves her and wants her way more than I do. I say that Rias should focus on him. I told the black-haired beauty next to me and she nodded in agreement. That makes a lot of sense, but there is another reason I don't want you to fall for her. The queen continued and I cocked an eyebrow. Do tell, I said. We had finally reached the store and were about to go in when Kuoh stopped me and pushed me against a column. It's because I want you to fall in love with me, she said with 100% honesty. Wait, what? Brian, explain what she just said to me. What do you mean? I asked in disbelief and the girl just giggled at me. You have quite the reputation and you're a very powerful devil. But, you're brave and strong and kind. You seem so unbelievably kind and I need a man like that. A strong man to protect me and care for me, she explained and I nodded slowly, not really understanding what was going on. But why bring this up all of a sudden? We don't even know each other and you're the queen of my soon-to-be wife. How would it even work between us? I asked and the girl giggled again before leaning in close. You let me worry about that. I just want you to consider me. It kind of turns me on, the thought of taking a man away from Rias. She finished and immediately kissed me. Honestly, she kissed wonderfully. She finally broke the kiss and stopped pushing me into the wall. Well, let's go get those drinks, she said with a giggle and walked into the store. I straightened back up inside. What is even going on? We're back, Kuoh said happily. The black-haired devil lead me back down the path towards the gathering. How exactly did I get the job of carrying all the food and drinks? Kuoh just skipped happily in front of me while I struggled to keep up. While I was following the beautiful girl in front of me, my mind was waging a war inside my head. I have no clue what to do anymore. Issei is in love with Rias. Rias is in love with me. All my girls are in love with me. Kuoh is apparently in love with me and wants to steal me from Rias. I'm in love with who? Arya and Violet. Rias. Or do I actually like Kuoh? And what about Brittany? Or Sarah? Or Ella and Tara? Or Seraphine? What do I do? Is this what having a harem is like? Or am I just doing everything wrong? Can I only pick one or why can't things be simple? Varian, is everything okay, master? Brittany asked from right beside me. I jumped back a little from her sudden appearance but quickly regained my composure. She took some of the bags out of my hand and interlocked her fingers with mine. And my mind is at ease once again. It is now, I whispered and kissed her cheek lightly. We both smiled at each other before returning to what had turned into a huge party. We walked over to Rias and Aquino and were directed to put the snacks on a table. How was the store, master? Brittany asked as we placed the sodas down on the table. I wonder if anything happened while I was gone. It was nice. Aquino is a lot easier to get along with than her master, I said and started to giggle. Brittany just smiled and nodded happily at me. As long as Rias isn't upsetting me, I think Brittany and the others will be happy. Odd, I don't even detect a hint of jealousy coming from here. Varian, can I speak with you for a moment? Rias asked. I sighed before turning to see Rias standing beside a familiar young blonde girl in a nun outfit. Asia, I yelled and ran over to where the two girls were standing. I grabbed the small girl's hands and looked her over. I'm so glad she's okay. Hello, Master Varian, I wanted to thank you for coming to save me, the blonde girl said happily. She finally looked truly happy. She had a huge smile on her face and a hint of a blush when she looked at me. Wait, really? Asia, I'm so happy you're okay. I was worried sick about you. I thought you. My voice quieted as I started to trail off. Last time I saw her she was dead, wasn't she? She was dead, Varian. But thanks to Issei's quick thinking, we were able to bring her back as my bishop, Rias said happily and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Oh great, Rias gets to corrupt another sweet and innocent soul. Yes, I am very happy to be a part of Rias's household. She is an extremely kind master. Asia cheered happily and looked at the redhead with a smile. Did she pay her to say that? Is she doing this to get my attention or something? Oh Asia, why don't you run along and socialize? Varian and I have some things to talk about, Rias said and gestured towards the larger group of devils near us. Asia nodded and started to walk away, but stopped a few feet away. Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to thank you for helping to save me, Varian. Sorry, I meant Lord Blackflame. Anyway, thanks again, Asia called out as she waved goodbye to me. I smiled faintly and waved her off as she approached a group of my servants. It's nice to see such a sweet girl making friends. So Varian, Rias's voice cut through my thoughts and I turned to see her looking up at me. Her eyes were gentle and her smile was kind. Barf, yes Rias, I asked hesitantly, turning slowly to look at her. I wasn't getting the same needy vibe that she's been giving off recently. She just seemed to be acting nice and civil. What is going on? Am I dreaming? I hope my queen didn't annoy you or anything. She insisted on going with you so I let her. Thanks again for getting the refreshments by the way, Rias said sweetly. I don't think I've seen her act like this in a long time. It's refreshing. Oh, it was no trouble at all. She's a really interesting girl. I would have liked to have her in my peerage, to be honest, I admitted, and Rias giggled with her hand over her mouth. Am I actually having a conversation with Rias? And our voices have stayed level ... the whole time. Oh Varian, you're such a playboy, aren't you? Rias teased and actually caused me to giggle. We're joking now. Jesus, what is happening? What do you mean by that, love? I asked, not really noticing I was talking to her the way I did with my servants. I've never spoken to another teen that wasn't in my servitude before. It's an odd feeling. You have all these girls around you and you can tell what kind of people they are just by looking at them. You're really good with girls and they seem to just flock to you. I bet Issei would love to have that power over them like you do, Rias praised, and I actually felt myself blush. Rias just complimented me ... I in a regular day-to-day conversation. We're talking like we're friends. Oh no ... not this feeling again. Rias, if you're done flirting with the servant, I think we should get the game started. I believe the rest of the student body will be coming out in a few minutes. Sona's voice cut the air between us and we both turned to look at her. Oddly enough, we were both blushing and I felt pretty awkward. Did someone drug me or something? Oh Sona, you just wish you had a chance with a hero like Varian, Rias praised and clutched onto my arm. Woman, what are you doing? Let go. I didn't say that, of course. I started to sweat and blush as I turned to look at my servants for help. However, their faces weren't very helpful. They were all glaring at me. Oh Sona, as charming as ever. Come on then, let's get these games started, I said happily and got maneuvered myself out of Rias's grip. Wait, no ... not like that. Master ... do you want to explain what you were just doing with her? Arya asked as she, Violet, and Seraphine approached me. I brought my hands up and started backing away. They're so scary when they're mad. We weren't doing anything. She just wanted to talk to me, that's all, I said quickly. Hopefully they'll buy that. Arya and Seraphine continued to glare at me while Violet just skipped to my side and interlocked my arms with hers. Well, if that is really all that happened, then I suppose you are okay, she said sweetly and leaned her head on my shoulder. Oh, thank Lucifer she didn't get mad. Why were you blushing, Master? And why did she have her hands on you? Seraphine questioned and I started to sweat again. Drop it please. She's bad for you, Master, Arya whispered and looked at me with sad, caring eyes. Wow, I didn't know she felt that way. Arya, Seraphine, the Master said nothing happened so we should just drop it, Violet said sternly from my side. I know she agreed with them, but it was nice to have her pretend to be on my side. I promise nothing happened, girls. I'm still 100% yours, I promised, and the girls' faces lit up instantly. Arya yelped with glee before clutching to the arm that was occupied by Violet and leading me back towards our group. Kiba, Ashlyn, and Amy were all talking in one part of the field while Kaneko and Sarah sat alone eating out of a chip bag. I don't remember buying that one though. Where did they get it? And why don't they look like they're talking? And how come Amy has such a dreamy expression on her face? Kiba isn't that good looking ... is he? Alright everybody, it's time to begin the sports tournament. First up, I want the boys to get into teams of 2. Rias announced. She and Sona were standing beside each other right in front of the door to the old schoolhouse. This was the first time I noticed just how outmatched the boys were by the girls. It was just me, Issei, Kiba, and some other guy from Sona's group. Well, there is no way I'm going to be with the loser servant or the pervert, so I'll just team with Prince Good Looking. The boy sneered with a smug grin on his face. Wow ... what a jerk. Sona really knows how to pick him. Alright then, I'll team with my boy Issei, I said happily and walked over to Issei. We high-fived and stood back to back with our arms crossed. Oh yeah ... go team pervert. You just want to be with someone who treats you like a superhero. Sona's servant yelled and I just giggled before gesturing towards my servants. Aren't I though? I retorted and I caught his eyes looking the girls over. They looked pretty fantastic. They were showing a ton of skin and their bodies were practically glowing in the morning sun. I even stopped for a minute and stared at them. Whatever servant. None of them even come close to Sona or any of my fellow peerage members. The boy said proudly and I swear I saw most of the girls behind him sigh in annoyance. While you compliment them and they still don't like you ... burn. Now that he points them out, some of Sona's servants are kind of cute. There was a girl with medium-length white hair and pure white skin. A mean-looking girl with brownish red hair and a smug grin on her face. A girl with short turquoise hair and a stone face must be a rook. A short girl with twin tails and a happy, kid-like smile on her face. A girl with long brown hair and a sweet innocent look to her must be a bishop. And a tall, well-endowed girl with glasses and a menacing stare. Again, a lot of girls. Okay servant, I'm getting kind of tired of you. Unlike Rias or your master, I have no rules that I'm forced to live by. So if you insult my girls one more time, I'm going to rip the fashion disaster of a tracksuit off you and strangle you with it. I threatened and smiled smugly at the boy the whole time. However, he just held his fist out and stared at me. Is that a challenge? I'm sure my master would praise me if I brought you down a few pegs. He taunted and motioned me to come forward. I just snickered and nudged Issei. The boy looked at me with a bewildered look, just like everyone else around us, as I whispered something to him. Watch this, I whispered and motioned for my cute blonde pawn to step forward. So, you're Sona's pawn, right? Well, before you go challenging me, let's see where you are at, I said and looked back at the small electric girl behind me. Sarah, would you mind showing off for these people? I asked and the girl nodded before stepping forward. Arya, Ashlyn, Brittany, and Violet were snickering uncontrollably as Sona's pawn stepped up to fight little old Sarah. I give him maybe 30 seconds. So you're one of this pretender's pawn. Let's see how you do against a real devil servant. The boy teased and summoned a bright glow to his wrist. Suddenly a small black gauntlet appeared on his wrist. Wonder what that does. Sona, do you consent to this fight? I asked smugly and the girl just chuckled before nodding. She knows exactly what's going on. Wait ... why am I getting so friendly with these two? Do what you will, ex-slave, Sona said before turning back to Rias and giggling. I'm glad I could bring the entertainment. Sarah, teach him a lesson, would you love? I asked and the small blonde nodded. Saji, try not to get killed, Sona called from her place next to Rias. Ouch, she has no faith in him. However, Saji just nodded and ran towards Sarah with his fist cocked back. The small blonde girl just darted forward in a flash of lightning and delivered a few quick electrically charged punches to the boy's chest. She darted to the left just as Saji stumbled forward. He managed to keep his footing, but held his chest in pain. He just frowned at the girl before throwing his gauntleted hand back and throwing it forward like a whip. All of a sudden, a small white strand flew out and swung towards Sarah. I've got you now, little girl. The boy cheered as his whip got closer to her. However, Sarah just stood still and held her hand out in front of her. A small, yellow magic circle appeared on her palm and disappeared as she snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, a torrent of lightning fell from the sky above Saji and electrocuted him. No you don't. I win, Sarah said quietly and walked over his smoldering body towards me. Saji just laid on the ground, twitching ever so slightly, as Sarah approached me and smiled faintly at me. Was that good, master? She asked and I smiled at her. I knew she wanted to please me. Why can't she be like this all the time? Perfect. Good job, Sarah, I praised, and the girl blushed before quickly looking down at her feet in embarrassment. She walked past me quickly and joined the pawns behind me. Sona, I think you should probably heal your poor pawn. Oh, and teach him some manners too, I taunted, and Sona just smirked. I win. Yes, I look like a cool guy. Thank Lucifer for these girls. I guess you're right, servant. Don't worry, he'll get what he deserves, Sona said with a slight chuckle. Yay, I taught her what for. Now that has been settled, I think we should get on to the main event. Asia, would you please heal Sona's servant so that the boys can begin their game? Rias asked, and the small nun girl yelped happily before running to Saji's side. She knelt next to him and her hand started to glow green as Saji's scorch marks began to disappear. Neat trick. He's all better now, master, Asia said after a few minutes, and Saji immediately rose to his feet. I shot him a glare and he quickly backed away towards Kiba. Yeah, Prince Charming isn't going to help you anybody, sorry. Now then, the entire student body has gathered around the basketball court to watch the boys play, Rias said, and I smiled at Issei. Hopefully he knew how to play. I learned back when I was living in America. You can't go to an inner city school and not learn basketball. Like, that's not possible. You boys ready for some 2-on-2? I asked and got a nod from Rias's 2 servants and a grumble from Sona's. Poor guy. Hope I didn't damage his pride too much. A few minutes later we stepped onto the court. When did all these kids get here? And why? Is it because 2 idols of their school are competing in sports? That's probably why. Japanese schools are odd like that. Go Kiba. A few girls called and I looked to see Kiba waving at a group of girls in cheerleading outfits. No fair. I want cheerleaders. Go Varian. A few voices from behind me yelled and I turned to see my household. Except they had acquired some cheerleading outfits as well. They were all in tight black and red tank tops and miniskirts. My jaw dropped a bit and I started drooling before I knew it. When did they get those? Varian, Issei, we gonna play or not? Kiba asked in his polite manner. At this point, I noticed Issei and I had been staring at my household for way too long and people were starting to laugh. Prep. Totally just give me that ball. I muttered and ran to the center of the court. Kiba and Saji stared at me from across the center and Issei smiled at me from behind. First to 21. I asked and Kiba nodded in affirmation. Alright then, I said and grabbed the ball in front of me. I started off down the court, Saji trying his best to keep up. I almost made it to the hoop when a flash of blonde appeared in front of me. The ball was gone. No fair. I won night speed. I called out as Kiba appeared at the center of the court, dribbling the ball. He smirked back at me as he tossed the ball into the net. Swoosh. Point Gremory. The announcer, who happened to be Sona's white-haired servant, called. How come they named it Gremory? How come we're Team Gremory? Saji complained and I snickered as Issei ran to pass the ball to me. Because his master is better than yours. I called and immediately regretted it. Why would I say something so stupid? Prep. Fine then. I bet you're Team Gremory then too, Saji said in annoyance. I just giggled as Issei passed me the ball. Why would there be 2 Team Gremorys? Idiot. I taunted as I dribbled past Saji, leaving him in the dust again. I heard him grumble in annoyance as the blonde blur appeared next to me again. Nope. I taunted and stopped, making Kiba dash in front of me and miss the ball. I kept on going with Kiba running to keep up with me. I want to do something cool. I cheered and threw the ball in the air. I jumped up, spun around, grabbed the ball, and dunked it backwards. Point Black Flame. The girl called out and readjusted the scores. Oh, I cheered as I hit the ground. Get some. Kiba just smiled and shook his head. At least he gets it's a joke, I hope. Let's see you do that again. Saji yelled. Kiba passed the ball to him. I immediately took it from him and dunked it the same way. Did it again. I taunted and Saji grumbled in anger. I could hear my cheerleaders, never thought I'd say that, cheering us on from the other side of the court. Kiba, Issei, and I were at each other's throats the entire game, scoring again and again. Most of the time we left Saji in the dust as we raced past him. Issei was a lot better than I thought he'd be and actually ended up scoring more than me. In the end, Team Black Flame won. And the winner is Team Black Flame. The announcer girl called and Issei and I chest bumped. We high-fived each other multiple times as Saji walked towards his master with his head held down in shame. Nice game, Lord Black Flame, Kiba said and approached me with an outstretched hand. I smiled at him before happily taking it and shaking his hand. And a fine match to you as well, Prince Charming. I responded and we both chuckled. I really appreciate him being so nice. He's a really chill dude now that I know him a little better. Now that the boys' game is over, let's move on to the girls' events, Rias announced as she stepped onto the court with 2 bags on her arms. Rias, what are the bags for? Issei asked as the 3 of us eyed her in curiosity. The girl just smirked before pulling out an article of clothing that made my mouth drop. Well, some of the girls are going to have a quick tennis match, but after that we're having a swim meet. Rias cheered and I could hear the 3 sets of devil households cheer. Hey, swim meet ... like ... in bikinis. A swim meet ... like in bikinis, Issei and I asked in unison. Oddly enough, our eyes traveled to the same girls at the same time. First Rias, then Akino, then some of Sona's servants, and finally on my girls in cheerleading outfits. Yes, I hope you boys like our outfits, Rias said and I swear she winked at me before walking off. Wow ... her hips are really swaying. The tennis match was between the 4 school idols, or that's what Issei told me at least. Akino and Rias versus Sona and her queen, Tsubaki. I have to say it was a good match, well what I saw anyway. I was too busy watching the skirts fly up with Issei. It's a good thing my girls were busy getting changed for the swim meet ... or at least I thought they were until I felt a few volts of electricity hit me. Sarah changes too fast, but boy did she look good. She may have a lowly chest but it's a nice lowly chest. The tennis match ended in a draw. Something about both teams using magic or something. Anyway, now we are sitting beside the pool and watching the girls approach the starting lines. Boys and even some girls had surrounded the pool but only Issei, Saji, Kiba, and myself were allowed the VIP seats. Rias and Akino looked absolutely amazing in their tight revealing bikinis. Rias's was a thin piece of white cloth that was held around her by a few metal rings. Aquino's was a blue and red striped piece that barely concealed her large chest. Are hers even bigger than Rias's? Asia and Kaneko also joined the two queens of the school. Both of the smaller girls had on the school-regulated swimsuit and they looked just as fantastic. Next up was Sona's group, nothing really all that impressive. I don't understand why the boys cheered for Sona so much, her servants are way hotter. But hey, that's just me. It was Sona in a pink bikini, her well-endowed queen Sabaki in a pure white bikini, the turquoise-haired girl in a really nice dark blue bikini, and the brown-haired girl with twin tails in the school swimsuit. She looked pretty cute. And lastly was my group of girls. I could only pick 4, which was a shame because that means I was forced to pick favorites as the girls said. Anyway, out stepped Brittany, Aria, Seraphine, and Ashlyn. Now why did I pick these 4 you may ask? Well, Brittany is to die for no matter what and I also wanted to show her a bit of affection since she seemed to resent me for the whole watching the tennis match too closely thing. Aria and Ashlyn because they have the greatest bodies known to man. I mean when Aria bent over to fix her suit's bottom every guy in the audience fainted. How come those things always get stuck anyway? I never understood that. Anyway, I also picked Seraphine because, like the others, she looks incredible in a swimsuit. Each girl had on a suit that went with their hair, which is a weird girl thing I don't understand. Ashlyn's was a really thin piece of emerald green cloth. Aria's was a tight black bikini that was held together by a few pieces of string in the back. Brittany's was a lot like Rias's, pure white and small metal rings all around it. Seraphine's was also black and really tight. Her breasts were practically breaking out of the small, thin fabric. After all the boys got an eyeful, which I'm sure the girls took their time so we could, the beautiful girls stepped up to the platforms. Sona's white-haired servant once again took position as the referee and blew her whistle. The girls dived into the pool with a splash and started racing towards the end. The 12 girls were neck and neck the entire way. I'm kind of amazed that the large breasts didn't slow any of them down. I could barely concentrate on the race over all the screams from the fanboys around us. Apparently my servants became quite the hit pretty quickly. Go Area, some guys yelled. How do they know their names already? I may have to act like a bodyguard for them now. Horny teenage boys can be dangerous. Why you cheering for Aria? Seraphine is the real beauty. Another group of guys yelled. Wow. Fanboys fighting. And I thought I'd seen it all. How dare you? Aria's group yelled back and I could hear fighting starting behind me. I just snickered as the girls approached the finish line. Very, do you mind if I come hang out with you and your servants one day? Issei asked and I swear Kiba leaned in a little closer. Is Prince Charming really a teenage male underneath that gentlemanly demeanor? I wouldn't mind that at all. I think it's important for devils to be able to talk to other devils without fear. Kiba, would you like to join us? I asked the pretty blonde boy knowingly. He just shifted uncomfortably before muttering something. What was that? Come on, speak up. I taunted and Kiba just sighed. Yes, I would like that very much, Lord Blackflame, he said and looked away from me in embarrassment. I just giggled before placing a hand on his shoulder. Why are we in swimsuits again? Call me Varian, I said and looked into his eyes. Man, I can see why the girls like him so much. Wait. What is going on? Quick, change the subject before this gets weird. They really are something, aren't they? I asked and looked at the race with a far-off expression. Indeed they are. Your girls are very unique, Varian, Kiba complimented and I smiled to myself. Of course they are. That's why I picked them, I said and Kiba nodded. Bro bonding. The best way to spend your time at a swim meet for hot girls. And our winner is Seraphine. Second place is Aquino, followed by Sona. The announcer girl called and I turned to look at the race. Standing at the far platform, panting, were the wet forms of Aquino, Seraphine, and Sona. Yes, the others didn't feel like getting out yet. Good job, Seraphine, I called and got a smile and wave from my red-haired knight. She looks so now. She is quite the knight and swordsman, isn't she? Kiba asked from beside me. I just sighed and patted the poor guy on the back. Losing must really suck for a knight. Don't beat yourself up over it, man. She just never quits and fights really hard. I can barely beat her sometimes, I admitted, and Kiba smiled before nodding in acceptance. Well, I guess that concludes today's Activates. I think we should all go back to the Black Flame Manor to celebrate, I said happily, and everyone turned to me in shock. What do you all say? I asked and everyone cheered. A few hours later, everyone was partying and having fun at my house. Sona and her servants were mingling with mine and Rias's while I escorted Issei and Kiba around. I showed them all the girls' rooms and had to pull Issei away from a couple panty draws. They both gaped at my bedroom and its size. What? Too big? I asked and they both nodded slowly. It's not that big. It's just the size of the entire house. I in one room. It's pretty big. Well, let's go back down to the party, I said after the two boys finished exploring my room. They nodded and I lead them back down the staircase and towards the main staircase and foyer. We reached the top of the staircase and looked at the party below. Varian, get down here quickly, Rias yelled as she looked up at me from the center of the foyer. Why does she look so scared? Wait, whose presence is this? Rias, my darling, why do you run from Riser? A harsh male voice cut through the party as a man stepped into my foyer from the living room. He had long blonde hair and a maroon jacket with a white shirt and maroon dress pants. Oh no. Not this tool. Riser, I told you that I am not marrying you. The man I love is back in my life and you have no claim to me anymore. Rias yelled back at him. What is Riser doing in my house? Why is Riser engaged to Rias as well? Why am I even engaged to Rias? Why does the world revolve around Rias? What love of yours, Rias? I am all the man you'll ever need. Now come and let's be off, my queen. Riser said warmly, but I could tell it was a trick. He's scum and doesn't even deserve to be with Rias. Again, why is he in my house? Riser, I am not marrying you and that is final. I am marrying Varian Blackflame. Rias yelled back and made everything stop. All eyes turned to me and I started to back away from the staircase as calmly as possible. Oh really? Well, in that case I should deal with the man who is keeping my queen from me. Riser said evilly and turned towards me. His arms burst into fire as he smirked at me. Okay, can I say something? I asked quickly and Riser cocked an eyebrow. Go on, he said, and the flames dissipated. Okay, so I am not in love with Rias. I don't want to marry Rias. I don't care about Rias in the slightest. I am only here on orders from Sirzechs. My only love is for my girls and all I want is to keep them happy and safe. However, I will not let a pretty and kind ish girl be wasted on an asshole like you, Riser. I remember how much of a tool you were back in the day and I can see you haven't changed. Always trying to get with Rias and lifting up her skirts. Pathetic, I declared, and Riser's face turned into a nasty sneer as he glared at me. How dare you? I can't believe the ingrate who became a high-class devil by sheer luck is talking down to me right now. Rias shall be my queen, and if you wish to stand in my way then so be it. You don't even love her, so I would stand aside before someone. He lifted a flaming hand and pointed it at Arya, and Brittany gets hurt. He snarled and my mind went blank. My girls are not getting hurt by this tool. Rias, darling, good luck. Girls, get up here now. I yelled and started walking away, leaving Issei and Kiba looking back at me in shock. Varian, no. Protect me like you used to. Please. Rias yelled after me, but I wasn't listening. No way am I getting my girls hurt over some dispute with Riser. Seriously, how did he get in my house? Come on then, Rias. Let's have some fun in the ingrate's living room. Riser sneered and I was back at the staircase in a flash. First you break into my house, then you threaten my girls, and now you think about doing something like that on my couch. You know what, Riser? If it's a fight you want, I'll give you one. But you leave my girls out of it. I yelled and jumped over the railing. Actually, Lord Blackflame, your girls will be the ones doing the fighting. A kind male voice entered the room as a red portal opened in the center of the foyer. Out stepped a gray-haired young woman in a white and blue maid uniform and a tall man with long crimson hair. Sirzechs, I yelled, and all my girls immediately fell to their knees, as did everyone else's servants. The kind young man just smiled and waved at me before turning towards Rias and Riser. It appears you are causing trouble for my ex-servant and little sister Riser. Well, since you want to fight so badly, I'll let Varian give it to you. But it won't be one-on-one. If you want my sister's hand in marriage, then you have to fight for it. And Varian, if you don't want Rias to end up with him, you better fight as well. Sirzechs explained, and we were all staring at him in curiosity. A rating game then? Sona asked, and my jaw dropped. Against Riser? No fair. That's my plan. Rias is the prize. Now I will give you both 2 days to prepare for this game. Any questions? Sirzechs finished and turned to me with my raised hand. Yes, Varian? He asked. Well, why? I don't really want to marry Rias, even though she has hung up on me for some reason. And I also don't want my girls getting hurt over this because that's well dumb. I said plainly, and Riser scoffed. Of course you wouldn't fight for a proper woman. You'd rather roll around with your lower-class whores, wouldn't you? He teased, and I was at his throat in a flash. One disc pressed against his chest and the other so a spike poked at his throat. Say that one more time. I snarled, and Riser smirked. I see the ex-servant still has some fight left in him after all these years. You divided your power to take on regular humans as servants and then encased another half of your power in your old sword, and you expect to still be able to take on Riser. The man asked with a smirk. How did he know I encased all my power? Well, maybe he doesn't know that I can release it again. Sirzechs, prepare the rating game, I said, and the man behind me smiled. What is he smiling about? This is a dire situation. I knew I engaged the two of you for a reason. He muttered and turned back to his portal. Grafia, come along, he said, and stepped through the portal. Was that him, Master? The one who came before me? The gray-haired woman asked in admiration. Yes, it is. Let's see how Riser handles the man who killed God. Sirzechs smiled as the portal closed and left me and Riser glaring at each other while everyone stared in anticipation. And I thought I wasn't going to fight. Hey Rias, you want to explain to me just why in the hell your other fiancé was in my house, and also why I am going to have to fight him? I asked with anger present in my tone. Riser Phoenix just left moments ago, and now Rias and I were looking across the foyer at each other. My household and her household were standing all around the large room with confused looks on their faces. They didn't know how to take what just happened, and I can't blame them. I acted on impulse, so this is technically all my fault. But still, Riser has been trying to convince me to marry him for a while. He must have found out I was in this town and tracked my aura to here. I'm very sorry for this, Varian. I didn't know any of this would happen, she said quietly. At least she feels bad. That makes me feel a little better. She doesn't make my life a living hell on purpose, so that's nice to know. Still, why did I end up getting dragged into a rating game over this? I have no intention of putting my household, the people I love more than anything, in danger over this. It's just unfair. I replied coldly. I agreed to the rating game, I know that. I also know that there is no way out of it now. 2 days, huh? Seems fair, given Riser's power and all. Varian, I don't know. I wish there was an easier way. I didn't want to force it like this. Rias admitted, her voice was still weak and quiet. Wonder what's going through her head now. What is she forcing? She can't mean the marriage, can she? Even if I win, there is no way that it's happening anytime soon, if ever. What do you mean? I asked. I bet the households feel pretty awkward right now. I would too, standing between a conversation like this. I'm glad Sona had the decency to leave along with Riser. That made things a lot easier for us. But what happens now? How are we gonna beat Riser? I didn't want to have to force our relationship. I wanted us to fall in love naturally and then get married. Ria started to walk towards me as she spoke. After the sports tournament, she had changed into a somewhat revealing, short white dress. She looked fabulous. No, more than fabulous. She looked undeniable. But I only wanted to deny her. Rias, just stop. I am not falling in love with you and I never will. You weren't even on my mind when I agreed to this game. I was protecting my girls from the mess you caused for me, nothing else. I would never fight someone for you. You're not worth it. I told her, and tried to mutter the last part. Ria stopped dead in her tracks right in front of me. Her face was distraught and shocked. I can only imagine how she feels, but I don't feel bad. Weird. Varian. Why? She whispered, and I could see tears beginning to swell in her eyes. I don't think I've ever intentionally made a girl cry before. Way to go, Varian. Nice one. I could only remain cold and stone-faced while Ria shook her head in disbelief. The guy she tried so desperately to be with just turned her down in front of her own household. Rough. Take it back. A voice muttered from behind Rias. My eyes looked up curiously as I gazed at the line of servants behind the redhead. My peerage seemed common, honestly, a little happy to see what I just did. However, Rias's peerage was the exact opposite. Tiba and Aquino looked at us with saddened expressions, probably because their master was so sad. Asia seemed upset and confused by the whole ordeal. She must not understand at all. Taniko just had her usual stone-faced expression, but I could see the caring look she was giving Rias. So, whose voice was it? I said. Take it back. The voice screamed. Issei was on me in a flash. He pushed past Rias and grabbed onto my collar. Boosted gear. He yelled and a green flash emitted from his fist. The red-clad glove appeared on his arm as he pulled it back to punch me. He used the new strength the gear gave him to lift me in the air and punch me straight across the face. And I never saw it coming. How dare you talk to Rias that way? Issei screamed and ran at me again. I was sprawled on the ground in shock and didn't get to stand up before Issei grabbed me again and started punching away at my collapsed form. How could you talk about Rias like that? She's the most wonderful girl in the world and you were lucky enough to have her fall in love with you. I thought you were a hero, but you're really just an asshole. Issei yelled and continued to punch me. Issei, Rias whispered quietly as she watched in shock as her pawn punched away at the man she wanted to be her lover. I had no idea. The redhead whispered to herself and held a fist over her breast. She felt the same tingling in her chest that she felt when he came back after his first battle. A feeling of admiration and longing. Get off him, Arya screamed and grabbed Issei. She pulled him back and flung him across the foyer. The young boy slammed into the wall and left a spider-like crack behind him. However, he shrugged it off like it was nothing as he used the wall to launch himself at the purple-haired rook. He flew through the air, his fist held back, and swung his arm. The red-clad gauntlet meat flesh in a flame-covered fist. I may like you ... but you just tried to hit someone I love. I muttered and tightened my grip on Issei's fist. You're a braver man than I thought, Issei Hayaudu. I whispered and pulled the boy towards me before delivering a flame-covered fist to his chest. Ugh, Issei groaned as he fell out of the air and landed on the cold foyer floor. He clutched his chest and tried to immediately stand back up, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Issei looked up through pain-filled eyes to see the red hair of the girl he longed after so much. Issei ... That's enough. Let's go home for now, Rias suggested kindly and pulled the boy to his feet and into her arms. My silly, adorable pawn. Issei's pained expression turned to one of shock and then bliss. In the arms of the girl he loved, what more could the poor pervert want? Where was that fight when Riser tried to take her away? I asked with a smug grin on my face. I want to see how far I can push him. I may be able to match Riser, maybe, but I know the Red Dragon can beat him. I just have to give him a reason. Varian, listen to me, Issei commanded as he freed himself from Rias's embrace and turned to face me. His expression was more serious than I'd ever thought possible for him. You're the only one that is strong enough to beat Riser right now. So I want you to promise me that you will. Even if you don't want to be with Rias, that doesn't matter to me. The only thing that does is that I don't want that douchebag to get anywhere near her ever again. So you go and kill him and keep Rias safe from him, okay? Issei asked and smiled at me once he finished. He knows he can't win and goes so far as to ask someone else to keep the girl he loves safe. Issei, you are more than anyone could ever expect. What if I gave you the chance to fight him and the power to beat him? I asked smugly. This is the real test. If he is willing to fight an almost unbeatable force to save the girl he loves, I will take any chance to keep Rias safe and happy. She is my master after all, Issei said happily and smiled at the redhead, who just looked at both of us in shock. Issei may not know the extent of Riser's power, but I'm sure he felt the strength of his aura. If he'd fight that for Rias... he's more of a man than me. I'll give you that chance. Now go home, Issei. You've done so much for me tonight, get some rest and let me handle everything. I told the boy and everyone looked at me in confusion. What did I do for you, Lord Blackflame? I hit you. Shouldn't you kill me or something? Issei asked in fear. Wow... he's really dumb, isn't he? Doesn't he know that almost all devils are super nice and forgiving? You gave me a way out of this arrangement. I'll get you that chance, I just want you to promise me that you'll be strong enough once it comes. I told him and Issei nodded in response. He brought his plated glove over his chest and looked at me with determination. I promise I will do whatever I can to keep Rias safe. No matter what, just give me the chance to show her, Issei declared, and I smiled. I felt Arya shift a bit next to me and I finally noticed she had been clinging to my arm this entire time. She threw him really far. Issei, Rias, have a safe trip home. I'll talk to you two after the rating game, alright? I told them and the two smiled and nodded. Well, Issei smiled, Rias just nodded awkwardly. She's probably still upset or confused or something. I don't know... girls... am I right? The Gremory household left a few minutes later and left me with a room full of curious and on-edge servant. Brittany was frowning at me, probably for agreeing to the rating game. Arya, Ashlyn, Violet, and Seraphine were standing together and shifting around uncomfortably. Sarah was standing by herself and just looking at me. I couldn't read her expression at all. And Jasmine, Amy, Tara, and Ella were standing together with caring eyes staring at me. They probably think something is wrong. Sorry about that, girls. I don't know what happened. I hope you all aren't mad at me. I'll do my best to. I trailed off when Brittany slapped me across the face. The sound echoed through the house as the other girls just looked at her in shock. I was looking at the floor and not at them, so I didn't see it coming. It hurt really bad. Idiot. Don't you ever agree to something like this for our sake ever again. Do you understand? We would have been fine. You don't have to protect us so much. Now we have to fight and deal with even more of this engagement shit. Varian... just stop. I want to go home. Brittany yelled, but her voice eventually trailed off. She started to snuggle up to my chest and cry. Her tears splashed on the floor as she punched at my chest and sniffled. Brittany, I'm so sorry. I wish we could go home too. I don't want this, I never did. I want you girls out of danger. I want everything back to normal. Just us, like it should be. I wrapped my arms around her as I confessed and I felt her loosen up. She stopped sniffling and held me tighter. I looked over her shoulders to look at the other girls and I noticed how misty-eyed I was. Master, Brittany whispered and nuzzled her head against my neck. I felt her lips press against me and I blushed. She's so sweet and soft and smart and caring. Why did I ever agree to this engagement? Why didn't I just say no and slam the door in Sirzechs' face? Why didn't I ever say this before? I love you, I whispered and pulled Brittany a couple inches off my body so I could look into her eyes. Her mouth was open and she looked shocked and excited. I finally said it. I love you so much. I love you all more than anything in the world. I'm gonna fix this and then we can leave. Everything is going to be okay. I swear, I declared. When I finished talking, I felt a soft hand run up my neck and watched Brittany lay her arms on my shoulders. I stared into her deep purple eyes and noticed her lean forward. Oh Varian, I love you too, Brittany confessed. I always have, ever since you first walked through the Gremory Manor's front doors. I knew you were perfect even if you were young. I knew I was going to fall for you. You set me free and made me your queen and gave me love and a home. That's all I ever wanted. She finished talking and kissed me. My hands traveled to the small of her back and worked their way down. Her butt was incredible in the tight jeans she had on. I heard the other girls whimper in jealousy as Brittany and I continued kissing and holding each other. Well, except for Arya and Violet, they already had their episodes with me. But they didn't feel the same as this. This felt a notch above that. At least it did to me. A notch above what though? Yeah, Mommy and Daddy are happy and in love again. Amy cheered and Tara and Ella followed in her applause. Mommy and Daddy. This just got really weird. Brittany and I immediately let go of each other and looked away with deep blushes. Don't call us that, Brittany and I said at the same time. Why did we do that? That only furthers her point. Oh no, why not? You two are the mommy and daddy and we're the kids, Tara said curiously. Really? How can they think that? I could never see myself as a father figure. Could this get any worse? I see him more as a big brother to be honest. Jasmine admitted and looked over at me with admiration in her piercing red eyes. Okay, that's even worse. Why does every harem have to have your little sister? No, I think I'm gonna go to bed now, I said quickly and made for the stairs. I have to make a plan for defeating an undefeatable super devil, not worry about how my harem views me. Seriously though, a big brother. I shuddered at the thought as I reached the top of the stairs. Do you guys see him as that? Arya asked the other older girls. They all shook their heads and started laughing at the younger girls. Well, that's good at least. I see him as a lover I'd like to steal away from a certain girl, Seraphine said and winked at Brittany. The two girls locked eyes and glared at each other while I watched from the balcony. I don't think they've ever thought before. That's it, I yelled and hopped over the railing. The girls all spun around and looked at me in shock. I just had the best idea ever. I know how we can train so that we can stand a chance against Riser. And we get to go home, I announced, and the girls all cheered. Tara and Ella ran through the group and both of them clung onto my waist. Do you really mean it, Master? Tara yelled in excitement. She probably misses being able to run around outside and do stuff freely. We really get to go home again? Ella asked. Her voice was less loud but still excited. I nodded at them both and they clung to me even more. I just laughed while the older girls starred daggers at me. Oh great, just what I need. Well, why don't you five go get some sleep and I can tell you all in the morning on the way there, I suggested, and the 5 younger girls nodded in agreement. They raced up the stairs and ran into their respective rooms. I smiled happily before turning back to the 5 other girls in front of me, looking at me in confusion. I thought you all wanted to go home, I teased, and the girls smiled. The 6 of us walked into the living room so that I could explain my plan. I sat in the middle couch, of course, with Aria and Violet sitting beside me and Brittany on my lap. I tried to tell her not to, but she just wouldn't listen to me. Seraphine thought it would be best to stand against the wall and cross her arms and glare at us while the 3 girls fawned over me, which was not what I was expecting. And we were all waiting for Ashlyn to bring some snacks. She makes really good tea and cookies. Here we are, the blonde sang happily and sat the plate of cookies and some cups of tea on the coffee table. We thanked the buxom blonde and started eating, the girls constantly peeking at me and waiting for me to start explaining. Are you going to leave us in suspense the whole night? Brittany teased and lightly flicked my forehead from her position on my lap. Seriously, she's getting crumbs all over my favorite sweatpants. I smiled at my queen before sighing and explaining my plan. I decided that we should all go home so that we can train for the raiding game. When I saw Brittany and Seraphine glaring at each other, I had an idea. Why not have you girls train by fighting each other? That way you can learn how to fight different kinds of pieces and experience something somewhat similar to a raiding game, I suggested, and the girls looked back and forth in debate. After a few moments they all turned back to me with smiles and nods. That sounds wonderful, Master, but I have a better idea, Aria said mincingly and leaned over to whisper in Ashlyn's ear. The blonde smiled and the 2 girls nodded in agreement before turning back to me with scary smiles. Why do I feel like this will have something to do with me and one of them? Why don't we make this a contest? We make brackets and whoever wins all the fights gets to be the Master's #1 girl for a week. Sound fair? Aria explained and the other girls nodded. Brittany and Violet applauded Aria's idea and she even bowed. Thank you. I try my hardest, Aria said happily. But you are all my #1s. I can't just have one, I said quietly, and the girls started laughing. I feel like I don't have any say in this. They already decided. What made you think your opinion mattered, sweetie? Violet teased and leaned her head on my shoulder. Of course, next week is gonna suck, isn't it? I sighed in defeat before pulling Brittany off me and standing up. I think it's time we all go to bed. We had a long day and I for one need some shut-eye. I'll come up with a better plan for the raiding game at some point. There are other variables we're going to have to overcome, but I'm sure we'll find a solution. We always do, right? I asked and the girls nodded. Right, they all cheered in unison. These girls are the best. Where would I be without them? Anything for the Master. Ashlyn cheered and the others cheered again. I just blushed and smiled as I walked out of the room, leaving the 5 beauties by themselves. Why do I feel like I'll regret that when I wake up? Man, I really am tired. I played basketball, showed off my household, made out with another person's queen, picked a fight, and now I get to go home for a day. I really need some shut-eye. Hopefully they don't come into my room too loudly tonight, I told myself as I climbed the stairs to the upper hallway. I yawned and placed my hand over my mouth as I walked up the spiral staircase to my room. What I saw in my room made my hand immediately shoot up to cover my sporadic nosebleed. Master, I can't sleep, a sleepy Sarah complained as she rubbed her eyes and looked at me sleepily from her position on my bed. Wow, when did I buy her that outfit? The young blonde was wearing a short black nightgown that stopped before it got midway down her stomach. It also didn't help that she was lying in a very unflattering fashion. Sarah, what are you doing? When did you what? My voice rose a few octaves as my brain scrambled to make sense of everything. Why is the 12-year-old lowly blonde in a 17-year-old's bed? And why is she wearing that outfit? I can't sleep and I wanted to stay with you tonight. I'm just a little scared is all, she admitted, and I sighed. Well, at least I can cuddle with someone tonight. I smiled at her before walking over to my dresser, grabbing some clothes, and walking into the bathroom to change. Yeah, I actually get to sleep with the Master for once. I get to be alone, Sarah whispered. I wonder if she wanted me to hear that. Probably not. She's too mean for that. I finished changing and brushing my teeth and exited the bathroom. I crossed the room and sat on the foot of my bed, next to my young blonde pawn. What's wrong, Sarah? I asked with a caring gaze in her direction. She just smiled, which is something I barely get to see, and scooted closer to me. I smiled and wrapped my arm around her. You can tell me anything, Pikachu, I teased and patted her head lightly. She blushed and snuggled up to me. I'm just worried about everything that has happened. We've been fighting so much and I don't understand why it's happening. There have been times where I'm scared I lost my master and it hurts. I don't want to feel this way anymore. I want that stupid, cow-titted bimbo to go die so we can all go home and be alone again. I don't want you to get hurt anymore, master." At that, Sarah threw herself onto my lap and wrapped her arms around my neck. She was sniffling and pushing herself against me like she thought I was going somewhere. I just sighed and rubbed her back. "I'm the worst. Sarah, I'm so sorry. You don't have to worry about me, sweetie. I'll figure it out and get us home safely. Rias isn't going to do anything else to us after this raiding game. I'm going to beat Riser and get Rias to fall in love with Issei and go back to my life in seclusion with the 10 most beautiful girls in the world. That's all I want. So don't cry anymore. Let's just go to sleep." I told her, and she only tightened her grip. Why do I only make girls cry? They're never happy. Ever. Just just don't get hurt anymore. And I don't mean in a fight. We all know where you went after Rias left you up here that day. We know what happened how broken you were. We just need to go home. She went on, and all I could do was hold her and listen. This was a completely new side to Sarah. She's normally so cold, I never knew she had anything close to these feelings. "Sarah, I promise that I'll be strong and get us through this." I swore and held the pretty blonde outed on my lap. I pressed my lips against her forehead and ran my hand along her back. "It will just be you, me, and the others for the next eternity. I swear that nothing else bad will happen after this." I finished, and Sarah looked up at me with these longing and loving eyes. She looked slightly shocked and slightly happy. "Kiss me, master," she muttered and pushed up in a flash. The sudden movement forced me onto my back with the small girl on top of me, our lips locked. Our tongues never moved, but we stayed there for what felt like eternity, which I wouldn't mind. Sarah eventually rose off me and crawled up the bed and under the covers. "Let's go to bed now," she said happily and patted the pillow. Wait, did she get rid of the 5 other pillows so we would have to use the same one? She loves me way more than she lets on. I smiled before climbing under the covers and cuddling up next to the young girl. She clung to me and fell asleep almost instantly. "I will protect you. I will keep every one of you girls safe. I swear," I told the sleeping girl, and I swear she tightened her grip. Well, I should fall asleep too. I've got a big day tomorrow. My eyes shut, and I swear I heard the sound of other girls quietly giggling as I drifted into the land of sleep. "Home sweet home," Brittany called from farther up the path. The other girls cheered as they continued on the rocky path towards our house. Why was I not cheering? "Well, you see, Aria, hurry up and bring the master up here," Seraphine yelled from her position beside Brittany. The two of them and Violet were standing at the edge of a cliff that overlooked our household. The beautiful girl, who was carrying me on her back, sighed before sprinting the remaining distance to the others. "Why am I on her back as well?" "Good question. Sorry about the bumpy ride, master. You really shouldn't have let us caught you sleeping with Sarah, though," Aria teased as she pulled me off her back and laid me against a wall. I felt really weak and I had bruises all over my body. "Don't let 5 super-powered girls catch you sleeping with a lowly, not the best idea. Don't apologize to him. He should have known what he was getting into when he slept with the little one instead of us." Brittany huffed and turned her back from me. "If I wasn't fighting to stay conscious, then I would be really hurt by that. He deserved it," Brittany continued, and Seraphine nodded in agreement. "Not her too. Did you really have to throw him off the top floor of our house before he even woke up?" Violet asked with a giggle. "Seriously though, I woke up and the first thing I saw was pavement. Thank Lucifer for devil healing. I thought it was funny. A little mean but funny," Harriet chimed in. I just realized she was sitting next to me and clutching onto my arm. "Seriously, you beat me up, carry me around like a baby, and now you're snuggling up to me. Not that I dislike the last 2 parts of it. Where are the others?" Seraphine asked impatiently and jumped up the rock face to look for the other members of our group. "I thought we told them no fighting until we started the tournament at home," she muttered as she gazed over the rocky path that led to our house. The Black Flame Mansion is located in a very remote area of hell, far away from the big cities and the mansions of the larger families. Sirzechs found me and the girls a small valley hidden behind a massive, nearly impassable, rock face. We made do with what we had and built a fairly large house about 3 miles in from the start of the windy path through the mountains. We were currently on Fire Peak, well, that's what we called it, and it's just a peak that overlooks all the land that I own. "I think I see them. Man, they're really slow," Seraphine commented before jumping off the rock and landing in front of me. Okay, when I say jumping I meant back flipping like a boss. She doesn't do anything normally. I just looked up at her in awe and she winked at me. Of course she picks today to wear a miniskirt. Ugh. I'll never understand girls. "What are they doing?" Brittany asked. "Why is everyone so impatient to get home? I know it's great and all, but seriously, we can wait a little longer. Also, I don't want to get up." Seraphine and Brittany continued to talk while Aria and Violet snuggled up to me. "Wait, Violet, why are they all taking advantage of my crippled form? Why do they have to look so cute when they want to cuddle? It's so hard to resist sometimes. The little ones are just messing around and Ashlyn is carrying all the supplies. They're coming around the chasm, so it shouldn't be too much longer," Seraphine explained, and Brittany sighed. "Does someone want to explain why it was a good idea to split up?" she asked. She sounded like a mom who had to keep up with a bunch of dumb teenage kids, which isn't too far from the truth actually. At least the blame isn't on me this time. "Well, Aria was carrying the master and we wanted to run ahead and be alone with him, and you were anxious to get home so we could all rest a bit and so Varian could recharge, so it's the master's fault." Violet asked, and Brittany smiled at her while the others burst into a fit of giggles. Really? I gave Violet "Are you serious" face and she started laughing too. Oh come on master, I'm only kidding, she whispered and kissed my cheek. That's my girl. It's all his stupid fault. Brittany teased and shot some wind magic at my face. Woman, you have hurt me enough today. Stop with that. The wind blew my hair back and cut across my cheeks. Why did I give the meanest one the most power? Don't be too mean, Brittany. We still need him to watch the tournament and tell us his plan for beating that meanie riser. Arya chimed in and pulled my head out of Brittany's range, which was between Arya's breasts. Of course it is. Where else would it be? Oh, they're so big and safe. I guess you're right. Fine, I'll be nice to him for the rest of the day. He does love me after all, Brittany said and walked over to us, smiling happily. She sat between my legs and leaned her head against my chest. These girls are so wishy-washy it's crazy. And since when are hiking clothes this sexual? Brittany, Arya, Ashlyn, and Seraphine were wearing extremely tight tank tops and different colored jackets to go with them, along with some really short shorts and tennis shoes. Violet, on the other hand, came prepared for the cold weather on the mountain, and she was wearing a puffy purple sweatshirt that increased her cuteness factor by 1,000. Still ... the others looked really nice ... but nothing beats a puffy sweatshirt. Arya, would you smack him for looking down my shirt? Brittany asked teasingly. Oh no, I didn't mean to look there. I was too busy thinking. Well, alas, Arya's dreaded flame hand smack slapped across my face. Oh, I whimpered quietly and rubbed my cheek. Stop being such a baby, Arya told me and started giggling. I looked at her and whimpered quietly and she squealed, which caught me a little off guard. You look too cute right now, she yelled and threw her arms around me. Cute? Well, this is pretty nice. She pulled my head back into her cleavage and held me tightly. I mean, where else would I go? Arya, what has gotten into you? Violet asked curiously. I wish I could ask the same thing, but I'm too busy enjoying booby heaven. Seriously, that's the most lustful thought ever. How can that be holy in any way? Stupid devil rules. He's just so cute and adorable like this. And I know he likes it, doesn't he, Brittany? Arya explained and Brittany nodded. Oh come on, the fact that you are sitting between my legs is not a good way to judge if I like it or not. I could just be looking at Arya's chest or legs or something. Oh wow, he really likes it now, Brittany commented. Damn it, dumb teenage brain, you betray me once again. Why can't the others just hurry up and get here already? I won't last much longer in this situation. I squealed, and this time Violet yelped in reply. He is super cute. I get it now. Come here, cutie, she whispered and pulled me into a kiss. Oh wow ... that was unexpected. I should stay quiet more often. This is wonderful. If you four are done, the others are coming around the corner right now, Seraphine told us angrily. Wow, I didn't even notice her. She seems really angry right now. Why do I get the feeling that she's going to fight Violet really hard? Ugh, property damage, here we come. Why did you guys leave us so far behind? Amy complained as she and the others came into view. Her, Ashlyn, Jasmine, Sarah, Tara, and Ella all came around the corner and immediately stared at the pile of bodies surrounding me. Oh great, you left us behind so you could have the master all to yourselves, you big booby bimbos, Amy and Tara yelled at the same time. I started laughing, but the other girls had a different reaction. Violet started laughing, but it was her normal laugh. It's that scary laugh that used to haunt my nightmares when I first meet her. It's her angry laugh. However, the only ones to get up were Arya and Brittany, who scoffed as stood up to face the younger girls. Well, this won't go well. What did you just say, flat chest? Arya asked. Oh no ... can we at least get to the house first? Tara walked right up to her and the two banged their heads together. You heard me, cow. You're trying to seduce the master without competition. That's low, Tara responded, and Arya growled at her. After Tara pushed against her forehead too hard, Arya stood up and the young girl fell forward into her chest. What are you doing? Get off me, kid, Arya yelled and tried to push Tara out of her bosom. With both of them struggling, I'm pretty sure Tara got forced further in. The two continued to yell at each other, and at this point, even Brittany and Amy had started their own yelling match. I couldn't contain my laughter anymore. What are you laughing at? They all yelled, and my head fell onto Violet's lap from my fit of laughter. The black-haired girl blushed and stroked my hair while we watched the others continue to fight. Oh master, there is never a moment of peace for you, is there? Violet asked, and I shook my head. Her sweatshirt is really soft, purple looks really good on her too. Can we just stay like this? Maybe I can cancel the raiding game and Riser won't be able to find me here. Stop fighting, you four, let's just go home. Ashlyn chimed in and the others turned to glare at her. Ashlyn ... you really shouldn't get involved when they are like this. Stay out of this, cow. They all yelled and Ashlyn's face fell. Oh, why did they have to be mean to her? They know she doesn't handle fighting well. Ashlyn just sat the huge pack of our belongings down and sat at the foot of the peak, away from everyone. I mean, yes, she's the biggest out of all of the girls, but she isn't a cow. You'd have to be a little large to have boobs that big. I nudged Violet to let me up and she nodded and allowed me to get up and hobble over to Ashlyn. Man, walking sucks. They have never beat me up this bad before. I reached Ashlyn and took a seat next to her. Our feet dangled off the edge. The sky was blood red and there was a bright white moon in the sky above us. The green valley below us looked so peaceful and perfect. The mountains seemed to be placed perfectly so that the view looked phenomenal. This beautiful piece of land is where we call home. Black Flame Mansion, located near the mountain of Black Ash and Fire Peak. Simply beautiful. What's up, Ashlyn? I managed. My voice was still kind of weak and I got lightheaded from talking. Who thought your own servants could beat you up so much? Didn't Ashlyn break one of my ribs with her black heart punch at one point? Hey, probably. Anyway, why are they so mean to me? She asked quietly. Ugh, she is such a sensitive, adorable klutz. I put my arm around her and pulled her head onto my shoulder. She breathed in quickly, shocked but immediately blushed and nuzzled up to me. Don't worry about them, they don't really mean it. They're just fighting right now, so you shouldn't listen to them at all. I promise that everyone here loves you, Ashlyn. Now how about you, me, and Violet go home and leave them here? I said and winked at her. The blonde giggled and stood up. Sure thing, master. Thank you, she said quickly before walking away. She didn't get far before I grabbed her wrist. She turned around slowly and looked at me curiously as I used her to help me get to my feet. One more thing, I muttered and pulled the girl close to me. Her body pushed against mine and I pushed her chin up and our eyes meet. You know I love you too, right? I haven't told you one-on-one yet, but the feelings are there. I just wanted you to know that. I explained, and Ashlyn blushed and started to grow misty-eyed. She shook her head quickly and small tears flew away from her. Thank you so much, Varian. She responded and leaned in slowly. Didn't really expect to get kissed at all or have a moment like this today, considering how I was woken up this morning. Our lips collided and we stood on the peak kissing until the others noticed. They turned slowly and saw us kissing lovingly with the moon shining right behind us. I should be mad, but it looks so perfect. Arya commented. I turned away from the kiss to see that she was looking up at us while holding Tara in a headlock. My sweat dropped inside before hobbling back over to Violet. Let me help, master, Ashlyn said quickly and threw my arm over her shoulders. Aw, she's such a sweetheart sometimes. I nodded and we started off towards the mansion. Hey Arya, I got the master. You go on and get the bags, okay? Ashlyn called back. I could tell she was loving this, and boy is Arya going to be really mad later. Oh nice one, Blondie. Don't think that I don't see through your plan. She yelled back and the others started giggling around her. What are you laughing about? She yelled at them and released Tara from her headlock. You've never seen through a plan in your life, Brittany commented as she and Amy fell on the ground laughing. I'm glad those two aren't fighting anymore at least. But I think they may have just sent Arya over the edge a bit. Yay, you're too stupid for that. Tara chimed in and Arya glared at her. The rook's eyes were a scary red and her face was black and menacing. Wanna say that again, tomboy? She said angrily, and the brown-haired rock girl shot up quickly. The two were pressing foreheads again and glaring at each other. Wow, there aren't set rivals, are there? 1 minute it's Seraphine and Violet, the next it's Arya and Tara. Girls are silly. What'd you call me? Tara yelled and pushed against the older girl even more. You heard me. What are you gonna do about it? Arya taunted and grabbed onto Tara's head. The young pawn started swinging her arms and running at her, but Arya was holding her at bay easily. Where have I seen this before? Come on you two, let's just follow the master, Ella suggested and got a nod from Violet and Jasmine. But just those two. All the others were too busy yelling to notice. Well, Sarah and Seraphine weren't yelling, but they really weren't paying much attention either. They were both leaning against the wall and muttering about how stupid the others were. And I'm pretty sure Sarah was complaining about them taking her master away this morning. Wow, never knew she really cared. Hurry up you guys, don't want to be late getting home now, do we? I yelled up at them. Ashlyn, Violet, Ella, Jasmine, and myself had finally reached the bottom of the stone ramp and we were waiting on the others. How about we settle this with a race? Ari yelled and pushed against Tara again. Wow. They are yelling really loudly now. Wonder what Amy and Brittany are doing. Probably laughing too hard to even stand. And Sarah and Seraphine are probably too annoyed to want to come down. Fine by me. First one to get to the master wins. Tara yelled back and the two girls shot off in a flash. Arya used her small bit of fire magic to cover her legs with it and rocket down the ramp. Tara was barely keeping up with the older girl as they flew down the mile-long ramp towards us. Wow. If these girls thought I was the prize for everything, I wonder how much they could accomplish. No way I'm letting you win. Tara yelled and held out her hand. All of a sudden, Arya fell into a pit that Tara made from her earth magic. Oh no. She's going to be so angry when she gets out. I win, Tara yelled as she reached the bottom of the ramp and jumped into the air. Tara. And oh no. Wait, I yelled, but the girl didn't hear me. She fell out of the sky and tackled me. Ugh, that sucked. I whined as I pushed myself up to a setting position. Tara was still sitting on my chest and smiling at me. Did I do good, master? By the way, I never got to ask you, but do you like my shorts? She asked happily and I face-palmed. Since when does she care about clothing? Can I just go sleep, please? You did great. But since when do you care about how you look? I asked and Tara frowned a little. She put her hand on her chin and looked up at the sky, pondering my question. I'm not sure. Maybe Arya got to me when she called me a tomboy. Who knows? She said happily. Well, it's a good thing nothing can bring her down. She's so happy-go-lucky all the time, it's infectious. Did you seriously drop me into a pit, you little tramp? Arya yelled as a loud explosion echoed through the valley. The ramp had exploded at the base and Arya was walking out of the rubble. Did she force her way through the bottom of the ramp? Oh no. Tara, please get off me before she hits me too. What of it, bimbo? I won fair and square, now get lost. Tara yelled back and I started crying. I'm going to die. I'm going to die so hard and it's gonna hurt really bad. Tara, please stop taunting her. There's no way am I letting you get away with that. We are fighting right now. This can be the first round of the tournament. Varian, let us fight please. Arya yelled and I gave a thumbs up. Please let Tara get off me before you start swinging. Fine by me, Tara said happily and stood up. Phew, I sighed in relief and sat up as the two girls walked into a clearing in front of the front door. Violet and Ashlyn sat down beside me and the others that hadn't come down yet stopped about halfway down the ramp. This should be good. You first, tomboy. I'll let you get the first hit in, Arya said cockily. Hasn't she played Pokémon? Doesn't she know that rock beats fire? She should get the first hit. All right then, here I come. Tara yelled and slammed her fists into the ground under her. She pulled them out and her entire arms were completely covered in black rock. Obsidian. She must be serious then, Tara yelled before sprinting the distance towards Arya. The two girls meet and Tara started swinging her fists. She punched at Arya's face but the rook was able to duck since the rock covering slowed her speed. Arya countered with a flame-covered uppercut, but Tara transferred the obsidian rock to her face just in time. The small brown-haired girl used the force of the punch to backflip and slam her rock-covered fists into the ground. The ground in front of her exploded upwards and spikes shot up in a row towards Arya. The rook immediately countered by covering her leg in a bright hellfire and spinning. Arya jumped into the air and spun around while her flame-covered leg broke through the rock spikes. She landed in a crouched position as the broken rock spikes fell around her. I think it's my turn. Demon fire, she yelled and her entire body started to glow a dark green and black. She shot forward and her sickly green aura turned into green flames as she brought her fist back to punch Tara. The rock pawn flinched at the sight of the oncoming demon flame, but she was able to regain her composure in time to defend. Platinum wall, Tara yelled and held her hands in front of her. A metallic-colored magic circle appeared in front of her and a huge metal wall appeared in front of her. Arya's fist slammed right into the platinum wall with a huge explosion. The girl kicked off the wall and smirked, ready to see a huge hole in the younger girl's defense. But her face fell when the only thing she saw was her green flames licking at a seemingly untouched wall. Now let's see how you like this, Tara whispered and two magic circles appeared on the huge metal wall. Suddenly two metal pillars in the shape of fists shot out towards Arya. The rook jumped over the first one but the other caught her square in the stomach while she was floating in midair. Arya flew a few feet and the fist slammed her into the ground. Rock pit, Tara yelled and the fist turned to brown rock and formed a wall around the hole Arya was in. I heard the rook scream from inside as she punched at the walls of the hole she was trapped in. I think I win, Tara sang happily but sadly, the fight wasn't over. 5 flame death punch, Arya yelled from inside the rock pit. All of a sudden, a huge multicolored light exploded from the top of the wall surrounding her pit. Black, green, red, blue, and yellow. 5 different fires. Well, guess it's a good thing I taught her that. She really is my servant, isn't she? Oh, come on, Tara muttered as the rock wall exploded and Arya emerged, her body covered in flames. Just lose already. Sea of sword spikes, Tara yelled and slammed her fist into the ground again. She pulled her fists out of the ground and now she had 2 metal sword blades instead of fists, but she had also unleashed a row of metal spears towards Arya. The spears jutted out of the ground in a wide arch toward the flaming rook. Hell's demon flame, Arya yelled and brought both her hands above her head. Orange, black, and green flames started to form circles around her and a growing light appeared in her hands. Tier 1, explosive blast. She continued and brought her open hands to her chest, unleashing a green and black blast towards Tara. The sea of spears were decimated and the rook began to press her attack. Tier 2, fists of undying fire. She yelled and jumped into the air, her hands above her head. Tara smirked and jumped into the air as well, her sword arms crossed in an X block. Arya brought both her fists back and slammed them against the sword blades, causing a huge explosion. Tara was launched backwards and slid on her feet across the ground. She regained her footing and brought her sword arms once again, just in time to accept Arya's flurry of supercharged punches. Tara's sword started to crack and break before she could even swing back. Rock shield, Tara yelled and her body encased itself in the rock from the ground beneath her. Arya continued with her onslaught of punches as Tara prepared to counterattack. Sword arm attack, Shredder. The pawn yelled and threw her arms out, pushing Arya's away. She immediately followed by quickly bringing her arms behind her and twisting her legs. Suddenly she was nothing more than a spinning vortex of blades. Arya brought her arms up and was barely able to keep Tara from slicing through her firewall and into her skin. Arya was eventually sent flying backwards due to the intensity of Tara's tornado, and the pawn was quick to attack again. Rock fist, she yelled and held out her hand. A piece of the rock face flew away from it and slammed into Ari, who was still falling. The rook was slammed into the walls on the other end of the valley. Did I win yet? Tara asked, out of breath and tired. Hell no, Arya yelled and the part of the rock face she'd been smashed into exploded. Tier 3, Hell's Demon Volcano. She screamed and flew towards the ground, her arms held back once again. When she hit the ground this time, nothing happened for a few moments. Tara just looked around, confused as Arya shakily rose to her feet. Bye-bye, tomboy, she taunted before falling to her feet. Seconds later, the ground beneath Tara started to glow green and black and exploded all at once. About a 50-meter circle around Tara suddenly turned into a dark green beam of fire. Arya had unleashed a massive amount of demon fire into the ground, and it had all exploded underneath Tara. A huge volcanic explosion sent the young pawn into the air and burned her body completely. Tara screamed before fading into unconscious and eventually falling to the ground after the fire well died down. Just before she was about to fall in the pit the beam had created, Brittany caught her with wind magic and laid her down beside an unconscious Arya. Wow, I muttered as we all walked over to the two unconscious girls. Rias are so dead. Like ... no joke. Were they holding back? I asked, not sure what else to say. The only answer I got was the rest of the older girls laughing. I'm pretty sure they were. Arya had like 2 more tears to go and Tara didn't use half of her weapon arsenal. Violet explained and Brittany nodded. I didn't realize I'd given them so much power. And to think ... they practiced this stuff every day when we were living here. I would expect more holes. So who won? Seraphine asked and the other girls looked at me. I rubbed the back of my head and looked at the 2 beaten up bodies. I hope we still have healing supplies in the house. Good thing they didn't go all out. Tara does look pretty banged up though. I'd have to say Arya won. She may be unconscious but that's just from her own spell. Tara's the one who got decimated by it. Also, they both knew what to expect, so if they were fighting an unknowing enemy then ... wow. I explained and the other girls nodded. Hey Violet, can you run inside and try to find some healing supplies? I asked and I felt a hand on my shoulder. Don't worry, master. I can handle it, my blue-haired bishop explained. I'd forgotten that Jasmine specializes in using water and ice magic to heal. Good thing we have her. Make sure you tell her she won as soon as she wakes up. I'm sure she'll be dying to know. Brittany told me and I nodded. Of course she will. No one has as much fire in their heart as she does. Haha, fire, get it. So who's next? I asked and the other girls sighed. Why do they look so tired? We don't really want to fight right now. Can we just go home and relax for a little bit? We have all day today and tomorrow to train. Brittany told me and the other girls nodded. Besides, I'd rather fight at night. Violet explained and I laughed. Don't you do everything better at night? I asked jokingly. Violet smirked and started to strut towards me. I bet you'd like to find out how good I am at night. She whispered and leaned in close before an arm grabbed her. No way. You don't get to flirt with the master until you've beaten me. Seraphine yelled and pulled the chill, flirty night away from me. I wonder what she meant by that. Shall we go inside and let Jasmine get to work? Brittany asked and held out her hand for me to take. I looked back at the 2 unconscious girls before nodding and taking her hand. Of course. Hey Brittany, I started and my queen looked at me with a smile. Riser has no idea what he's getting into, does he? I asked and Brittany responded by kissing my cheek. No way. There is no way any of us are going to lose to a pampered mutt like him that only relies on his immortality. She told me and I smiled. The immortality part is my problem. The girls won't be fighting Riser, that's my job. I just have to believe that if you hit anything enough times, you can kill it. Makes sense, right? Come on you two. We're finally home. Let's go break out the Xbox. Violet yelled and the younger girls cheered in agreement. Brittany and I laughed as we entered the home we'd left what felt like years ago. Oh, it's good to be back. I cheered. Arya and Tara should be awake in an hour or 2. Jasmine informed me. I smiled at her and nodded as she took a seat in the living room with the rest of us. Violet, Brittany, Ashlyn, and I were all sitting in the living room and watching Ella, Amy, and Sarah play Call of Duty. Seriously, I'd make a great parent. What are they doing? Jasmine asked when she sat down on one of the other couches. Killing nerds, Ella informed her plainly. Violet and I shared a look and started giggling while the others just sweat dropped. Arya and Tara were sleeping in their rooms upstairs, so they should be up in a few hours. I'm really glad nothing bad happened. After the girls' big fight, which really amounted to nothing more than them knocking each other out, everyone went inside to get a nice breather. The little ones immediately ran into the living room and started up our home Xbox while Violet and I got snacks. Right now we were all just relaxing, happy to be back home. So who's next? I asked eagerly. I'm kind of anxious to see just how strong the girls are. Odd that I haven't seen any of them fight that hard, like, ever. I'm going to have to talk to Arya about those spells she used. Wonder if she just acquired them because she is my servant. Well, you could always draw up a bracket, Brittany suggested. I leaned my head back and looked up at the ceiling, pondering the thought. Too much work. Maybe I should just flirt with one of them and see who attacks who first. Haha, that wouldn't be very nice though. I looked back up and viewed my assorted servants. There aren't exactly fair matchups. I'll have to think about it, I said and looked at Brittany, who had been snuggling up to my left side this entire time. Whatcha doin', Brittany? I asked flirtingly. She's getting really close. She closed any resemblance of a gap between us and started leaning onto me more and more. She was rubbing my chest with her hand and running her fingers along my arm and neck the entire time. Once again, I had no clue what provoked her ... but I still liked it. Oh, nothing. Just snuggling with my favorite master. Why, you not enjoying yourself? She asked teasingly and pressed her chest against me. What has gotten into her? I stared right down her shirt and, in the back of my mind, wondered why she didn't make a big deal out of it. It's so good to be home. What's that look for Seraphine? You look angry. Why don't you just come on over here? You can snuggle too if you want, Brittany taunted. I tore my eyes away from her bust and looked to see that she and Seraphine were glaring at each other. Oh, so I'm just being used again. Fantastic. Unlike you ladies, I prefer to leave my seduction for more private settings, Seraphine countered. Besides, the master has clearly shown more affection towards me recently. I did save him and sleep with him that one night, all by ourselves, she added and winked at me. I felt Brittany start to dig her nails into me and the wind around us picked up slightly. Yeah, wind in a house. Great, right. I think we found the next match, Violet whispered and took the now free space on my lap since Brittany had gotten up to challenge Seraphine. What do you think is going to happen? She asked and leaned against me, wrapping my arms around her. Well, at least she knows what she wants. I don't know, but it won't be good for the environment or the house, I answered, and Violet and Ashlyn chuckled. We just sat on the couch watching the two other girls glare at each other. Brittany smirked and used the wind gathering around her to push herself across the living room. She landed gracefully and held her hands open in front of her, summoning her staff and more wind magic. I really hope they don't decide to start in here. I hope you're ready. Seraphine started and brought her hand towards the huge black sword on her back. Oh no ... and oh no. I looked over at Brittany, hoping she wouldn't join in. But of course she did. You first, flame princess, Brittany returned, and I could only respond by throwing Violet off my lap, yelling in a very girly manner, and jumping over the couch. I just recovered from my injuries. No way am I getting anywhere near their fight. I peeked over the couch just in time to see the two girls lung at each other. Seraphine's sword set aflame and held over her head, and Brittany with her hands at her side, ready to unleash her deadly wind slashes. Just great. These couches are like really expensive leather too. Don't you two even think about it, Sarah's icy voice whispered. Just as Brittany and Seraphine were about to collide, the small blonde girl stood up and summoned two barrages of lightning. Both hit in front of the attacking girls, causing them to immediately jump back. Sarah's pretty scary, even to the older girls. There is no way in hell I'm going to let you two disturb my awesome COD round. Now go outside and fight. Master, you go with them and referee, but bring me a bag of chips and a drink first, Sarah commanded, and everyone else just looked at her in awe, except me. I was running to the kitchen. Here you go, Pikachu, I said happily a few minutes later and sat the snack down in front of the cute blonde. She didn't even look up at me and continued her game. I never knew I had such a huge nerd in my household. Good to know. Thanks, Master. You better hurry, the others are already getting started, Sarah explained, and I finally heard the loud banging and crashing coming from outside. Why do they get angry so quickly? They need to learn to chill. You're everyone's master after all, Sarah whispered to herself in a more girly tone than normal. Wonder if she wanted me to hear that. They are pretty silly, aren't they? I replied and leaned over to kiss her head. When I did, she instantly froze and started to stutter and blush all over. Be back in a bit, sweetie, I told her and ran towards the door. I looked back to see her looking back and forth before cracking a smile, which was instantly replaced with a look of shock. Damn it all to hell. This stupid 5-year-old camper. I'm getting my mic, Sarah screamed. Guess I made her get killed. Oh well. I'll pay for that later, but her reaction was just too perfect. I started busting out laughing as I walked out the front door. Listen, you midget piece of camping crap who is barely hitting puberty. I was making out with my boyfriend, so that doesn't count, she screamed, and I started laughing even harder. Sarah continued to rant as I walked out of the foyer through the huge, white double doors. I stepped out onto the concrete walkway and looked around for my incredibly aggressive household. Look out, Master. Brittany's voice filled my ears just as I was turning to shut the door. I shut the door and looked in the voice's direction. Lucky for me, Brittany had just sent Seraphine flying with a wind attack, and she was headed straight at me. I tried to dive to the left, but Seraphine came into fast and ended up smashing into me. Her flaming blade didn't feel too good pressed against my chest. We landed in a heap, my head buried in between her breasts. I didn't even get time to enjoy the feeling, which was phenomenal of course, because her huge, flaming sword was between my outstretched arms and shirt. My shirt caught on fire and I had to throw her off me so I could stop, drop, and roll. Whoops, sorry, Master. You need to be more careful on the battlefield, Seraphine commented in annoyance before jumping up and relighting her sword. Seriously, shouldn't I be saying stuff like that? You're gonna pay for using me to hurt the Master, Seraphine declared, and I blushed. You know what, she can say stuff like that whenever. The fiery red head shot forward and closed in the gap between her and Brittany. Ugh. Can I not get hurt just once? I complained as I picked myself up and walked to the group of onlookers. Violet and Ashlyn were sitting on a small concrete bench while Ella, Jasmine, and Amy sat on the grass in front of them. So who's winning? I asked as I approached them. All 5 girls turned and broke into a fit of blushes and giggles. Varian's shirtless, Amy declared and pointed at my bare chest. Oh great, Seraphine burned my Pink Floyd shirt. I simply sighed and took a seat between Ashlyn and Violet. All the girls were still in their traveling, hiking outfits that they had on earlier. Well, except for Seraphine. Her clothes were a bit ripped up by Brittany's wind attacks. So how's it been going? I questioned, and Violet put a finger on her chin. I looked at her and she simply shrugged her shoulders and stuck out her tongue at me before leaning her head on my shoulder. Who cares? They're doing fine, I guess, she commented, and I sighed. We all turned our attention back to the fight. Why do I feel like Amy and Ella got closer to my legs? Oh, Violet suddenly yelled and my head shot up from my investigation of my legs. I think it just got serious. Then, you're such a catalyst variant, she commented. I laughed and the three younger girls talked among themselves about what a catalyst is. Maybe it's a hot guy who makes girls crazy, they whispered, and I just sweat dropped and leaned back. Bring it, sword girl. Why can't you hit me? Brittany teased as she ducked under Seraphine's side swipe. The redhead moved the massive, 6-foot blade around her body with ease, swinging it like a crazy person. Brittany just ducked and used small bits of wind to redirect the blade's swing. It was really quite brilliant, if it hadn't just enraged Seraphine more. Come on and fight me. Seraphine edged her on, but Brittany was a very calm fighter. Seraphine brought the sword in a downward arch and Brittany used the butt of her staff to block it. The brunette stepped to the side and held the sword at a standstill, her wind magic keeping the flames from getting too hot. She suddenly moved her wrist and pushed the sword up, spun the staff around her body, and sent a small tornado at Seraphine. The flame wielder flew up into the air from the burst of wind. Is that all? She yelled and corrected herself in the air. Her eyes winded as Brittany moved in with her staff pulled back and barely had time to bring up her sword to block. We can block and parry all day, Seraphine. When does the real fight start? Brittany continued to edge her on as their weapons meet. Wind blew past Seraphine and her flames weren't even allowed to form as the other girl's wind staff slammed into her sword. They broke from their power struggle and both girls fell to the ground. Seraphine landed in a crouched position and held the sword out in front of her, pointing it at the sky. Brittany landed elegantly and propped herself up on her staff, waiting. Right now, Seraphine muttered and shot to her feet. She spun the sword around her body, flames shooting every which way, and ran forward a few steps. She eventually gained enough momentum and drove her sword into the ground, causing fire to erupt from all around her. Brittany was caught off guard and brought her hands in an X over her body to protect herself. The earth beneath them started to crack and flames erupted in front and around Brittany. And that's not all. Seraphine yelled just as she appeared out of the fire. She came charging at Brittany and moved her legs elegantly, spinning towards her. Flame wheel, she cried, and suddenly a torrent of flame appeared around her blade. Wind shear. Brittany yelled in response, but it was almost too late. Seraphine collected all the fire she had summoned and continued towards Brittany. The force of the wind didn't even faze her huge fire wheel. She leaped into the air and came spiraling down towards the brunette, who held up both her hands, the wind picking up around her. Tornado void. She screamed and summoned a huge vortex of wind from her hands. Seraphine disappeared into the void, but you could still see her flames as she continued forward inside. This is way more than I expected, Flame Princess. But, is it enough to protect the master when we really have to fight? Brittany continued to tease, which I don't think was a good idea. Why? Because Seraphine answered with a loud, very angry scream from inside the vortex. The gray wind tunnel started to turn orange, then suddenly a bright red, and then it exploded, sending fire everywhere and blowing us onlookers back. Don't you dare question my abilities to protect him. Seraphine muttered, either from anger or from lack of breath. She was standing in front of Brittany, glaring at her with her sword held at her waist. She either looked really tired or really angry. I think it's the latter. I love him, she continued, her voice soft and weak. I love him and you're not going to beat me in front of him. She screamed and shot forward again. I felt my heart skip a beat as the red head, surrounded by flames at this point, charged and pointed her sword. Brittany's face got serious and she kicked up her staff and twirled around Seraphine's attack. Got you, she muttered and brought the staff to the back of the girl's head, about to unleash another vortex. No way, Seraphine muttered quietly, and a small wave of flame shot up, obscuring Brittany's vision for a second. Seraphine flashed away with her speed and appeared facing the opposite way on the other side of Brittany. The wind wielder suddenly screamed and clutched her arm as flames arched around her. Damn your speed, she muttered, and the wind around her began to pick up, forming a clear circle around her. Do you think you're the only one who loves him? Brittany muttered. I was there first. I was there the longest. You have nothing on me, she screamed, and another vortex appeared around her. Cyclone demon, she roared, and the tornado began to twist and form into something. Whoa, was all I could mutter as I watched in awe. Not only was I enveloped in the fight, my heart was pounding away in my chest. You too, I whispered, and Violet frowned next to me. Oh crap, Seraphine muttered as she brought her sword back up. She was now staring down a massive, 15-foot wind monster controlled by Brittany. More tornadoes began to form and gave the behemoth arms. You may be big, but you touched my man and no one flirts with him but me, Seraphine declared and charged forward. The wind beast brought up its arm and let the wind whip away at Seraphine's attacks. She didn't seem to be doing anything. Suddenly, the wind shot out and smaller cyclones shot away at her, cutting her and blowing her back. Seraphine fell through the air, cut and bleeding, as the wind tore away at her and drove her around. This is over, the beast that was Brittany declared, and brought up a huge, tornado fist to finish off Seraphine. The redhead whimpered in fear for the first time in her life and loosened her grip on her huge sword. I'm sorry, Varian, she whispered, and prepared herself for the torrent of the unrestrained storm. Brittany, stop, I commanded as I grabbed my old sword and braced for the huge fist. I channeled a small bit of magic and unleashed a wall of fire in front of us, stopping the fist dead. The flames were dark black and the fist just slammed into them, without them giving at all. Seraphine slightly opened her eyes to see her master hovering before her with her sword held in front of him, protecting her. "My master," Brittany's original voice yelled suddenly, and the windstorm started to deteriorate. Seraphine and I slowly lowered down to the ground as Brittany's massive wind monster disappeared and revealed her, hunched over on her staff, in the center of a huge crater in the ground. "Since when is she that crazy powerful?" I'm so sorry, Master." "Seraphine, I don't know what came over me," she muttered quickly and started to run up the side of the crater, away from us. However, she must have been exhausted because she quickly collapsed. "Brittany," I yelled and ran towards her. Seraphine, using her incredible night speed, reached the girl before me and sat her on her lap. Both girls were breathing heavily and hugging each other when I arrived. "Brittany ... are you okay?" I panted and kneeled beside her. Her long brown hair was thrown all over the place and her clothes were torn up and ripped. She looked pretty messed up and it worried me. "I'm fine, Master. Just ... got a little carried away." She started, but I just grabbed her hand and started to tear up as I clutched it. "And you yell at me for being stupid. Both of you. Don't ever do something like that again. You could have killed each other," I screamed, and both girls shared a sad look inside. But, being the amazing master I am, I threw my arms around both of them and pulled them close. "Save it for the actual enemy and not each other. If anything happened to any of you, I choked out as I clutched both girls lovingly. "Master," they both muttered in bewilderment. "What's so bewildering? I love them to death. Can't they see that?" "I'm really sorry, Varian," Brittany said, her voice slowly returning to normal. "I just got a tad carried away with the fight and I didn't want to get beat," she admitted. I sat back on my knees and looked at both of them, beaten and exhausted. "I should apologize as well," Seraphine began and took my free hand in hers since I was still clutching Brittany's. "I got carried away as well and treated one of my best friends like the enemy." "I'm sorry, Brittany," Seraphine muttered and turned to her senior servant. The brunette only smiled and cupped Seraphine's cheek. "It's fine, Seraphine. I did the same thing. Let's just put it behind us and prepare ourselves for the real battle," Brittany suggested, and the redhead nodded in agreement. "Well, there is no way I'm letting any of the others fight," I said matter-of-factly and got a torrent of sighs from behind me. "What do you mean?" Ella whined, and I turned to see Violet and Ashlyn frowning at me with their arms crossed. "Wow ... that makes Ashlyn's boobs look even bigger." Stop it. Clean thoughts. I don't want anyone else getting hurt because you girls are too competitive. No one wins. You're all going to train in ways that don't injure each other." I went into lecture mode and the girls just sighed and started to walk away. "Hey, where do you all think you're going?" I called after them, but they just kept walking. "Give it a rest, Varian," Brittany said teasingly, and I felt her punch my arm. I turned back around to see that Brittany and Seraphine were both standing up and seemed a little bit better. I sighed in relief and grabbed both of them by the hand. "No more fighting. Both of you are going inside and resting up like Arya and Tara," I told them, and they just whined and dragged their feet behind me. "Why do I always have to be the only one who acts like an adult? Are we in trouble?" Brittany finally asked just as we reached the house. I turned back to both of them as I was pushing the door open. "None of you are in trouble. I just don't want anyone to get hurt before we get into a life or death fight with another devil family. You girls are my life, and watching this fighting, while being slightly entertaining, also hurts me. We're a family and we love each other," I told them, and they smiled warmly at me. Both girls moved forward and clung onto both of my arms, of course sandwiching them between their breasts in the process. Why did their clothes have to get ripped right there? Can we just go inside before we start this?" I muttered and pulled the door open slowly. Just as I pulled open the huge, white door, a blast of lightning sent me out of the girls' grasp and out onto the field. "What do you mean no more fighting?" Sarah yelled, and I heard a few more bangs from inside. "Give me a break," I muttered and started picking myself up. "And why did she have to aim right for my face with that?" "Just chill, Sarah." Jasmine tried, but the young blonde wasn't going to hear it. "No, I wanted to fight and show the master that I am the best," Sarah declared, and I sighed. "Of course, then I'll fight you." A cute, young voice piped up and my head shot towards the door. "Amy, where has she been?" "I'm up for my nap now, master." Amy yelled out the window towards me, and I merely nodded before collapsing again. Sarah hit me harder than I thought. "Master," the ditzy pink-haired girl yelled and ran out the door towards me. Did she just realize that Sarah hit me? Did any of them realize it? "Look at what you did, Sarah." Amy continued to scold the pawn, but the blonde wasn't going to hear it. "Don't diss me, Pinky. I'll take care of him so you can just go back to bed," Sarah threatened as she ran forward as well. "How childish," Violet commented, and the other older girls laughed in agreement. While they were enjoying the young ones yelling and messing around, I was staring at two love-crazed girls running at me. "Can I get a break?" I questioned just before they both reached me and jumped onto me. "He's mine," Amy yelled and pulled on my right arm, forcing me to sit up. "Back off, Pinky. I'm Miss Pikachu," Sarah countered and started pulling on my left arm. "Girls, can we just..." It started but was quickly silenced. "No," they both yelled and pulled even harder. "Oh, I yelled and both girls immediately dropped my arms. I've had enough of this, Amy declared, and her right hand caught on fire. I agree. It's time I taught you who the favorite loli is, Sarah responded, and electricity crackled across her body. Hey, I deserve to be able to fight for that title too, Ella suddenly yelled and came running forward. Oh no, not her too. It's always better in a three-way, Amy said happily, and Sarah nodded as Ella joined their circle, with me lying in the middle. Once again, I'm the prize. Have fun, Varian. We're going to go get some snacks and take a nap, Brittany called and pulled the doors shut. No. Don't leave me out here with them. All right then, Amy began. I gazed up and looked at all three girls glaring at each other. Water, fire, and lightning. Pink, blue, and blonde. Well, at least it will be interesting. Fight, Sarah yelled and charged forward. Sarah ran towards Amy, her arms cackling with electricity. The fire-wielding girl could only bring up her hands as the blonde, using her lightning speed, descended on her. Sarah delivered a bunch of quick punches and kicks, each charged with a good deal of lightning. Amy let each blow land on her flaming arms and didn't even flinch from Sarah's attacks. Don't forget about me, Ella called, and suddenly a wall of water slammed into both girls. They both tumbled backwards and landed, crouched, a few feet away. Water whiplash, Ella yelled and threw her hands up to the sky. The water, which was now in puddles around Sarah and Amy, started to move and turn into whips. The water whips lashed towards both girls and forced them to spring into action. Sarah just zapped the water and it fizzled and died away, but Amy actually had to dodge. The pink-haired girl flipped over an oncoming attack and sprayed the whips with fire, turning them into mist. Sarah stood there, accessing the situation, before darting into action. The blonde ran forward, towards Ella, and let sparks run freely along her hand. Ella noticed her a few seconds later and moved her arms so that an entire group of whips slammed towards her. Sarah stopped and brought her hands together in front of her. 1,000 needles, she yelled and unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes. The water that was charging towards her got electrocuted and dissipated. Oh. Not good, Ella muttered and started to back away. Sarah turned towards her, arms crackling with yellow lights. Water doesn't beat lightning, the blonde informed her and started to walk forward. Flames annihilation, Amy yelled and slammed into the ground beside Sarah. The blonde only had a second to react as a huge wall of fire flew out of the ground and crashed into her. Amy had dived out of the sky and landed, causing a geyser of molten lava and fire to break out of the earth and fly forward. Not cool, Sarah muttered as the dust cleared. Her arms were still sparking, but she had burn marks on parts of her body as well. Amy just smiled and relit her hand with orange flames. I am a bishop, silly. Your magic doesn't compare to mine, Amy taunted and sent a barrage of fireballs towards the pawn. Oh yeah, Sarah muttered mockingly and pushed her arms forward. Each fireball that Amy had sent was split in half in a flash and exploded. Moutain's thunder, Sarah yelled angrily as Amy backed away in awe. Sarah threw her arms up and started to channel her magic. A huge sparking ball formed above her and, before the other two could react, she slammed it into the ground. Lightning and electricity shot through the ground and exploded at the other two girls' feet. Amy, having a little bit more time to react, used her fire magic to propel herself into the air to avoid the full blast. However, Ella got the full force of lightning shooting out of the ground under her. The blue-haired pawn was sent flying and fell in a heap on the ground a few feet away. Yes, it's time for me to play medic. While Sarah and Amy starred daggers at each other and prepared to attack, I walked over to Ella and sat down next to her. I only smiled and picked her up onto my lap where we sat, and I held her while we watched the others. Oh, Varian, this is much better than fighting, she sang happily and snuggled up next to me. Course it is, I replied and kissed her head. Dragon's breath, Amy yelled and threw her head back. Sarah started to move just as the bishop threw her head forward, opened her mouth, and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Sarah appeared just underneath Amy and gave her body a jolt to shoot upwards. The blonde brought her sparking fist back and delivered an uppercut to the young girl spewing dragon fire. Amy fell back a bit and started to fall from the sky, but she still managed to coat Sarah in some fire. The blonde screamed as she too fell out of the air and both girls landed across from each other. Unbelievably, they weren't done. In perfect unison, they raised their hands above their bodies and summoned their element. Then they tilted their wrists and shot a beam right at the other. You two just don't know when to quite, do you? I questioned as I caught fire and electricity in both my hands. Both elements were soon consumed by black flames and disappeared, leaving the beaten girls in bewilderment. Come on, get up, I told them and picked both girls up in my arms. It's a good thing the two of you are light, I commented as I hoisted both of them over my shoulders and headed towards the house. I could tell they were making faces at each other from over my shoulder, but I didn't mind, as long as they weren't trying to kill each other. Ella was trailing behind, tugging at the back of my shirt as we walked towards the house. No more fighting, okay? We are training normal tomorrow, I declared, and the three young girls sighed before saying okay. I stepped into the mansion and sat the girls down in the living room. All right, so, I muttered and looked around. Where is everyone else? I questioned and left the others alone in the TV room. As soon as I stepped out, I heard them calling for the Xbox and moving around to get set up. So childish, I whispered to myself and smiled as I climbed the stairs. So, where did my other ladies go? I asked out loud as I climbed the foyer stairs and then my own. As I came into my room, I nearly fainted at the sight. Welcome home, master, all the older girls said in unison, and I nearly dropped from the sudden explosion of blood from my nose. Wow, what the hell are you wearing? I yelled as my eyes tried to make sense of what I was seeing. In front of me, all my older servants were standing around my bed in maid outfits. Why? I yelled and tried to make a break for the staircase. Call of Duty is way better than Left 4 maids. I'm scared of what they might do. But master, Brittany sang, and suddenly 2 daggers were embedded in the stair rail. I turned slowly as Arya, when did she get up? And Violet moved towards me, squeezing at the air. The treatment is starting now. Oh, help me. Oh, sweet Satan. Where am I? I feel like I've been asleep for a couple months. I muttered tiredly as my eyes forced themselves open. The feeling of just waking up began to sit in as I rose from my bed and rubbed my face lazily. What happened with the girls last night? I asked worriedly before fully opening my eyes and almost falling out of bed from the shock. What are you all doing in here? I yelled and jumped to my feet on the bed like a woman who just saw a mouse. On the bed around me were all of my older servants, sprawled out all over the sheets. And why do none of you have decent clothes on? I yelled again and they finally started coming to. Can you please not yell this early, master? Arya pleaded as she rose to her hands and blinked a few times. Yeah, Varian, give it a rest. We were up all night taking care of you. Brittany chimed in from my right, making me jump again. My queen's sudden appearance made me stumble, trip over what I know had to be someone's exposed boobs, and fall out of bed and onto my butt on the floor. Nothing like waking up to your master touching your chest. Violet joked as she stretched and sat up. You okay, Varian? She teased and peered over the bed at me. Yeah, I'm finny. I yelled as a sudden burst of blood sent my head flying back against the carpet floor. PP, put some clothes on. I yelled and pointed up at the stark naked body of my cool and free-spirited knight. She just tilted her head to the side and gave me a confused look, showing every part of her in the process. Her bra was barely hanging onto her right shoulder, so I couldn't even say she had that on, and her hair was knotted and draped all about her face. She honestly looked like she just had a roll in the hay, and I really hope I didn't do anything I'm gonna regret last night. Fix your bra, Seraphine yelled before slamming the flat end of her sword into Violet's face. The naked, black-haired girl flew back and off the other side of the bed, leaving the angry redhead facing away from me and holding a massive sword. I couldn't complain for 2 reasons. One was the shock of having an amazing butt now right in my face, and 2 was the fact that there was an amazing butt in my face. I should probably give these girls money to go buy some new outfits. Seraphine's red panties look a little tight. After making my mental note, the other girls decided to jump in and ruin my view. How many times do I have to tell you? No swords during group cuddle time. Arya yelled in response and sprang to her feet. Both girls were now facing off on my bed and barely wearing anything. At least these 2 were wearing their bras and panties ... for now. Correction, the view just got better. But, being the sweet master I am, I have to keep things civil. Especially since I don't feel like dealing with them this morning. I'm tired. Hey you two, I started, and the 2 girls dropped their menacing glares to look over at me. Can we just not fight today, please? We have to train for the raiding game tomorrow, I said, and everyone immediately started to giggle. I took the time that they were laughing at me to wipe the blood from my nose and stand up. What exactly are all of you giggling at? I asked. Silly master, Arya started and jumped off the bed to wrap her half-naked body around my arm. The raiding game is today. What? I yelled and looked at the girl around my arm in disbelief. Yes sir, you slept through our last day of training because... Ashon had started to explain but broke off in a fit of giggles. What she's trying to say is, we may have ridden you too hard the night before, so you ended up sleeping all day. Brittany finished and my jaw dropped. No way ... Why don't I remember it if you ran me so hard? I asked. It was a fair question. When men have amazing nights, they sometimes want to remember them. Well, Brittany started before snickering, standing up, and walking by me like nothing had happened. One by one the girls got up and left my room in bras and panties, each one giving me a knowing glance and giggling at me. The last one to get up was Violet, who had been sprawled across the floor on the other side of the room. I looked over just as she got up and started walking over to me. Before I could say anything, she kissed my cheek and whispered, "It's better if you don't remember. We did unspeakable things to you." She muttered somewhat seductively and left, not even bothering to fix her bra like Seraphine told her to. Still can't believe she's only a B, they're so nice. My completely normal teenage thoughts were interrupted when I finally registered what she said. Wait, unspeakable things, I muttered before looking down at my bare chest and ripped up boxers. Dear sweet Satan, I yelled, and I know the girls were giggling downstairs. After a very long and cleansing shower and multiple scary flashbacks to the night before, I went downstairs to see what the plan was. The raiding game is today and I really don't know what we're going to do. I was planning on talking to Brittany about it yesterday, but apparently, if my flashbacks are correct, she didn't want me talking at all. Guess that's why I was gagging a lot in the shower. I shuddered as I reached the stairway in the foyer and saw all the girls gathered in the center. Each one turned up to me with bright smiles for once. I simply waved back before heading to the left stairwell and sliding down the railing. The master is finally awake. The younger girls, except Sarah, cheered as I reached the foot of the stairs. Hey girls, did you all train yesterday while I was asleep? I asked, and they all nodded, well except for Sarah, but that's okay, she doesn't need it. I patted each of them on the head, except for Sarah, and I think she may be a little upset about it, before moving on to the older girls that are responsible for me not remembering the last 24 hours. When I approached them, I tried my best to stay away from Aria. Why? Because the flashbacks told me things and I don't want her near me for the next 2 weeks after what I think she did. We stood in the foyer and said our good mornings, after I was given multiple glances that made me shudder, before everyone began to move away. So Brittany, what's the plan? I asked as my queen and I started to head to the kitchen. The others dispersed and went about whatever it is they normally do. I wonder what they actually do. Huh. Fair question. Someone should research that and give me a report. Well, I believe Lord Sirzechs will be here at some point to collect us for the raiding game. Do we have a battle plan yet, Varian? She asked to my side. No, I'm not sure how to beat them, to be honest. I know all about Riser and his peerage possessing immortality, so what do we do? I know if we take the fire advantage away from them, then we'll have an easier time fighting his servants, but he's a different story. I thought out loud and Brittany simply nodded. And how do we take the fire advantage away from them? Will they let us choose the arena? She questioned and I nodded. I believe so, given the circumstances. We have no common ground to fight on and it doesn't seem like there would be reason to not allow us a choose. I answered and sat down in the head dining room chair. Brittany gave me a glance before smiling and sitting on my lap. And to what do I owe this pleasure? I asked jokingly as I adjusted the girl on my lap. Oh, just shut up and enjoy it. You deserve to enjoy something at my expense after yesterday. She whispered and kissed my head. I shivered at the memory before shaking my head and trying to get back to business. So if we take an arena with a lot of life and water, then we will have an advantage. Between you, Tara, Ella, Sarah, and Jasmine, they won't beat us in elements. An area can destroy anyone regardless of what they're using. Violet and Seraphine should be fine, I believe. I began listing off my servants and made sure each one would be okay to fight. And of course, Brittany read my mind and started brainstorming as well. I believe that could work. I don't see a problem for me or Ashlyn at all, and Amy should be just fine if she runs around with the other young ones. Her fire isn't as strong as those from the Phoenix clan, but I think it'll be okay. She informed me and I agreed. I think we just need to pair everyone up into teams and let them fight their fights. No big plan, I suggested, and we both nodded in agreement. Sounds like a great idea, darling. Brittany encouraged and, before I could do anything, pecked me on the lips. You deserve an award you'll actually appreciate, she teased, causing me to shudder once again. I never want to know what actually happened, I admitted and hung my head. She snickered and rose from my lap. I'll go make some food for us then, she offered, and I smiled. That's right, woman, make me a bacon sandwich and some chocolate milk, I commanded, and felt the air around my head start to move. I will blow the red right out of that pretty black hair if you talk to me like that again, Brittany whispered angrily. Yes, mama, I called back in pure horror. Luckily the air subsided and I was soon greeted with the smell of cooking food. Phew, why did I pick the scariest one to give the most power to? I asked myself, too scared to even move. After the two of us had our breakfast, and ended up making some for the rest of the girls, we all sat in the living room and waited. The younger ones were gathered around Sarah, who was again playing video games, while the rest of us started going over the plan. I think I'll trick Riser into giving us an arena that will provide an advantage for us. After that, I believe we'll be okay if we separate into teams and fight our own fights. No big plan that requires perfect executions. I just want you all to be safe and try your best, okay? I explained, and the girls just smiled and nodded. You try too hard to keep us safe. You know that, right? Brittany added, and the others laughed in agreement. Well, I'm sorry that I care, I yelled and sat on the couch with my arms folded and started pouting. Oh, don't be like that, sweetie, Ashlyn sang in my ear as she scooted closer to me on the couch. Her arms felt like a smooth silk cloth as they moved up towards my neck, and she began to pull my head towards her shoulder. He's just doing what he thinks is best, isn't that right, Very? And he just wants us to be safe and happy, she explained to everyone and wrapped her arms really tightly around me. Then she leaned in really close, her cheek brushing against my ear as she snuggled her head against mine, and whispered, I love it when you take care of us. And I love you, master, she admitted, and hugged me tighter, which didn't seem possible. I had to struggle to respond due to the pressure my insanely strong rook was putting on my lungs. I love you too, Ashlyn, I whispered back. Weird, Ashlyn is normally the quiet one. Today must be an off day or something. Anyway, she gave me one last squeeze before releasing me to address the others again, and they weren't too happy. I was blushing pretty bad and coughing as the others leaned in with curious expressions. What's going on here? Aria asked loudly. Yeah, you two seemed really close. Seraphine and Brittany chimed in at the same time. Nothing. I promise, girls. Calm down, I screamed in fear as they all moved towards me. They all muttered and scooted closer. What did he say to you, Ashlyn? Violet asked as she slid in between the two of us and threw her arms around us. Man, she's so chill. That he loves me, of course, Ashlyn answered loudly and happily. The next 3 seconds of my life were filled with terror as every girl in front of me turned and gave me looks that said die. Oh, did he now? Brittany muttered, trying to suppress her anger. I'm sorry, girls. It was just ... Don't kill me. We have a big fight today, remember. I begged and tried to scramble off the couch. However, it was to no avail. Aria and Seraphine restrained me as Violet moved onto my lap. The black-haired beauty was straddling me, which would have been great if not for the 2 daggers in her hands. Okay, just please make it quick, I begged, and the girls laughed. When have we ever been quick, baby? Violet sang, and I became even more scared. She only talks like that when she is really pissed. I guess I did bad again. Sarah and the other young ones never even turned around, no matter how much I screamed. And Ashlyn just sat on top of the couch and watched my torture in amusement. Well, good for her. A few hours later, there was a knock at the door and I struggled to get up and answer it. I opened the door and was a bit freaked by the appearance of the great devil Lord Sirzechs at my doorstep. Well, hey Sirzechs, what brings you here? I asked, and the young devil lord looked me over before busting out laughing. What happened to you? He asked between laughs, causing me to facepalm. My girls got a little upset this morning ... and did this. I answered and gestured to the torn-up t-shirt and cuts all along my body. I like them. Hopefully you didn't tire them out, because you still have a rating game to win, Sirzechs announced, when his laughing fit finally came to an end, and I smiled. I think they'll be just fine, I responded, and turned around, looking up at the top of the foyer staircase. Standing there was my incredibly powerful, beautiful, and amazing peerage and 10 girls I'd die for at a moment's notice, each one wearing a regular outfit, their weapons in hand, and ready to go. Isn't that right, girls? I asked, and they all cheered. I think we're ready. Lead the way, master, I told the crimson-haired devil lord and bowed before him. The young man smiled warmly and put a hand on my shoulder. Right this way, he said kindly, and suddenly there was a flash and I was falling. We reappeared outside of the Gremory Manor, a huge building, and it took me a minute to take in my surroundings. Sirzechs and I were standing at the steps of the Gremory Manor, the devil lord already climbing the steps ahead of me, and there were tons of carriages all around the grounds behind me. I flipped around and gazed at the massive grounds that were under my old master's control. Dude, throwback Thursday, even though it isn't Thursday. What day is it? Who cares? I miss this place so much, I screamed and jumped around on the steps while Sirzechs just chuckled behind me and waited. When I was finally finished having my moment, I turned around and blushed at him. I just miss home, okay, I muttered and walked forward with my head down. Home misses you too, Varian, Sirzechs added as he followed me inside. So why did you bring me back to your manor? And where are my girls? Are we meeting Riser for the pre-rating game ceremony or whatever you guys do? I asked, and Sirzechs just looked at me like I was an idiot. Varian, nobody does that. I just brought you here to meet with Riser and a few other people to talk for a couple minutes before the game starts. Get some publicity, you know. Nothing formal like what you're thinking. Why are you talking about a ceremony? He asked and chuckled as I started walking faster. No reason ... Shut up, I called over my shoulder. Do you even know where you're going? Everyone is in the dining hall, Sirzechs called, and I just giggled. I know this place like the back of my hand. Calm down, old man, I teased and sprinted off down the hallways of my childhood. In the dining hall is ... not this one ... or this one ... here we are, I yelled when I finally found the huge oak doors that marked the dining hall. I sighed and took a deep breath before opening the doors, preparing for whoever was on the other side. Of course they're probably going to dislike me, but hey, I think this will go okay. I put on a brave smile and pushed open the door. Hello everyone, the world's youngest high-class devil of pure awesomeness has arrived. Please, hold the applause, I announced as I stepped into the dining room, which I found out moments later was crowded, and raised my hands in victory. Varian, a familiar female voice yelled. I didn't want to believe it, and I really didn't want who I thought that was to be there, but as my eyes scanned the room they fell on a pair of beautiful blue eyes, crimson hair, and an amazing figure. I'm so happy you're home, Rias yelled and sprang from her seat. Shit, I muttered and did the only thing I could think of. I took a few steps back and shut the big door so she couldn't get to me. Hopefully that will hold her off for a few minutes until I can gather my thoughts, or at least until Sirzechs or my girls get here. Yeah, option 2 sounds a little better, I muttered to myself and walked back down the hall, looking for Sirzechs. I reached the stairs that connected the main entrance foyer to the main hallway of the manor, and saw my old master just getting up the stairs. They have a really big entryway, like, really big. So, there are a lot of people in there. And, your sister, I informed him, hoping this was all a big misunderstanding and he would be shocked. I was wrong. Of course, this is a rating game for her hand in marriage. Why wouldn't she be here? He asked and looked at me like I was an idiot. Again, dude, me and her don't get along. She is the last person I want to deal with today, I responded angrily. I'm trying to focus on fighting an immortal high-class devil that shoots hellfire when he snaps. I'm kinda preoccupied today. Dealing with her truckload of drama isn't in my to-do list. Well, if you feel that way, then how about we call off this silly little game? Servant, a smug male voice sounded from behind me. Okay, I meant second person I didn't want to deal with today, I muttered as I turned to face the poster boy of the Phoenix house. Hello, Riser. Pleasure seeing you today. Is that a new maroon jacket? I greeted the blonde man sarcastically. Why yes it is. My parents wanted me to look good when I wiped the floor with you and your hideous peerage. Where are they, by the way? Normally I can smell ugly sluts from a mile away, he responded, and I balled my fist. Don't punch him. Don't punch him. Not yet. Later. Well, I'm sure you know the smell very well, sir, since you live in the stench. Speaking of smelly sluts, where is your peerage, my good man? I would quite like to see my competition, no matter how easy to beat they will be. I shot back and the blonde devil just smirked. Wonder if Sirzechs is enjoying this. I shot a glance over my shoulder to see the young devil lord smiling and giggling into his hand. Wow, and he's a mature ruler of our society. Awesome, my beautiful girls. Rias interjected, all right here. And, as you can see, I have a full set. He answered and snapped his fingers. Suddenly there was a burst of hellfire at the foot of the stairs and, when it dissipated, revealed 15 gorgeous girls. Well shit, I muttered as I looked them over. I could guess every single one of their pieces by their levels of magical power, and I didn't like what I found out. There were 8 pawns, 3 of which didn't look very powerful and were dressed like maids. Kinky. And 2 others were small, green-haired girls with chainsaws. Even more kinky. Then there were 2 girls dressed as cats with what looked like slutty cheerleader outfits, one with blue hair and the other with a dark red. Wonder if I could get one of the girls to dress up like them one day. I'm gonna regret that thought when they get here. And the last pawn, and probably the most powerful, was a small girl with light blue hair and 2 buns wearing a red jacket with a stick. A very painful-looking stick. I caught Rias smirking at me while I looked over his even stronger pieces. I still think my girls can take them, but they look pretty rough. His 2 rooks looked like knockouts, in more ways than one. The first one had half a skull on her face, which was freaky and cool, along with some sort of small army jacket that showed her midriff, running them in the Rias peerage apparently, in shorts. Her hair was sandy brown with a red strand running through it, and her face just looked mean. All of these girls look really mean, to be honest. Then the other rook looked like Chun-Li from Street Fighter basically. Gotta hand it to him, he's got good taste in fighting game characters. Rias's knights looked equally as dangerous as all the other members so far. Both were wearing a lot of armor and looked stone-faced and determined. I'll never see my Violet acting like that, but Seraphine has that exact look, down to every detail. One knight was taller, had a long dark blue ponytail, and had a huge sword on her back. The other was a bit shorter with dirty blonde hair and a wide assortment of swords and daggers on her. The bishops didn't really look that bad. One had long black hair and was wearing a kimono. She honestly didn't look like much of a threat. But the other bishop seemed much more interesting. She looked like Rias. That's my little sister, Ravel. Rias informed me with a smug grin. He's loving that I'm studying his peerage. Probably thinks I'm impressed or something. Yeah, right. You let your own sister into your harem. Freak. I responded coldly. To my pleasant surprise, Rias took offense to that. What did you just call me? Listen up, you no good punk servant. He screamed and moved closer to me, reaching for my collar. I just smiled dumbly and let him grab me. The entire entry hall fell quiet as he lifted me up and brought his fist up. I made her my servant as a favor to the family, so don't you go mouthing off about it. You hear me, runt? He threatened, and I just kept smiling, causing him to let a little fire burn my t-shirt. Okay, dude, this is a new shirt. Calm down. I yelled and he dropped me. Hibaluna, would you mind teaching this punk just how weak he is? Rias asked and motioned towards his peerage. Of course, the one girl I hadn't noticed yet stepped forward, had to be the queen. Yes, master, right away. Rias's queen responded. She was a very busty woman with long purple hair, a golden staff, and a tunic that showed her entire chest down the middle. And boy did she have too much makeup and lip gloss on. Hello, trying too hard. Come down here and fight me. She yelled up at me and I started giggling. I really hope all the girls are together. I think I'll let them handle this. Girls, come on out. I called and snapped my fingers. A small black circle appeared behind me and I cast a quick teleport spell. A few seconds later, a pitch-black portal opened up and 10 girls stepped out. And I wish they'd known the situation a little better. What the hell, Varian? Brittany yelled as soon as she stepped out of the portal. You disappear all of a sudden and then summon us. How many times have I told you to not do that? She ranted and hit me on the head with her wind staff. Brittany, calm down please. I begged, rubbing my head. Master, I missed you. Arya yelled and ran at me from behind Brittany. I was then tackled at the top of the stairs and my rook began squeezing the life out of me. You disappeared out of nowhere and it scared me. And Brittany got mad. But don't worry, I'll take care of you. She informed me and I started to sweat. Oh man, they're so embarrassing sometimes. Hey Vari, what's the battle plan again? Violet asked as she stepped up behind Brittany, the other girls in tow. How did you forget in like 10 minutes? Seraphine chimed in and knocked Violet on the head with her huge sword. Just stick with me, okay? She asked and Violet nodded sadly, rubbing her head. Master Amy sang as she and the other young girls walked in. Who are all these people? She asked. Amazing that she would be the first one to notice the other people. Oh, well, Brittany muttered, finally realizing the other people around us as well. Brittany's grumbling made Arya perk up her ears and lift her head from my chest for a brief moment before tightening her grip and snuggling back into me. Where did all these people come from, Master? Who are they? The purple-haired girl asked quietly. Ugh, I hope they don't blow up when I explain it to them. Arya, can you get off me first? I asked and my rook jumped off as quickly as she could, immediately running behind Ashlyn afterwards. I stood up and brushed off my shirt, catching Rias's smug grin out of the corner of my eye. Your peerage is just a bunch of mongrels, exactly like I thought. He said mockingly and my face fell. Just shut up and let's get this show on the road. I muttered in return. Varian, Brittany whispered to herself and took a step forward towards me. Just stay back for a second, Brittany. I'll handle this, I told her, and for once, she listened. So what will it be, servant? Do you wish to fight me one-on-one right now? Or perhaps, you really just want to lose a rating game and injure your peerage that badly? Riser asked smugly. I was turned away from him, looking down at his peerage again while he spoke, but jerked my head towards him at the mention of my girls. I felt my nostrils flare and I bit my lip as I stepped forward. I could feel my knuckles turning white as I clenched my fist, ready to knock this smug blonde douche off the balcony and into his harem of big-breasted puppets. But I didn't. Riser, we are having this rating game. In the Isle of the Blessed. Right now, I declared. My face was an inch away from his. And if you talk about my girls or go too far in this game, I will make you wish you could die. I muttered quietly so only he could hear. To my satisfaction, his smug grin left and he actually looked serious. I accept your term, slave. But don't get too confident. You know enough about me to know I'm unbeatable. Rias will be mine and you will be dead, understand? He whispered back and I actually smiled. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Riser. I'll see you on the battlefield. I finished and started to back away. When the adrenaline finally started to subside, I felt the tension in the room. Both of our peerages were ready to jump in and fight at the drop of a hat, and even Sirzechs looked afraid. I could only do one thing. I bowed before the young devil and walked back over to my girls, relief washing over all of us. Oh, and one more thing, Mr. Blackflame. Riser called as my girls and I began to walk down the main hall. When I win, your girls become mine. And if they don't do what I say, I kill them, Riser announced. His smile looked like pure evil. I don't think I'll ever fully remember the few seconds that followed me hearing his decree. I remember my girls yelling and being afraid, my body filling with rage, and the incredible pain of his queen stepping between us. I rushed Riser, not even thinking, my fist drawn back and smoldering with black flames. The blonde man just put his hands in his pockets and waited until I was 2 steps from him. I could hear Sirzechs yelling for me to stop, but I was too close. I leaped into the air and shot down towards him with all my strength until I felt my body go limp. I started flying away as a huge bomb exploded next to my chest. I flew through the air before smashing into the wall of the main hallway, cracking it and sending a shake through the entire house. I looked up from the ground and saw Riser's queen landing beside him with a sadistic grin on her face and her staff glowing a bright purple. Riser cupped her chin, whispered something in her ear, and then started to walk towards me as she walked back down the stairs. His evil grin made me shudder as I tried to push myself up to my feet. She hits pretty hard, I muttered as I tried to get up from all fours. The whole time Riser just stood there, grinning and watching me. I finally got to my feet and started to wobble around when I felt the blood leaking out of my chest. It wasn't anything major, but I know it hurt and I was losing blood. I turned to my girls and mouthed, "Run and don't fight. I'll be okay," before turning back to Riser. I brought up my fists, both starting to lick at the air with fire, and just stood there, waiting. The young blonde devil just pulled his hands out of his pockets and grabbed my throat, his hands moving a lot quicker than I could keep up with. "Pathetic," he muttered and brought his fist, which was now completely alight with hellfire, and got ready to knock me the rest of the way through the wall. "You need to go cool your head, little devil. You're out of your league, and you know it. You don't care about Rias or anyone else here for that matter, so just crawl back in your hole and get the hell away from my new wife and family. Or next time, this punch will be a lot harder," he threatened, venom leaking out of his mouth with every word. I just looked back at him, not wavering for a second, and thought about my girls. "My girls, Riser," I started, causing the blonde to lean in. "Screw you. And by the way, that jacket makes you look like a tool," I muttered back and grinned, waiting for him to punch me. And boy did he. I flew through the wall and stayed in the air for a while longer, my body too numb to figure out where I was. That queen must have cast some powerful explosion spell or something to make me weak like this. I landed in a heap in another hallway and felt myself starting to pass out. "Damn it," I muttered. "I can't quit now. I'm not going to quit now." I tried to will myself to get up, but I couldn't move a single part of my body. Next thing I know, I passed out. My head lolled to the side just as my girls rounded the corner, trying to wake me up. My eyes suddenly opened again, and I had no clue where I was. I jerked my head from side and side, panicking. I had no clue where my girls were, what had happened after Riser knocked me out, or where I even was. All of a sudden, my surroundings hit me like a truck. Everything came into view all at once, and none of it made any sense. I was standing in a burning forest, a huge black sword in my hand. My gray t-shirt and black jeans were torn and stained with blood. But it wasn't my blood. In fact, I felt better than usual. I could feel the sick, twisted smile on my face, but I had no clue why I was smiling. All around me was ash, fire, and destruction. And bodies. The one right in front of me, at the tip of my sword, was Riser. His face was bloodied and his spirit looked broken. The proud, blonde devil was pushed up against a broken tree, my sword against his throat. He didn't seem to want to fight, and he even began to beg. I couldn't make out exactly what he was saying, his words coming out muffled, but I could tell he was begging. Then, my body began moving on its own. The sword in my hand became alight with a mixture of black and blue flames, and ancient carvings on the blade started to glow green. The black flame, but how? I shouldn't be able to use it. Then I brought the flaming sword up above my head, like a lumberjack about to chop the day's wood. What am I doing? A terrifying grin spread across my face as blood flew into the air above us. The red rain came down a second later, and Riser was dead. I looked in front of me in horror, the evil, sadistic smile never leaving my face, as I gazed upon the devil that I'd sliced in half. Blood covered the edge of my blade as I drove it farther through his corpse. His crimson red blood spilled out onto the tree and the burnt, scared ground around us. What am I doing? Riser. My arms flexed and I pulled the blade out of the corpse with a grunt, swinging it around me as I turned to clean off the blood. After I turned, the scene changed and it made my heart leap into my throat and I could no longer breathe. Girls, I muttered from inside the body that appeared to be mine. Before me was my peerage, beaten, bloody, and all on the verge of death. I felt a burning hate grow in my chest, thinking Riser had done this to them and that he deserved what I'd done to him. But a part of me suddenly felt responsible. What if ... this was the outcome of our fight? I wanted the body I was locked inside to fall to its knees, punch the ground, and scream. But I remained standing, just looking at the lifeless bodies of 10 girls I loved more than the entire world. Aria and Seraphine were both hanging off of tree branches. Their limbs were limp and blood was slowly dripping from their mouths. Beneath them, at the foot of the tree, was Violet, surrounded by the little ones. The girl's once perfect black hair was now splashed with the other's blood, her head lolled to the side, while the others lay around her. I wanted to close my eyes but my body refused. I was forced to look. All of them, Tara, Sarah, Ella, Amy, and Jasmine ... were all laying in a bloody heap around the knight who tried to protect them from ... me. This is what my rage caused. What if I'd actually fought Riser at full force in the manor? Where would they be? Where would Brittany be? Brittany. I had no clue where she was. I willed the body I was inside of to look around, to panic like I was, but it refused to move. What is happening? Where's my best friend? You simply do not understand, do you? A voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Who are you? What's going on? I screamed towards the sky. My voice was finally leaving the body I was trapped inside. I could now hear how desperate and broken my voice sounded, not a big surprise considering the girls I love were now in front of me, covered in blood. This is what will happen if you continue the path you are on, my friend. The voice said again. As the last words echoed throughout the burning forest, an area in front of me began to glow. A red and black portal appeared and I stepped out. So this is what I used to look like. Disgusting. The form that looked like me said teasingly, "What is happening?" I muttered in disbelief. "I'm here to tell you ... to show you." He paused and looked over at the bloody bodies of Violet and the others. "What it will be like if you continue. You're becoming more and more like you used to be ... the ... wicked devil you used to be before Brittany and the others." He explained and stepped towards me. "I'm the version that the girls have made. The loving, silly master, not what you have been recently. This anger you feel, even if I agree that it is understandable, it needs to stop." He finished and pressed a finger to my chest. I know. Let me go back to my girls," I muttered, defeated and knowing that I had to apologize. Gladly, the good half of me answered and snapped his fingers. My surroundings flew away in a single moment, leaving me in a plain, white world. My feet were still on ground and I wasn't awake, but at least I was back in control and away from that horrible burning forest. "What? Where am I now?" I muttered, looking around worriedly and patting myself to make sure everything was still there. "You're with us, silly," a familiar voice said happily from behind me. I turned around to see my 10 servants, looking exactly as they had before I left them, standing behind me and grinning at me. Brittany was standing in front with her hand outstretched towards me and a huge, sweet smile on her face. "Now let's go home," she told me, and I felt a tear slide down my cheek. "This is our world, Varian. Let's all go be happy together." Aria chimed in and Ashlyn, standing next to her, nodded. "You're not getting rid of us that easy." Amy and Violet called at the same time and glared at each other. I couldn't help but laugh and step forward, taking Brittany's hand. "I love you all so damn much. Let's please go home," I whispered happily, and Brittany let go of my hand and moved in for a hug. Her lips hit me head on as her arms moved over my shoulders. I could hear her in my head. "Wherever you are, that's our home. Now wake up, stupid." I shot up in a soft, king-sized bed and gasped for air. "Oh, thank Lucifer. Finally back in the real world," I said loudly as I took in my surroundings. I was in, again, a soft dark red king-sized bed in a large bedroom. The room was dark and had a slight red tint to it, which symbolizes nighttime in the underworld. From what I could tell, I was still in the Gremory Manor and ... this room was slightly familiar. I threw off the sheets and my bare feet hit the cold, polished wood floor. Such a familiar sensation. I muttered groggily and began walking around the room. Even the smell of the room was familiar, it smelled like roses. Wait, I stopped in my tracks when I noticed a picture on the nightstand next to the bed I'd slept in. The picture showed a younger version of me with a huge black sword and a dumb, confident smile on my face. Next to me, with his arm around me, was the crimson-haired Devil King. "Sirzechs, how long has it been?" I asked reminiscently. "Too long, my queen, far too long," the kind-hearted voice of Satan whispered from behind me. I turned around and smiled to see my old master standing there with a far-off look on his smiling face. "Oh, how times have changed. I used to be taking a knocked out you to bed," I said teasingly, and the Devil Lord laughed. "Yes, I remember it very well. How do you feel?" he asked, already knowing the answer, but making sure. Like I just slept for 100 years. Now where are my girls and Riser? I think we need to figure the details of our rating game, I asked confidently, and Sirzechs smirked. So your opinion of this game has changed then? He asked, and I nodded slowly. I may not be your sister's biggest fan, but I don't want her to be stuck with him, and frankly, the House of Phoenix deserves to be knocked down a few pegs. I answered, and we both nodded in agreement. And you are no longer angry. You scared your servants, you realize that, don't you? He asked, and my face darkened as I nodded solemnly. I realize, sir. That's why I need to go see them. I've come to terms with my attitude and my actions. I paused and smirked, looking back up at my old master with a confident grin, and I need to accept their punishment before we go fight that proud blonde ass, I explained, and Sirzechs gave a hearty laugh. I'm so proud of you, Varian. You've really grown up since I watched you leave that day, he complimented, and moved out of the doorframe. I trust you remember how to get to the main hall, the Devil Lord asked mockingly, and I nodded. I could never forget, Master, I responded, and walked out of the bedroom, grabbing my old red and black jacket from my teen years. I crossed the building in no time, walking from the top bedroom floor down to the entry hall. I made it to the stairway and gulped when I saw a few servants patching up the huge hole I'd made in the wall. I offered an I'm sorry before I headed quickly down to the main part of the manor. After taking a few turns and walking down extremely well-decorated red and gold hallways, I made it to the main hall's door. I could hear raised voices inside, a few of them I recognized immediately. I leave for a few hours and look at what happens, I muttered to myself and smile. Well, let's get this show on the road. I pushed open the two massive wood doors and stepped into the Gremory Manor's largest hall. Devils from all parts of the underworld were gathered around the hall, all of them looking towards the middle where 10 very attractive girls were, just like always, causing trouble. How about you take what you said back, or we go ahead and end this rating game right here? Harriet yelled at one of Riser's rooks, the one with the blue and gold ceremonial dress and the 2 white buns in her hair. The black-haired rook simply giggled and turned her back to her. Go pick your master up out of his bed and carry his weak ass out of here, and we will let you off the hook, she declared, and a few of her fellow servants laughed around her. Other devils in the crowd were beginning to take notice of the debate, and I could tell each one of them would side with Riser's peerage. Well, might as well make an entrance. Who you calling weak, you Chun-Li ripoff? I've been up and ready to fight for a while now. I'm just waiting for you to go too far and watch my girls beat the snot out of you, I called across the hall, and everyone turned to see me standing in the doorway. My red and black hair blew slowly in a breeze I had no idea was coming, and my blue eyes sparkled from the light coming from the massive chandeliers above. My long red and black cloak I inherited as a servant of the Gremory house drug across the ground as I walked into the center of the hall. Or perhaps you want to wait for the rating game for that. There will be a little less public embarrassment for you then, right? I teased and walked up to join Arya and Seraphine, who were ready to throw down right then. The two looked up at me with wonder and relaxed a bit. I appreciate it, but can you two please not cause a scene right now? Besides, I don't want your dresses to get ruined, I whispered, and the 2 girls immediately blushed and stepped out of the middle of the hall. Wonder when they changed into dresses, at least they were hot. So the weak servant finally woke up, I see. Good, now we can settle this rating game. Riser's voice echoed throughout the hall as the circle of guests around us parted and allowed him to enter. He approached me, dressed in a maroon jacket and a low-cut white dress shirt over his maroon slacks and black dress shoes, and stopped a few feet in front of me. His smug grin widened as he looked me over. Are you going to run at me again, boy? Let's see what you're made of. Riser teased and begged me to attack him again. I smirked right back at him, stuffed my hands in the pockets of my cloak and relaxed. I know I can't let him get to me again. Sorry, Riser, but I don't feel like fighting like this. You got me angry last time, but I'm calm now and ready to settle this little dispute once and for all, I announced. However, Riser seemed unaffected by it and shrugged. So be it, I'll allow for your embarrassment to be broadcasted over the rating game. Now, where is Sirzechs so we may discuss the details? He asked and looked through the audience around us. Here I am, Riser. The Devil Lord's voice echoed through the hall as he appeared in between us from a dark red portal. He always knew how to make an appearance. Oh, look at 50 Cent rolling in here, I commented and smiled at the Crimson Devil Lord. Now then, what are the terms, you two? He asked, and Riser and I locked eyes. I wish for the hand of Rias Gremory and to be an heir to the House of Gremory, he declared, and everyone fell silent. Sirzechs merely nodded, completely ready to sell his sister to this overprivileged brat. And Varian, he turned to me, expecting me to prove him right. I do not require the hand of Rias Gremory. In fact, if I win, I want her to be able to choose her partner. She may not be my favorite person, but she is a friend, and I know just how much she despises you, Riser. Also, I want everyone to know the truth of my fall from grace, if my master will allow it. At my last request, everyone, even Sirzechs, looked terrified and confused. Varian, or ... are you sure? The Satan asked, and I nodded. I am. I think everyone should learn, I answered confidently, and Sirzechs couldn't help but smile and nod. Well then, now that we have reached a full agreement, let the rating game begin, he yelled and threw his hand towards the sky. 2 huge red portals appeared over Riser and me, and suddenly everything went black. As I stepped out of the black portal, the ocean wind and salt water smell hit me all at once. My black dress shoes crunched on the sand and I frowned. I dress up to go to a fancy ball and then get thrown onto a beach. Great. I kicked off the leather shoes and pulled the long dress robe off my shoulders, immediately shoving it into a portal. Can't let the Grimoire crest hit the ground, it's like a rule. After I was comfortable, I took a look around, and boy was it beautiful. We were on an island in the middle of the underworld's ocean. Far above us, there was a crack in the red and black sky and the light from the human world shone through. The most pure and beautiful spot in the entire realm of hell, and we get to blow it up. Right in front of us was a campsite with 2 crimson-colored tents and a campfire that looked like it had been blazing for a few days, non-stop. It's a good a base as any, I suppose. I commented and walked forward, looking around for any maps or instructions Sirzechs had left for us to see. Very and Violet sang, "Where are we?" I turned around, kind of forgetting the 10 girls that had followed me through the portal. They were all standing there in their dresses, which were blowing like crazy from the ocean breeze, and I couldn't help but giggle. Well, we're on the Elysium. You know, that super beautiful and peaceful island in the underworld that was designed for the most heroic humans to live after they die. Yeah, we get to fight on it, I explained, and the girls kind of face-palmed, except for Aria, who was excited to blow anything up. I should probably have a talk with her about that. And you all look beautiful, but you might want to change before getting into a fight with dresses on. The girls looked down and realized they were still wearing their dresses and that they'd be flying up this whole time. Why didn't you say anything? Brittany screeched. "'Cause," I muttered, thinking about how it'd be bad if I told them I was looking at their underwear the whole time. "Were you looking at our underwear the whole time?" Ashlyn asked matter-of-factly. Shit. Varian, don't make yourself be the first thing we blow up on this island. Aria threatened and cracked her knuckles. "I'll never understand women. Why wear lace if you don't want anyone to see it." After giving a hearty laugh and running to the campsite, because their glares were seriously scary, I stumbled upon a map. "Well shit. This is just a map of an island," I commented, and Seraphine appeared over my shoulder. "Well, of course, Master. Are you feeling okay?" I sighed. I was expecting a bit more than 2 X's to show the bases on a huge-ass island. I explained, and she chuckled. "Master, when has anything ever been easy?" she asked and walked off, the black flame strapped over her shoulder, the blade hitting her bare butt. "Wait. What? Why are you in a bikini?" I yelled suddenly, and Seraphine turned around, confused. "Well, I'm not going to be able to fight adequately with a dress on," she explained, looking at me like I was an idiot, and walked off towards the others. I watched her walk to the other girls, who were also all in bikinis, and I sighed. "This is Sirzechs' doing, isn't it?" "Why, yes it is." His head appeared through a portal and he winked at me. "Ugh, leave the portal open and bring them some clothes from their rooms," I said angrily, and the young devil king chuckled. "Servants," he yelled and clapped. 10 minutes later, my servants were clothed in acceptable fighting clothes, and all my planning time had just been wasted by Sirzechs' antics. "Attention, houses of Black Flame and Phoenix. The raiding game will now begin." A female voice sounded over the island. Black Flame's household is located at the northern part of the island and Phoenix is at the south end. Each base is designated by a mile-wide square drawn in the sand around each campsite. The middle of the battlefield is the river in the middle of the island. The first household to render the other king unable to fight wins. "Begin," the voice explained, and suddenly, there was only silence and the ocean wind. My servants then turned to me, each one smiling and determined to get out and fight. Brittany, standing in front, had her staff by her side and her brown hair was blowing like crazy in the wind along with her long white gown. Flanking her were Violet and Seraphine, each one looking over their weapons and stretching. Violet had on a black leather jacket, a red t-shirt with a cat on it, and jean shorts with matching knee-high socks and sneakers. Seraphine was more nightly dressed with 2 steel shoulder plates, a gray t-shirt, a metal battle skirt, and metal boots. Where the hell did she get that? Hey, who cares? Anyway, Ashlyn and Aria were both standing beside me, ready to stay behind and protect me at all costs. Aria cracked her knuckles and gave me a happy smile, her purple hair smacking me in the face from the wind. Both of the girls had on t-shirts and miniskirts to match. They looked kinda like schoolgirls, which scared me. Behind my queen and knights were the younger girls, each one wearing one of their many t-shirts and athletic shorts. I had to admit, they were pretty cute, aside from the lightning and fire and other dangerous elements they were throwing around while they stretched and got ready. "So, what's the plan, Master?" Brittany asked, and I smiled. "They'll beat some Phoenix, but of course, I want Violet and Seraphine to run some scouting and block off some parts of the island by knocking down trees. Let's keep them near that river in the middle of the island," I explained, and the 2 girls nodded before running off, jumping from tree to tree. "Now, my cute little pawns, I want you to go with those 2 when they get back. Sarah, Ella, and Amy, you 3 go with Violet, and Jasmine and Tara, you 2 go with Seraphine. Stay spread out and try to keep their forces divided as best you can." The 5 girls gave me a goofy salute and formed a line. "Now charge my lowly army," I yelled, and they ran to the edge of the forest, dividing into their groups. "Fucking weirdo." Brittany coughed out, and I turned around to glare at her. She, Ashlyn, and Aria were giggling and looking at me. "Lowly army, what's wrong with you?" Aria asked through the giggles. "Come on guys, today is my day. Don't be mean." I whined and walked past them to the campfire. I opened a nearby cooler and pulled out a beer and some marshmallows. "Why are those here?" "'Cause Sirzechs understands me and knows you all are mean." Brittany giggled and looked at the two rooks, who smiled and nodded. She extended her hand and made all the insane wind on the beach push the beer out of my hand. Then I was lifted up and brought back towards them. I was dropped from the air into Aria's arms, who was smiling like crazy. "Don't worry, master, nobody is going to touch you today," she said and winked at me. I stayed in her arms for a minute and looked into her eyes, transfixed. Well, until Brittany coughed and I realized what I was doing. You should probably put me to." She kissed me before I could finish. I always wanted to kiss a girl on the beach. "Aria," Brittany yelled, and I was immediately dropped. I couldn't help it. She whined and backed away from Brittany, who was making the wind circle again. "What did we talk about?" Brittany asked menacingly. "No making moves on Varian until after the raiding game?" "I know." "I'm sorry," Aria said, clearly upset. "Good. Now you and Ashlyn stay here and watch him. And don't touch him," Brittany ordered and walked away towards the forest. "Where's she going?" Ashlyn asked as she knelt on the ground next to me and poked my cheek. "To kill someone," I guessed and smirked. Aria sighed and dropped down on her butt next to me. "So we just wait?" "Yeah, I guess." As soon as I said that, there was a loud explosion from deep in the island. "Shouldn't we?" I was about to offer to go help, but both rooks just stared at me and said no. In unison, "We were told to guard you and you are not getting away," Aria said angrily. "Well, at least they care. Girls, let me go fight. You know I can take care of myself." "It'll be fine." I stood up and brushed the sand off my t-shirt. Ashlyn jumped up and tackled me back to the ground. "No. You are staying with us. Brittany can help them just fine," Ashlyn yelled, and I sighed. This is defiantly defying the no-touching policy. While I was doing my best to get away from my two overbearing rooks, Seraphine was busy fighting. Of course she'd be the one to cause the explosions. The red-haired knight jumped over the middle river just as a form slammed into the tree she'd been standing on. "Who goes there?" she asked, standing on the other side of the river proudly, her massive sword already in her hand. "I'm Isabella, one of Sir Riser's rooks," a female voice announced. The girl that had just leveled a whole tree just by running into it walked to the other side of the river and looked over at Seraphine. The red-haired knight squinted, trying to see through the dust that concealed her enemy from her. "And who are you? Your hair is scarlet, just like the House of Gremory." "I am Seraphine de Larch. I am the daughter of a human and an angel. I was a member of the royal guard of the Gremories that protected the Lord Blackflame as a child," she announced proudly. "Oh, well, isn't this exciting?" the rook commented as the dust flew to the side. She jumped forward across the river, throwing her fist behind her. Seraphine simply slid her foot back and readied herself. She could see the rook clearly now. She had brown hair with red highlights streaking through it and a skull mask that only covered half her face. Seraphine grinned and swung her sword, the fist and side of the blade meet in a sudden blast of strength. Isabella was thrown back, smiling. "So you really are a challenge. Good." She jumped out of the river, back up to Seraphine's level, suddenly throwing dozens of kicks and punches in a flurry. Seraphine, who had spent years developing her strength by wielding the massive sword, tossed the blade form side to side effortlessly and deflected all her attacks. "You're pretty annoying," the rook muttered and stopped, throwing both her fists behind her and shooting them forward, hitting the blade with all her might. Seraphine was pushed back a few feet and took a second to recover. Isabella smirked and put her hand on her hip. "You done?" Seraphine asked and tossed her head back, getting her hair out of her head, and looked eyes with the rook. She let the sword drop to her left side, holding it across her body before she jumped in the air. She unleashed her small amount of magic and the runes along the blade suddenly erupted with fire. "Flaming arc wheel," she cried and started spinning down towards the rook, who only had enough time to put up her arms and somewhat block the barrage of fire in the long blade. There was a sudden explosion of fire and the nearby trees were sliced in half by the burst of wind. The sword cut into Isabella's arms and pushed her back while the fire burned parts of her body, but now she just seemed angry. She pushed out her arms, which were currently held in an X above her head, and caused Seraphine to fly back into the air. The rook jumped up, following her, and appeared above the red head. "Try this," she yelled and brought down her leg, catching Seraphine in the gut and sending her to the ground. The red head slammed into the ground and laid there for a few moments, letting the rook land and gather herself. "That all you got?" As soon as the taunt left her lips, the rook watched the red-haired knight disappear in a puff of smoke. Seraphine started sprinting around the confused girl, appearing only for a second before dashing somewhere else. "If you can't keep up," Seraphine taunted and dashed by the rook, slamming into her gut with the hilt of massive sword. "How do you plan to beat me?" She dashed by again, slicing the rook's arms. The rook grinned and stopped trying to watch for the knight. The masked girl's ears pricked up and she let out a devastating kick behind her that Seraphine barely had time to bring up her sword to block. The red-haired knight flew over the river, landing on the other side. "You're not as fast as you think you are." The rook taunted and started walking towards her. She stopped on the other side of the river, her hand on her hip. "And I thought we'd need at least 2 of us to take you out. I mean, of course you're the strongest looking one out of that pitiful group," the rook commented, and Seraphine's eyes opened. "I've had enough of this," she yelled and rose to her feet. She clenched her fingers around her sword and brought it over to her right side. The long blade, once again alight with flames, touched the calm grass of the island, and Seraphine glared right into the rook's eyes. "I'm a knight, a protector, and none of you are going to defeat me or my friends," she declared proudly and dashed forward, as fast as lightning, and brought the great sword up. The tracks behind her were dotted with fire and the river spread as she crossed over it. The blade crossed her body as she spun in her sprint. The rook never even had time to bring up her arms as the great, flaming sword ripped through her chest and set her alight. Seraphine stopped behind her, still looking ahead of her towards the other side of the island. Dust that she'd kicked up settled around her as she rested. The knight let out a breath and sighed as Isabella turned from a burning body into bright blue lights. The wind picked them up and blew them past Seraphine as she closed her eyes and relaxed. The red-haired knight raised her master's old sword and, after looking it over, smiled and put it on her back. "Didn't know you thought we were your friends," Violet teased. Seraphine looked up quickly and saw the black-haired girl sitting on a tree branch, her legs dangling. "Yeah, well, I guess you are," Seraphine answered, smiling calmly. "Come on, let's head back and give them our report." Violet nodded and jumped down from the tree. Seraphine turned to leave before Violet grabbed her arm. "What was that about being Varian's bodyguard when he was a kid?" Violet asked, and Seraphine sighed before smiling and looking at the river. "I was born in a small village just outside a church. My mother was an angel that had fallen in love with a human farmer. He was pure and kind and raised me as best he could. However, I never knew my mother or heard anything about her until some angels came. I was playing outside, underneath a big tree, and I watched them approach my father. They were big and wore huge pieces of golden armor. I watched them kill him." Violet watched a tear slide down Seraphine's cheek. The black-haired girl had never seen her older friend cry before. She didn't even know Seraphine showed any emotion. "Seraphine," she whispered, "they killed him because he defiled an angel. After that I was all alone. I spent days alone in our old house, struggling to steal food and fighting on the street for the bare necessities." She looked up from the stream and smiled. "That is, until I meet Sirzechs. He was walking through our village one day and saw me outside on the street. He watched me beat up some boy for an apple before approaching me. Then he told me all about his big house and his life. I was jealous, incredibly jealous. But then he said he had a young boy back home that I should come meet." Seraphine smiled at the memory and Violet couldn't believe what she was hearing. "He took me to the underworld and introduced me to the master. He watched us become friends and trained me so he could make me into a servant so I could protect Varian. And then, after the master had disappeared for a few years, I found him in New York and he immediately made me into his knight." Violet, after hearing New York, couldn't help but blurt out, "New York. So when he found me on the street, you were already in his group." "It had only been a few days," Violet asked, and Seraphine nodded. "That's insane." Violet was speechless. "How come I've never heard this before?" she asked, and Seraphine shrugged. "It has never come up. Varian knows, and that's the only person that really needs to know my past," she answered matter-of-factly. Violet looked at her, hurt. "Am I not your friend? Why can't you tell me things?" "I just did, didn't I?" Seraphine answered, and Violet stopped. "Oh, right, sorry." Seraphine giggled and started walking towards the beach head. "It's fine. Let's get back to the master." I watched Seraphine and Violet dash through the last few trees and arrive on the beachhead. "Thank Lucifer. Will you two please let me go now?" I begged, and Arya shrugged, finally releasing from a headlock. "They are so abusive. I mean, who shows love that way?" I fell to the ground and scrambled back to my feet and ran over to Seraphine. The beautiful redhead was talking to her equally beautiful knight as I approached. "So what did you two?" Before I could even ask anything, Seraphine had stopped talking and kissed me. She placed her hand on the back of my head and pushed me against her even more, kissing me more and more passionately. When she was finally done and I was released, it took me a few seconds to regain consciousness. That was an amazing kiss. "So, Seraphine, how was the island?" I asked, trying to sound smooth for some reason. "Everything seems to be all right so far, master. I only ran into one of them, a rook, and I took care of her easy. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything to worry about," she explained, and I nodded. "I wonder what he's planning." "You said you beat a rook." "That's correct, master." I put my hand on my chin and looked at the landscape around us. What could he be planning? Did he only send one out on purpose, or did we just run into one? "How did it go for you, Violet?" I asked, and the black-haired girl shrugged. "I didn't see anything of interest except for a couple pretty flowers." I sighed and face-palmed. I should have known she wouldn't take this seriously. "Arya, Ashlyn," I called. "Can you two come here? I need your advice." I asked, and my two bodyguards sprinted towards me, kicking up sand and basically tackling me. "Yes, master, what did you need?" Arya asked between breaths, giving a slight wink to Ashlyn after latching onto me first. Violet just giggled. "You two just sprinted about 30 feet, why are you out of breath?" Both rooks gave her a death glare and she took a step back. "Okay, you all relax and let's focus on the enemy," I suggested, and the girls nodded and looked up at me. "All right, so what do you all think our next move should be?" "Where are the others anyway?" I asked, suddenly remembering half my household wasn't at the campsite. "Well, the young ones were waiting on Violet and myself, so there," Seraphine explained, and then pointed past the campsite at the water. The 5 young girls were splashing and playing around, completely unaware they were on a battlefield. "Well, at least they're okay," I commented and smiled. "And Brittany," Arya started before the island shook with a sudden explosion. "I think I know where she is," I muttered as we turned around and saw 2 forms flying above the tree line. Brittany held her staff above her head and made all the wind around her charge straight forward in an arrow barrage form. The pink-haired, large-breasted, enemy queen simply smirked and pointed her staff at Brittany's chest. Boom, she muttered and sent a small purple ball towards the brunette. Brittany, thinking fast, redirected the wind currents to circle around the ball as it exploded. The large explosion sent both of the queens back a few meters. I see your title as Boom Queen is defiantly well-deserved, Brittany commented as the smoke cleared between them. And you are defiantly skilled yourself, Wind Angel. I'm defiantly impressed that a former servant like your master could share so much power with you and make you as strong as you are. The enemy queen smirked. Her excessive amount of purple lipstick made her expressions even more disgusting. Your move, Boom Queen, Brittany taunted as she held out her staff and readied herself. Back on the ground, my entire peerage had gathered around me to watch our queen fight. Should we help? Violet asked, pulling both her daggers out of her sweatshirt pouch. Two of us could defiantly beat the makeup-wearing slut. Arya chimed in. Seraphine and Ashlyn nodded and began to move forward before I held out my hand. Brittany will be fine, I said matter-of-factly and smiled. I'm positive. No need for any of us to get upset. Now, let's focus on what we're going to do. I turned to face the little ones as more explosions rocketed across the sky. Brittany forced the winds to push her even farther up as small purple balls exploded all around her in a circle. Spinning her gold staff between her fingers, a gale-force wind blew towards the purple-haired queen from all four sides. The enemy queen, looking around frantically, set off a bomb beneath her, pushing herself much farther up into the sky. However, Brittany wasn't close to done. She stopped spinning her staff and swung it straight up above her head, forcing the winds to follow the queen at Mach speeds. The purple-haired devil looked down in horror as winds tore through her clothes and cut at her skin. The barrage was over in a few seconds and Brittany smirked as she watched her opponent struggle to remain flying. You're much tougher than I thought. That was a good trick. Looks like I'll have to use it already. The enemy queen muttered and pulled a small vial out from her cleavage. Phoenix tears. These little vials have some amazing healing abilities, so she unscrewed the cap and drank the whole vial. You're going to have to do way better than that to beat me now. She pushed her staff forward, a large purple ball appearing at the end of it. Brittany held her staff at her side, dividing the winds between herself and her opponent so the ball would have no air to travel through. The purple-haired queen grinned and shot the ball off at an incredible speed. Brittany gasped as it passed through her vacuum effortlessly and made the winds push her down as fast as possible. She stopped just above the tree line a second later, but the blast was still enough to shoot her down through the trees and onto the ground. She clenched her eyes as the explosion hit and she was sent tumbling down into ... what? The brunette cracked an eye to see that she had landed in my arms. I said I wasn't going to interfere in your fight, but I can't have my princess getting hurt now, can I? I asked and she smiled. She brought up her hand and flicked my forehead. Thanks for catching me, she whispered and pecked me on the cheek. Disgusting. The purple-haired queen hovered just above the trees over us and smirked. How can you show such a disgusting, pitiful devil that kind of affection? He's nothing compared to Lord Riser, she commented, and I just smiled, holding my one and only queen. Thank Lucifer, he's nothing like your scummy master. He treats me as an equal and shows me love and respect and buys me whatever I want. I would never want another master. Brittany yelled back and jumped out of my arms. She looked over her shoulders and winked at me. You take care of the others, baby, I'll handle this, she said confidently, and I smiled at her. Her purple eyes are so dreamy. I'll get you an awesome gift if you beat her, I joked, and her grin widened. Is that a promise? She asked before making the winds take her back to her fighting level. I watched the two queens face off from below. They stared at each other for a few still moments before Riser's queen dashed back and swung her staff in front of her, sending a wave of purple balls towards Brittany. My queen just smiled calmly and swung her staff slowly, sending arcs of wind forward to slice through the approaching balls. There were dozens of explosions across the sky as the barrage exploded. Brittany pressed her advantage, swirling all the smoke together and making it surround herself and her opponent. Do you think blinding me will work? The purple-haired queen called out, but Brittany didn't answer. Suddenly, to the queen's surprise, multiple parts of the smoke suddenly blew apart and arcs of wind flew towards her at different speeds. She dodged and evaded, but she couldn't keep up with all the different directions. She flew farther and farther up, some arcs slicing at her skin and slowing her down, until she emerged from the smoke far above the island. When she could finally see, she looked up into Brittany's eyes. The brunette smiled and hit the enemy queen across the face with her staff before causing the wind to circle around her in a vortex. You called my master disgusting. I can't let you off with a warning after that, now can I? Brittany teased and increased the speed of the vortex. The speed of the wind ripped into the enemy queen's skin and began to tear her apart. Brittany then pushed the vortex towards the ground and her opponent, now cut up and weak, fell to the ground helpless. Riser's queen, defeated. The announcer called and Brittany, flying far above, smiled. She slowly lowered herself back to our base camp and immediately laid down. Are you okay? I asked, worried if she'd been hurt or not. I'm fine, Varian, I just need to rest for a bit, she explained and sat down beside the campfire next to Arya and some of the little ones. Well, since our biggest threat has been taken care of by our awesome queen, let's take this fight to Riser, I yelled, and the girls cheered. Seraphine, you take Ella and Amy and follow me into the forest. Violet, you Sarah, Tara, and Jasmine follow us in about 10 minutes. Then I want the rest of you to come in about 20 minutes after that. If we keep our waves spread out, we can take out as many of them as possible and always have backup. Sound good? I asked, and everyone immediately yelled no. Varian, you are not going in first. Violet and Ashlyn yelled in unison. I think that's the loudest Ashlyn has ever been. No way, Master, we can't let you get hurt. Tara commented from my side. I looked down to see her and Amy pulling at my hand and looking very upset. I'll be fine, but if it means that much to you all, I'll go later on. I conceded and the girls cheered. Seraphine, who had been cooking marshmallows on the campfire, stood up and grabbed her huge sword. Well, let's go hunting, little ones. Master, can I talk to you really quick? She asked as Amy and Ella gathered their things and got ready to head out. Of course, Seraphine. The two of us walked away from the campsite and I watched the beautiful red-haired knight walk in front of me and sit on a large rock. When I fought that rook, I announced myself as the head of the Grimory's Royal Guard and ... your protector. She admitted and I was caught a bit off guard. I thought you hated that title. I commented, moving closer to her and trying to gauge her expression. I do, but that's not why I feel off. It just made me think of how close we used to be, especially before I started having to guard you all the time. She explained and I nodded, thinking back to all the times we'd run around in the courtyard with stick swords and she'd beat me half to death just for fun. Seraphine, I remember those days too. I told her and she seemed to smile a bit. I'm not just your bodyguard, Varian. I'm your friend too. No matter how dutiful and proud I act, I'm a girl underneath too. I just wanted to represent you well and be strong. She explained and I smiled at her. I took her hand and, getting down on a knee, kissed the back of it. You're a very special girl, Seraphine. Strong, confident, proud, and incredible. I'll never forget how childish and cool you used to be, and I'll never forget how strong and brave you are. I've always known you're more than a guard. I told her and she smiled even more, a few tears coming to her eyes. She let go of the black flame, which she'd been gripping tightly in her other hand the entire time, and she tackled me. She kissed me against, pushing me deeper and deeper into the sand as her hands interlocked with mine. I really miss this feeling. Are we still going to go fight or should we go get a bed? Amy asked and Seraphine stopped kissing me. I looked up and saw an upside-down Amy with her arms folded and a confused-looking Ella staring at us. Seraphine punched me in the gut suddenly and stood up. You should really learn to not say the right things all the time. She muttered and I could see her blushing and smiling as she grabbed her sword and walked away, a few tears falling onto the sand. Bye-bye, Master. The two little ones called as they followed the older servant into the woods. I could only lay on my back and wave as they walked in. Seraphine. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.